Canton must be submitted to the ratification of all the electors, and that the electors might even under certain prescribed conditions take the initiative and compel the assembly to discuss a particular measure, and the federal government followed the example of the cantons and adopted the referendum. The institution had spread to the English-speaking countries. In the Great Republic of North America the procedure had been adopted in every state but one for the revision of constitutional laws. 2 states had even granted the people the right to initiate legislation by petition. And within the British Empire itself the new constitution of the Australian Commonwealth had been based on the referendum. An alteration of the constitution which had been passed by both houses could not become law until it had been submitted to a referendum. And if it had been passed twice by one chamber and rejected twice by the other, the Governor-General could settle the conflict by a direct appeal to the people. Registered advocated in 1907 by certain radicals. What institution had a more democratic appearance? The referendum had been considered sympathetically in 1908 by Lord Rosebery's Committee of the House of Lords, though in its report the committee had refused to pronounce on a question which extended beyond the limits of its programme. The suggestion had been put forward again in various quarters during the years 1907-1910. Registered it would even appear that on the eve of the Lords' rejection of the budget Asquith had played with the idea of introducing into Parliament a very short bill, an emergency measure, which without making the referendum a permanent part of British constitutional machinery would submit the budget of 1909 to the direct vote of the nation. And again on April 28, 1910, in his last official letter to King Edward he informed the king that he was preparing a bill to take in the last resort a referendum upon the proposed restriction of the Lords' prerogatives. But it was undoubtedly the opposition of the Liberal members, headed by Asquith, which prevented the referendum being adopted by the conference. Why did they object to it? To understand their subjection, imagine that a Liberal government had carried in the Commons a bill which the Lords then threw out. What could the government do under the existing system? Appeal to the country by dissolving Parliament and holding a general election which amounted, no doubt, to a referendum on the particular bill, but at the same time, if the government won at the polls, to a vote of confidence in the ministry, embracing its programme as a whole and the general character of its policy. What could the government do under the same circumstances if the referendum existed? Invite the electorate not to return for their several constituencies the members of a new House of Commons but throughout the kingdom as a whole to decide for or against the measure in question. Suppose the referendum went against the government. It would be still in office though definitely defeated. Not even a favourable general election could make good the loss of authority it had sustained. The sovereignty of Parliament, or rather of that executive committee of the parliamentary majority which is the cabinet, would no longer be absolute. The government machine as the Yorkshire had become accustomed to work, it would be thrown completely out of gear. But there was another and more immediate reason, a reason of political expediency rather than principle, which made it impossible for the Liberal ministers, given the existing composition of Parliament, to accept a referendum. The fundamental or constitutional law about which the Unionist opposition felt certain that the mass of the electorate, however democratic on a host of other questions, would refuse to follow the demand of a democratic government for its repeal, was the law which at the opening of the 19th century effected a legislative union between Ireland and Great Britain. The 80 Nationalist members of the House of Commons were therefore inevitably hostile to the referendum. But since January they had been the cornerstone of the ministerial majority. They supported government bills in which they had no interest, to which indeed they were even strongly opposed, in return for the promise of a Home Rule Bill in the immediate future. But if that bill, even when passed by the House of Commons, could be rejected by the direct vote of a hostile British electorate, their contract with the government would be broken, and its majority would be destroyed by their secession. In the intention of those Unionists who advocated it, the referendum was simply a weapon to destroy that majority. 4. On November low an official communication informed the public that the conference had failed to reach an agreement, and on the following day Asquith visited King George at Sandringham. But the visit did not result in the expected announcement of an immediate dissolution. The king, it would seem, asked permission as his father had done the year before to approach first the Unionist leaders, and Asquith had refused, whereupon the king refused Asquith's request for an immediate dissolution before Parliament reassembled, and the Parliament Bayou was sent up to the Lords. In Unionist circles it was reported that Asquith, unable to carry his point, had tendered his resignation. But he did not resign. On November 15, the day when Parliament reassembled, a cabinet council was held and Asquith had two interviews with Lord Keighley, one during, the other after the council. On the I6th the king, who had come up to London, received in audience the two leaders of the Liberal Party and Lord 339. Knollys visited Asquith, while the king returned to Sandringham, fixing his final return to London for the 29th. The debates in Parliament throw sufficient hght on what was happening. Lord Rosebery again moved his resolutions of the previous winter and the House of Lords announced its intention to proceed with their discussion, concurrently with the debate on the Parliament Bill which Lord Crewe reintroduced. But Lord Crewe let it be understood that he only did so for form's sake, since after the failure of the committee no compromise between the two parties seemed possible and the government were resolved not to accept any amendment. Lord Lansdowne refused by embodying in a formal resolution the amendments to the government bill which the opposition would propose. The Parliament Bill forbade the House of Lords to alter or amend a money bill and left it to the Speaker to decide whether or not a bill belonged to this category. The opposition wanted the question decided not by the Speaker but by a joint committee on which both houses would be represented. The Parliament Bill provided that if in 3 successive sessions the House of Lords had thrice rejected a bill passed by the Commons it would become law in spite of their rejection. The opposition proposed that after 2 disagreements in the course of 2 successive sessions, the third time the two houses should not vote separately but that, as was provided by the constitution of several colonies, both houses should hold a joint sitting to settle the question by a majority of votes and that in issues of exceptional gravity a referendum should be taken. But the government allowed the House of Lords only an exceedingly brief period in which to pronounce upon these amendments. For even before Lord Lansdowne rose on November 16 to explain their character, Lord Crewe had announced a dissolution for the 28th, acting on the supposition that the Lords would not accept the Parliament Bill. That is to say, the King had given way and promised that if the electorate were consulted and the election produced an adequate majority for the government, he would carry out its wishes by putting pressure on the Lords. The debates which ensued were hopeless, conducted before almost empty benches. No one thought of any lying but the approaching election. The essential portions of the budget were passed and the remainder left over until the early months of the new Parliament before the financial year ended. The election was held in the first half of December, only 10 months after the last. The Unionist speakers everywhere brought Home Rule to the fore. Were the voters, they asked, prepared once again to place the majority in Parliament at the mercy of Redmond and his crew? Balfour, moreover, expressly declared that if the Unionists obtained a majority in the new House, they would not regard their victory as a mandate to restore protection without having first submitted the question to a referendum. This piece of strategy won him a certain number of gains in Lancashire. The Unionists also won 2 or 3 more seats in the south and west. But these gains were only just sufficient to balance the Liberal gains in the poorer districts of London and in the north of England. The Parliament returned in January had contained 273 Unionists. There were 272 in the Parliament elected in December. There had been 275 Liberal members in the late Parliament. There were 272 in the Parliament just elected. There were now 42 Labour members in place of 40, and 84 instead of 82 Nationists. Obviously the parties had, after the abnormal election of 1906, found their level in January 1910, for if the Liberals were, it would seem, mildly disappointed by these results, the Unionists were equally disappointed by the stability of the ministerialist combination. And its solidity was the more remarkable because the Prime Minister had taken up the Unionist challenge, and placed Home Rule in the forefront of the programme which it would be the task of the new Parliament to carry out, once the question of the House of Lords had been settled. 5. By relating the lively and often violent debates which occupied the two houses from February until August 1911, the historian might easily give the impression that the struggle between the two parties had brought the country to the brink of revolution. Nothing could be more false. The agitation was only on the surface. The December election had been surprisingly peaceful, and 500,000 voters who had taken the trouble to poll in January decided to stay at home in December. In the eyes of the electorate, of the country as a whole, the question was settled. Without interest or passion, the nation witnessed the sturdy efforts of the conservative stalwarts to keep their flag flying to the last. On February 21, Asquith introduced in the Commons the government's Parliament Bill. It was exactly the same as the bill of the previous year. It passed the first reading on February 22 after 2 days' debate by a majority of 124, its second on March 2 after 3 days' debate by a majority of 125. When the clauses were debated, the obstruction was so persistent that it could be overcome only by the Speaker's constant occasion of the closure. The debates, which began on April 3, did not end until May 15, when the final voting yielded a majority of 121 votes for the bill out of 603. By way of rejoinder, as soon as the session opened, the Conservative leader in the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne, announced his intention to introduce a bill to alter the composition of the House. And Lord Balfour of Burleigh, with Lord Lansdowne's approval, brought in a bill to give the referendum a place in the British Constitution. On March 31, before Parliament rose for the Easter recess, Lord Lansdowne carried in the Lords an address to the King asking him to permit the introduction of a bill limiting the prerogative and powers of the Crown is so far as they related to the creation of peerages and to writs of summons. On May 5, after the recess, he introduced his bill. The reformed House of Lords would consist of 100 Lords of Parliament to be elected by their peers, but who would be eligible only if they fulfilled certain conditions laid down in a schedule, 120 elected by the members of the House of Commons, grouped in a number of electoral districts, 100 appointed by the King. On the advice of the Cabinet, in proportion to the respective strength of both parties in the Commons, 7 spiritual Lords of Parliament, the 2 archbishops and 5 bishops elected by the episcopate, and finally 16 peers who had occupied important judicial positions. With the exception of the archbishops, who would hold their seats so long as they occupied their sees, and the judges, who would hold their seats for fay, every peer would hold his seat for 12 years. A quarter of the membership of the House would be elected every 3 years. The bill was certainly far more radical than the bill Lord Rosebery had contemplated the year before, and far more than any of the bills proposed by those who during the last 40 years had sought to strengthen the House of Lords by rendering it more modem. So restricted was the field of choice that the 100 peers theoretically elected by their fellows would be of necessity those high officials, sailors, soldiers, viceroys of India or retired colonial governors, for which former bills had made a special place, and 220 of these new Lords of Parliament, that is to say, a large majority of their number, would be chosen more or less directly by the majority in the Commons. When Lord Lansdowne first spoke of introducing his bill, many Conservatives took alarm, and their alarm increased when its detailed provisions became known. One peer declared that he was willing to vote for the first reading, but only on the understanding that he accepted nothing more than the general principle of a bill whose clauses were open to such serious objections. Another declared that he could not even vote for the first reading. "Why," asked Lord Rosebery, "be so imprudent as to bring in a BDL instead of proceeding, as he had desired in 1910, by way of resolution?" Dissension reigned in the Unionist camp between the diehards determined to defend at all costs the privileges of the upper house as at present constituted, and those who to save it brought forward a measure more radical than the proposals of the government. A chamber which presented such a spectacle of internal strife was not in a favourable position to embark upon the discussion of the Parliament Bill. But at the very moment when the final struggle seemed on the point of opening, the same thing occurred which had occurred the previous year. The warring parties concluded an armistice. The coronation was approaching, and an imperial conference was to meet in London. For a month the Houses of Parliament suspended their sittings and the parties their polemics. Much comment was aroused by a fancy dress ball given at one of the great London hotels during the coronation festivities by F. E. Smith, the future Lord Birkenhead, a young member of Parliament who for the past year both in the House and at public meetings had attracted attention by his brilliant rapier thrusts. The leading statesmen of both parties were invited. Asquith and Lord Lansdowne came and were chatting together when their host introduced another guest in the costume of a peer of the realm wearing a baron's mantle and coronet, and on the coronet the number 499. He impersonated one of those 500 peers which the government, it was said, intended, if necessary, to create to ensure the passing of its bayou. A peer wrote an anonymous letter to the Times protesting against such flippancy, but we may wonder how many shared his indignation. In fact, this fancy dress ball was a revelation. It brought home to the English themselves that the struggle between the parties was not after all so very serious, and that the invective used by speakers in Parliament was often the violent language of barristers who, after abusing each other in court, walked down the street arm in arm. An Englishman excellently placed to observe the poetical drama from the wings was undoubtedly Tryon, King of the Bow at Claridge's, when he noted in his diary on June 29 that both parties seemed to be playing different parts in a carefully arranged masquerade. The House of Lords had begun to debate the Parliament bill sent up to it by the House of Commons 6 weeks earlier, and had already passed its second reading before the coronation. It did not reject it, but was content to mutilate it by various amendments. It would not be for the Speaker to decide whether a bill were or were not a money bill over which the Lords had no control, but for a joint committee so constituted that Conservative influence would preponderate. And the joint committee was empowered to demand a referendum when for the third time the Houses had disagreed. Finally, Irish Home Rule was excluded from the scope of the measure. There were certain amendments, Lord Lansdowne declared on July 20, the day when the Bayou passed its second reading, which his friends and himself would never renounce, so long as their liberty of action remained to them. His meaning was not doubtful, and the last words presaged imminent defeat. For that very day Balfour received a letter from Asquith informing him that the amendments which the Lords had inserted in the bill were unacceptable, that it would be sent back to the Lords in its original form, and that if they refused to bow to the will of the Commons twice expressed, he would ask the King, with the certainty that his request would be granted, to make use of his prerogative to create the necessary number of peers to force the bill through the upper house at a large Unionist meeting held next day at Lansdowne House. The leaders of the party informed their followers that the hour of surrender had struck. Lord Lansdowne and Balfour had an audience with the King at His Majesty's request, in which it would seem he begged them not to compel him by their obstinacy to take a step he loathed, and on July 23, the former, with the support of Balfour and Lord Rosebery, publicly advised the acceptance of the bill. For this there was no need actually to vote for the Bayou on the division, but simply to abstain from voting against it. 230 Unionist peers promised to adopt this attitude. It was therefore with every prospect of success that on August 9, when the Parliament Bayou was returned to the House of Lords unaltered except for a few very slight retouches, Lord Lansdowne explained the uselessness of further resistance and contented himself with expressing the hope that at some future date another statute might restore the balance of the Constitution. But if Lord Lansdowne and Balfour had the support of the Northcliffe press, which like themselves had in 1909 thrown in their lot with the belligerents after considerable hesitation, they were not conscious of a well-disciplined army at their back ready to obey their signal of retreat. In the Observer Garvin continued his noisy protests, and the Morning Post preached resistance to the last ditch. In the Commons on July 22, the extremists of the opposition, by keeping up a persistent uproar, prevented Asquith from obtaining a hearing. In the Lords, Lord Halsbury, who for the past month had been leader of the group known as the Diehards, became a hero in whose honour a banquet was given. This opposition which divided the opposition itself might prove formidable. If they mustered 100, it would not be enough for Lord Lansdowne and his friends to abstain from voting if the bill were to pass. Some of them would be obliged to go further and positively vote for a bill they detested. This actually happened after scenes of tumult under the eyes of an indifferent nation. The bill passed its third reading in the Lords on August 10 by 131 to 114 votes. This artificial majority rested on the votes of 37 Unionist peers, the 2 archbishops, and 11 bishops. 7. Now that we must pass judgment on the reform, thus at last accomplished, we are conscious of a certain hesitation. We are too remote, we feel, from the event, yet too near it. For up to the present the statute has never been put into operation, and the Parliament Act, 20 years after it became law, cannot be regarded as a living element of the British Constitution. The British Parliament has passed an Act introducing universal suffrage, an Act disestablishing the Church in Wales, and an Act granting Home Rule to Ireland without any need to make use of the provisions of this Act of 1911. Does this mean that the House of Lords suffered that year a more crushing defeat than was behaved at the time, and will never dare to employ the suspensory veto it was permitted to retain? It may be so. But on the other hand, we know what exceptional events have during these 20 years diverted from its course the current of English history in common with that of the entire world. Who would dare to prophesy that the consequences of this upheaval will be permanent, and that one day or another, under circumstances we cannot anticipate, the Parliament Act will not recover its importance? In our uncertainty of the future we must endeavour to forget a past still too close in 1931, and by an effort of the imagination return in spirit to that summer of 1902 when the Parliament Bill had been passed at last by both houses, and inquire what impression the event produced at the time and what were its immediate results. It was obvious that, on one point at any rate, the British Constitution had ceased to be a constitution resting on unwritten custom and had become a written constitution, that the relations between the two houses were henceforward defined, if not by a special constitutional law which could be altered only by an exceptionally difficult process, at least by an express statute whose terms were unambiguous, that this statute established a supremacy of the House of Commons, absolute in matters of finance, almost absolute in all others, and that the British political system was therefore on the way to become unicameral. But the Conservatives, the supporters of the Lords' check upon the lower house, were not slow to detect an advantage for themselves which no one, it would seem, had noticed. In matters of finance, as we have just said, the Parliament Act seemed to render the lower house omnipotent. The opposition had in vain attempted to secure the reference to a joint committee of both houses of the question, whether or not a bill passed by the Commons was strictly a money buoy and as such exempt from the control of the Lords. The Speaker elected by the House of Commons was to decide the question without appeal from his decision. The utmost that the Speaker, who was somewhat alarmed at the responsibility thus placed upon his shoulders, could obtain from the government, when the bill was discussed in the Commons for the last time at the end of July, was the annual appointment of 2 members of the House to act as his advisers. But the position and functions of the Speaker in England, sanctioned as they were by the unanimous approval of public opinion, must not be confused with those of the President of a popular assembly. On the Continent, a party member elected by a party. Once elected, the Speaker, whatever the party to which he originally belonged and whatever party possesses the majority in the House, is always re-elected. In his constituency he will be returned unopposed. He is not a politician but a judge. In December 1911, when the Finance Bill passed by the Commons was about to be sent up to the Lords, the Speaker decided with all the authority which attached to his decisions that in virtue of certain amendments which had been incorporated into it, the measure could no longer be regarded as a money bill within the meaning of the Parliament Act, in other words that the Lords were free to reject it. Closely scanned, this decision affirmed by implication that the budget of 1909 also had not been a money bill in the strict and legal sense, in other words that the House of Lords had not exceeded its competence in rejecting it. To obviate the dangers the government might incur as a result of this decision, the Chancellor of the Exchequer declared in 1913 that the budget would consist of 2 portions, a finance bill which would simply renew, increase or reduce the annual taxes, and a revenue bill containing all measures whose fiscal provisions affected the general legislation of the United Kingdom. The former the Lords could not touch, the latter they could amend or reject as they thought fit. When in 1914 the government could not find the necessary time to complete the discussion of the Revenue Bill, Lloyd George attempted to insert certain fiscal reforms in the Finance Bill. But he was recalled to order by the Speaker and found himself involved in inextricable difficulties. That is to say, counter to all expectation, it seemed on the eve of the Great War that, So far as financial measures were concerned, the Parliament Act might after all, have diminished instead of increasing the powers of the House of Commons. There was reason to wonder whether in some respects there had not been a return not only to the period before 1911 but to the period before 1861. There remained the other part of the bill which had monopolized public attention, the provisions which transformed the Lords' absolute veto into a suspensory veto. The duration of Parliament was reduced from 7 to 5 years. If the government maintained the old custom of dissolving Parliament a year before the expiration of its legal term, the Parliament elected in December 1910 would be dissolved at the end of 1914 at latest. The session of 1912 must therefore be devoted by the House of Commons to passing all the statutes it was determined to force upon the Lords. After this, it would have only to wait and see whether 3 times, in 1912, 1913 and 1914, the House of Lords would throw out those BDLs and in that case after the third rejection, give the statutes rejected the force of law as though the upper house had no existence. But the question would still remain to what extent in the case of each of these bills the House of Commons or the House of Lords represented the real opinion of the country, what risk therefore by thus deciding to brush aside the opposition of the upper house, the former would incur, of arousing at the approaching election a dangerous reaction of public opinion and how far it would shrink from running that risk. Time would show. A drama had begun whose denouement was reserved for 1914. For the moment victory lay with the Liberal Party, and within the party it was the Prime Minister who had carried off the honours of the battle. It was he who had successfully conducted the struggle as a lawyer, not as a demagogue, and leaving to the Conservatives such impractical novelties as the reform of the House of Lords and the referendum, had presented his solution as fundamentally conservative, nothing more than the formulation in a written law of what, up till 1909, had always been regarded as the constitutional usage of the country in regard to the relations between the two houses. Throughout the contest Lloyd George had been relegated to the second place. It was even rumoured that in the Committee of 8 he had opposed to Asquith's scepticism and unexpected trust in methods of conciliation, and had behaved it possible to settle the question by an amicable agreement with the Unionist leaders. Indeed, he had gone further and actually discussed with Balfour the formation of a coalition cabinet, with or without Asquith, to settle on a non-party basis not only the question of the House of Lords but even the question of Home Rule, and perhaps to introduce some form of compulsory military service. In short, this man of genius had been no longer the demagogue whose fiery denunciations of the Boer War, the Education Bill of 1902, and the Lords' opposition to the budget were notorious. He had been the conciliator, the arbitrator whose skill had disarmed Unionist hostility during his occupation of the Board of Trade between 1906 and 1908. He had indeed failed. Nonetheless he continued to gain ground at the expense of his real rival in the cabinet. There can be no doubt that the fact that he was the scion of a noble family was a disadvantage rather than an advantage to Winston Churchill in the new epoch of NHSH history now opening. He was not given a place in 1910 among the 4 Liberal representatives on the Joint Committee. His vanity, it is said, was hurt, and the manner in which in 1911 he made use of the troops during some serious labor troubles damaged his popularity with the working class. Meanwhile, Lloyd George, leaving to the Premier the task of delivering the final assault upon a citadel admittedly doomed, returned to his role of social reformer. When he introduced the budget of 1911 he could congratulate himself on the success of his fiscal reforms of 1909. Thanks, as he confessed, to the years of prosperity through which trade was passing, the new sources of revenue instituted by the budget of 1909 made sufficient provision for the constantly increasing expense of the Navy and the social services. The cost of the old age pensions had risen from 9,790,000 to 12,415,000, more than double the amount originally contemplated by Asquith. Nevertheless, not only was the additional expenditure met, but the national debt was reduced at a rate certainly less rapid than during the first 3 years of Liberal government, but very rapid nevertheless. and Lloyd George was convinced that the taxes imposed in 1907 would also enable him to meet the increased expenditure he must expect in the ensuing years. In the first place, there were the Navy estimates. But it might be hoped that in view of the great effort the government had decided to make in 1909, these would not increase after 1912. Then there was the expenditure on the social services. An act was passed during the session of 1911 to extend the operation of the Old Age Pensions Act. And most important of all, Lloyd George carried an important measure of national insurance against sickness and unemployment. To be sure, Llewellyn Smith at the Board of Trade had been given ample time to prepare it. As early as 1909 Lloyd George had promised it, and Llewellyn Smith was free to begin to work upon it as soon as he had given the finishing touches to the scheme of labor exchanges. In normal circumstances it would have been passed by Parliament in 1910. It was not the unreal and abstract question of the rights of the House of Lords, but this bill which from the beginning of May 1911 till the middle of December held the attention of Parliament and country, which had been kept waiting for it for 2 years. 2. In the important speech he delivered in the House of Commons on May 4, Lloyd George explained the nature of the risks against which the worker would be insured: death, sickness, and unemployment. So far as HFA insurance was concerned, sufficient, it might well be thought, had been accomplished by private enterprise, and there was no need for state intervention. In fact, 4.2 million life insurance policies had been issued in the United Kingdom. But it was not the same with insurance against sickness and unemployment. Not more than 6 to 7 million were insured against sickness, and even so the trade unions provided only sick pay, not medical treatment. And only 1,400,000 were insured against unemployment, barely a third or a quarter of the hands employed in industries in which it was a constant threat. If, therefore, the workers were to be effectively insured against the double risk, the state must intervene. That intervention must not take the form of unconditional grants, the system which England had just adopted in imitation of New Zealand for old age pensions. Nor on the other hand must the state be content to make insurance compulsory for employer and employee without granting any financial aid, as Bismarck's Ger. 35. Many had done in the case of insurance against sickness. They must adopt the system Bismarck had devised to insure the German worker against disablement and old age, the system of a triple contribution by the workers, the employers, and the state. This general principle would be in the following fashion: to provide insurance against sickness and invalidity on the one hand, and against employment on the other. The German system of insurance against sickness distinguished 5 different classes of workers according to the rate of wages. In England there would be only one rate of contribution, 4d. a week for the employee, 3d. for the employer, and 2d. added by the state. The only distinction made would be to relieve of a part of the contribution workers whose daily wage did not exceed 2s. and that deduction would be greater when the wage was only 2s. or is. 60. The deduction would be charged to the employer and thus be an indirect penalty on underpayment. Medical treatment would be provided, the services of a midwife and maternity benefit, special treatment for tuberculosis, sick pay for a definite period beyond which insurance against sickness would be replaced by insurance against disablement, a species of anticipatory old age pension at the rate of 5s. a week. The contributions would be collected according to the German method, the employer being Arbeitgeld, whenever he paid his wages to an employee, to attach to his book 2 stamps whose value was equal to his own and the employee's contribution. The administration of the act, the management of the funds thus collected, and the disbursement of payments would be entrusted to the societies already in existence, sprung from private enterprise, which need only comply with certain prescribed conditions to be approved. The benefits of the act might but need not be extended to those who without working for a wage depended for a livelihood exclusively or principally upon their work, and to those who, having been subject to the provisions of the law, ceased after a certain term of years to come within its scope, and who would be allowed to continue their contributions. But a measure intended to be universal must make provision for those who did not wish to be members of any approved society or whom none of these societies would admit. To membership, an inferior class both in health and morals. For their benefit a special system was set up less advantageous to themselves, more completely a state service, and operated by the post office. According to the government's estimate the total number of persons uninsured both compulsorily and optionally would amount to 15 Yilhan. The first year the insurance would cost the employers 9,000,000 and the workers 11,000,000, a total of 20,000,000. The cost to the state, nothing in 1911-12, would be 743,000 in 1912-13, rise to 3,359,000 in 1913-14, and reach its maximum 4,563,000 in 1915-16. This, so far as sickness and invalidity were concerned, was the system proposed. It was on a larger scale than the German. The numbers involved were larger, and the benefits given more considerable. In dealing with unemployment they were tackling a question from which in spite of Bismarck's pledges the German legislature had recoiled, a problem indeed which no government on the face of the earth had hitherto grappled. There were no actuarial statistics on which legislation could be based, as in the case of sickness. It must therefore necessarily be experimental. The system proposed, at which the department had been at work for the last 2 years, would apply to begin with to certain industries described as the most precarious, those in which experience had proved that the periodical periods of unemployment were most acutely felt, the engineering trades on the one hand, the building trade on the other. In these two branches of industry the bill provided for the compulsory payment of contributions by the employers and men, and a supplementary contribution by the state, to take the form of an annual payment of a sum equal to a third of the joint payment made by the employers and workmen. Rehef would consist of a weekly payment to the unemployed man, 7s. A week in the engineering trades, 6s. In the building trade, the payment would begin from the second week of unemployment and could not be continued longer than 15 weeks. The labor exchanges set up in 1909 would provide the machinery for operating the new law. The unemployed workman must apply to the labor exchange which would offer him work. If he refused it, he must justify his refusal to the satisfaction of a committee of arbitration appointed for the purpose. If he made out a satisfactory case he would be entitled to receive benefit under the Act, which would include in its scope a sixth of the industrial population, some 2,400,000 workers. It was estimated that the total cost of the new legislation during the first year, including the cost of building sanatoria for the treatment of consumption would amount to 24,500,000 of which, 2,500,000 would come out of the taxes. In spite of this enormous outlay the bill, as Lloyd George was careful to point out at the conclusion of his statement, must not be regarded as a complete cure for the evils against which they sought to insure the working class. To effect a radical cure they must, he said, cut deeper. The great merit of the bill was to lay bare a vast mass of social suffering and to force the state, as a state, to give its attention to it. But as it stood, the bill would alleviate a great deal of suffering. Nor did Lloyd George wish it to be regarded as the work of one party alone. Introduced as it was on the eve of the coronation and the meeting of an imperial conference, he expressed the hope that it would be passed by the unanimous vote of the House, though improved in the course of debate by the friendly collaboration of all parties. At the outset it seemed possible that his wish would be granted. At first sight the bill appeared an imposing, a magnificent measure. And surely it would be to the interest of the opposition to court the favor of the working class voter by accepting with inevitable reservations a popular bill? But it soon became clear that the bill ran counter to many interests, disturbed many deep-rooted habits. 3. The workers, to whom all the her measures of social reform from the Education Act of 1870 to the Old Age Pensions Act of 1908 had consistently given something without asking for anything in exchange, were annoyed at the prospect of a tax imposed upon them by the state, and, except for the poorest, uniform in amount. Their annoyance found support from the theorists of socialism who asked for a measure which did not require any contribution from the worker. This was the position adopted by the indefatigable Philip Snowden, by Bernard Shaw, and by the entire Fabian group, which found itself for once in agreement with the exponents of orthodox socialism against the moderates of the Labour Party. They pointed out that the new measure favoured those who, because they were comparatively speaking well-to-do, had already been able to insure themselves against sickness with the friendly societies. The others, on the contrary, whose poverty entitled them to the socialists' special sympathy, must content themselves with the ludicrously inadequate benefit given to the post office contributors. This group of critics also objected to the treatment the bill accorded to women. Should they marry and cease to work outside their home, they would lose, unless they were left widows, the entire benefit of their contributions before marriage. Though they received the maternity benefit of 30s Hillengs, they could not receive in addition the sickness benefit, although the bill forbade their employment for 4 weeks from the child's birth. In conclusion, they blamed the measure for favoring unduly, in the administration of the insurance, the friendly societies at the expense of the trade unions. The former, or some of them at least, had been given a privileged position by that part of the bill which dealt with unemployment. But what trade unions were in a position to fulfill the conditions necessary to become approved societies? In the first place, out of 1,200 only 20 had a membership of over 10,000. And even these could not, without bringing their official activities to a standstill, accept the conditions prescribed by the bill: the deposit with the government of a sum equal to £1 per member, a pledge to devote all their funds to distributing benefit to their members, submission to the control of auditors appointed by the state, and even so, to be approved only if they managed their finances on exactly the same lines as a friendly society, pure and simple. Further, must the workers be treated by the doctors chosen by the approved societies? This was indeed the intention of a measure which sought by that provision to prevent any fraudulent collusion between the insured and his doctor. But the workers revolted in advance against such bondage. On this last point the grievances of the medical profession were the same as those of the working class. Doctors already employed by the friendly societies complained of some fair treatment at their hands. Would their position become the position of doctors who attended working people under a measure which seemed to place the entire system of insurance against sickness under the society's control? They wearied the nation with their complaints and finally drew up a statement of their demands which comprised the following 6 points. No insurance of persons in receipt of a wage of above $2 a week. Free choice of doctor by the sick person. Medical assistance and midwifery to be withdrawn from the control of the friendly societies. The doctor's remuneration to be fixed in each area by the decision of the majority of doctors in that area. The profession to be represented on the bodies administering the law. The legal establishment in each locality of a distinct committee composed entirely of doctors. Both these oppositions, that of the workers and that of the medical profession, were formidable, and it would be difficult to say which of the two caused the government the more embarrassment. In their numerical strength the workers had indeed the advantage of the doctors. If they refused to pay their contributions, how could they be compelled to do so? But on the other hand their discontent failed to assume a definite shape. Their organizations, both professional and political, the trade unions and the Labour Party alike, when certain concessions had been made, declared then acceptance of the government scheme, compulsory insurance, and contributions from the workers. The doctors' opposition seemed more dangerous, and for months their powerful organization, the British Medical Association, threatened to sabotage the bill. The opposition in Parliament, at first friendly, could not resist making capital out of the discontent. At first Lloyd George seems to have hoped that the bill could be passed in a few weeks. When at the beginning of June he perceived that a detailed discussion of the clauses was inevitable, he clung to the hope that it might pass through all its stages before the end of August, and that after 11 months of almost unbroken toil, Parliament having passed the Parliament Bill, the Budget, and the National Insurance Bill, could be prorogued until January. The hope proved vain. When on August 8 the Parliament Bill became law, the budget had not been passed, and out of the 87 clauses of which the National Insurance Bill consisted in its original form, only 17 had been carried, and these not without serious amendment. An extraordinary session in the autumn was therefore inevitable. Meanwhile he would do his best to amend the bill so as to satisfy all these divergent interests. Laborious negotiations were therefore undertaken between the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the organizations concerned. Such negotiations, unlike parliamentary debates, are not recorded in writing. Nevertheless, they constitute what amounts to a novel form of parliamentarian beyond and above the official parliamentary government. The friendly societies raised unexpected difficulties. From the outset, indeed, sporadic complaints had been made by certain important societies of a bill which it was said would inevitably transform them from free institutions into instruments of the state, fettered by bureaucratic control. However, on the whole, the friendly societies had been satisfied with a bill which gave them a position of such importance. But the government was now obliged to do justice to the criticisms brought by the trade unions and above all by the medical body against the excessive favor shown to the societies, and every concession made to the trade unions or doctors increased the discontent of the latter until it in turn became formidable. To be complete, we must mention another agitation, more comic perhaps than dangerous, but extremely vocal, especially in London. In its original form the bill did not include domestic servants. Later on, the government decided to extend its benefits to them. But many servants, particularly those in the employment of the wealthy, found the attentions of the law more unwelcome than beneficial. They listened to the advice of their masters, who encouraged them to protest. Crowded meetings of domestic servants were held with ladies of title in the chair, to denounce the intolerable tyranny of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Were they employers and servants alike, to be subjected to an odious system of red tape, doomed to pass their havesking stamps? On October 21 Parliament reassembled. The government declared that 19 sittings should be sufficient to finish the discussion of the bill. In the end 2 additional sittings were granted, TV/NT1 in 0. That is to say, the bill was divided into a fixed number of compartments, and when the time allotted to the discussion of a particular compartment had been spent, all the clauses which the Commons had not had time to discuss would be passed automatically without debate. The BDL, now very considerably altered, comprised in its final form 115 clauses instead of the 87 of the original bill. Not many changes were made in that portion of the bill which dealt with unemployment. The amount of benefit was made uniform for both the branches of industry concerned and fixed at 7s a week, and the age at which a worker might, under certain conditions, benefit by its provision was lowered from 18 to 16. In the event Parliament had no time to debate these clauses, nor did the public raise any objection to this hasty procedure. The only portion of the bill in which it was interested was that which dealt with sickness. On this point the buoy had been remodeled. Though on the one hand, to satisfy the farmers, the contributions due from employers and employees were reduced if the former continued to pay wages during illness, on the other hand the benefits given to the insured were increased. Insured women who subsequently married were enabled to benefit by the provisions of the law by entering the class of those optionally insured, and women in confinement might receive sickness allowance as well as maternity benefit, if they were insured individually as well as their husbands. The number of those eligible for benefit was increased. The wives and children of insured persons might use the sanatoria. And not only were domestic servants not excluded from the scope of the measure, but special provision was made for soldiers, sailors, and seamen in the merchant service. The conditions imposed on societies which desired to become approved were modified so as no longer to exclude the trade unions, and the friendly societies were obliged to accept still further sacrifices to satisfy the grievances of the medical profession. To gauge the real importance of these concessions we must call attention to another aspect of the insurance bill, of fundamental importance. It set up a small body of insurance commissioners furnished with very wide powers at once administrative, judicial, and legislative, or, if you prefer, quasi-legislative. They were made responsible for the administration of the law, empowered to define its meaning by administrative regulations, which in very many instances must be regarded as supplementary laws, and judging, in most cases without appeal, infractions of the law. In strict logic, the new service of sickness insurance should have been given to the local government board, but Lloyd George no doubt wished it to be an independent branch of administration in order to withdraw it from the influence, in his opinion sterising, of John Bums. On November 28 the HST of the first commissioners was read in the House of Commons. At its head was Sir Robert Morant, who, driven from the Board of Education by a revolt of the elementary school teachers, exchanged one important administrative position for another. Subject to the commissioners, the bill set up insurance committees in every country and county borough. In the original form of the bill as introduced in May, they were called county health councils. Only a quarter of their members were appointed by the government. The remaining 3/4 were to be elected, a third by the county councils or county borough councils, a third by the approved societies, and a third by the post office insurers, and in the original draft their sole function had been to do for those who paid their contributions into the post office what the approved societies did for the vast majority. But even then the bill betrayed a tendency to extend their functions. With the assent of the friendly societies, they might take over the administration of medical assistance. This became compulsory in the remodeled text finally passed in November. The approved societies were to distribute the sickness allowance, the maternity benefit, and the disablement benefit, but the entire administration of the medical benefit was entrusted to these administrative bodies, the local insurance committees, who were to draw up panels of doctors amongst whom the insured might choose. The composition of these committees was also modified. Only a fifth would be elected by the county councils. Others would be nominated by the insurance commissioners, others appointed to represent the insured, and others elected by the medical corporation. And the insurance committees were empowered, in conjunction with the central commissioners, if in their opinion the public health was being endangered by the insanitary condition of dwellings, by a tainted water supply, or failure to apply strictly the provisions of the Factory Acts, to exact a species of fine from the local authorities, to cover the exceptional expenditure which these agents of national insurance were therefore obliged to incur. The history of British institutions had witnessed a singular reversal of outlook. Formerly the Yorkshire had prided themselves on having created the representative system to control the agents of the executive and restrict their action. They were now setting up a new bureaucracy to control their representative assemblies and compel them to act. 5. The National Insurance Bill passed its third reading in the COMMONS on December 6, after an amendment delaying its operation brought forward by the opposition had been rejected by 320 to 223 votes. In the House of Lords it passed its second reading without a debate, after a speech by Lord Lansdowne, on December 2. The House of Commons having accepted a further number of small technical amendments introduced by the Lords, the bill received the royal assent on December 16. The House of Lords, in fact, was employing the tactics it had adopted in 1906, not to oppose a popular measure of social reform. But why in that case had it taken the bold step in 1909 of throwing out Lloyd George's budget? It had provoked a crisis which had lasted for 2 years, had thrown the public finances into disorder, and had brought the political affairs of the country to a standstill to no purpose, and the final result had been that the country had made the peerage realize its weakness without even the accompaniment of Liatard. The budget for the current financial year was also hurried through without debate several months late. And on the very day, December 6, when the budget, the insurance bill and several other measures jointly received the royal assent, Parliament was at last prorogued. After all the noisy agitation, a feeling of weariness was felt throughout the country. But at first sight it did not seem likely to damage the position of the cabinet. The ministry had emerged from the crisis victorious. Asquith had defeated the House of Lords. And Lloyd George had accomplished the feat of carrying in a single session a measure so bold and so complicated. When he introduced the bill on May 6 he was recovering from a disease of the throat which had kept him away from Parliament for several months, and he had asked the indulgence of his audience should his strength fail him while he was speaking. But it did not fail him either that day or during the following months. 6 days every week until the winter he worked 15 or 16 hours a day, hours occupied by conferences with the experts of the Treasury or the Board of Trade, or with representatives of the various classes of persons affected by the bill, the doctors, the friendly societies, the trade unions. Even his hours of rest were not wasted. Luncheons and dinners could be employed for useful interviews. When in September he took a semblance of holiday in his native Wales, at Criccieth, he took his expert advisers with him. Add to this excessive pressure of work the fatigue of parliamentary sittings and the important speeches delivered from time to time at a public meeting carried when as Christmas approached, it was certain that he had gained the victory. Even his enemies paid tribute to his genius. Never had he appeared so great. 6. Thanks to Lloyd George even more than to Asquith, the Liberal Party was victorious. And its victory was first and foremost a victory over the new Labour Party, whose rapid growth had alarmed many Liberals a few years earlier. Two causes about this date, 1910, contributed to its temporary eclipse. The first, with which Lloyd George had nothing to do, was a decision of the courts. The employers, elated by their victory in the Lords in 1900, the Taff Vale decision, lost no time in launching a further attack. For they saw the workers preparing to take their revenge by using the Committee for Labour Representation to form at Westminster a class party closely dependent on the unions. Was this tolerable? Was it indeed lawful? Were not the unions exceeding the competence prescribed by their technical objects when they raised by a compulsory levy from their members' subscriptions the funds necessary to support a political party? As early as the beginning of 1906, even before the new Labour Party had secured the passing of the Trade Disputes Bill, a miner in South Wales called Steele, with the financial support of the local Conservatives, brought an action against his union for making the levy without his consent. Meanwhile, the Trade Disputes Bill was debated in the House, and the Labour members behaved that owing to their efforts the measure had been so worded as to bar Steele's action. But the lawyers who worked for the Cabinet took care that reservations should be inserted into the clause intended to make such actions impossible, which actually gave it the opposite effect. Steele's action was allowed. It is true he lost his case. The statutes of his union provided for the levy of which he complained, and the union had therefore the right to make it. But very shortly another rebel came forward. Osborne, a member of the Railwaymen's Union, registered in view of Steele's defeat. The court in which he first brought his action non-suited him. He appealed against the decision. In November 1908, the judges of the appeal court unanimously reversed the decision of the inferior court. It was the turn of the Union to appeal to the House of Lords. On December 21, 1909, 5 judges decided unanimously in Osborne's favor. They all agreed in pronouncing that the trade unions were entitled to the special privileges conferred by the Act only in so far as they did not overstep the functions attributed to them by the Acts of 1871 and 1875, and that the constitution of a political party was not among these. 2 of the judges further argued that the formation of a political body ruled by the trade unions was opposed to the spirit of the British Constitution and subverted the foundations of representative government. It was in vain that the unions attempted by all kinds of shifts to elude the force of this decision. The law had the last word. Therefore, to defray the cost of electioneering campaigns and provide a salary for the members it returned, the party was obliged to depend on voluntary subscriptions, which produced a most inadequate revenue. Under these circumstances, until the day when a ministerialist majority would consent to a statute restoring the right of which the Osborne judgment had deprived them, they were financially dependent upon the Liberal Party. Nor was this the sole cause of the Labour Party's weakness. Another and more potent cause was the active policy of social reform pursued since 1908 by the 2 radical leaders, Winston Churchill and Lloyd George. The Trade Disputes Bill of 1906 had been passed under the direct pressure of the unions. But this was not the case with the legislation which followed it. With the possible exception of the Old Age Pensions Bill, it was the work of energetic statesman Churchill first, then Lloyd George, whose policy it was to anticipate the demands of the working class. How unenterprising and timid in comparison seemed those Labour members who were the typical parliamentary representatives of British trade unionism: Henderson, Bowerman, Shackleton, Hodge, and Abraham. Not one of them had the imagination to pursue a policy so bold and so far-reaching in its scope, and not one, no doubt, who would not have been alarmed had he been told that in the near future he must shoulder the responsibility of office. Their party lacked prestige at a moment when Lloyd George was raising the prestige of the Liberal Party. Between the representatives of Labour and Lloyd George there was all the difference that there is between sleep and wakefulness, or, if you prefer, between health and fever. The government majority had emerged from the election of January 1910 greatly reduced, the Labour members and the Irish constituted its mainstay. We should therefore be inclined at first to wonder why the Labour members did not profit by the state of things to increase their influence in Parliament. The foregoing considerations explain why, on the contrary, their power declined. At the January election, unlike the Irish, they lost a number of seats. Before the dissolution there were 44 Labour members, in the new Parliament only 40. In only 26 of the 78 constituencies in which Labour put forward a candidate, did he oppose a Liberal, and in not one of these was he returned. On the morrow of the election Ramsay MacDonald stated plainly his desire for a coalition with the Liberals. The party dared not adopt this policy and chose the policy of independence advocated by the veteran Keir Hardie. But when the new members had to choose their places at Westminster, it became obvious how unreal this independence was. In 1906 the Irish and Labour members had taken their seats on the opposition side of the House. Indeed, they had had little choice in the matter, the government benches were so crowded. But now, when they could choose freely, the Irish remained on the opposition benches, whereas the Labour members preferred to sit on the Speaker's right. In the December election Labour did indeed win 2 seats from the Liberals. But this was a pure accident. Never had the alliance between Labour and the Liberals been so close, and at no previous election had the Labour Party displayed so little activity. In all they put forward no more than 58 candidates, and of these only 11 opposed a Liberal. It might well seem as though the hopes of those who at the opening of the century had dreamed of forming an independent party had been disappointed, and the Labour Party had resigned itself to being no more than a professional group dependent upon the Liberals. 7. Lloyd George had also triumphed over the Unionist Party. It was his great budget of 1909 which had provoked the crisis, and the combination, heterogeneous as it was, of moderate and radical Liberals, Labour members, and Irish Nationalists which had supported him, had proved sufficiently so to survive the test of 2 successive elections. There was therefore no need to have recourse to tariff reform, to widen the basis of taxation. It was sufficient to apply the principles of the neo-Gladstonian budgets, to defray, without imposing or increasing tariffs, both the growing burden of naval expenditure for which Lloyd George blamed the Unionists, and of the social services whose cost he expected to increase still further. And the proof of his victory was the dissension which prevailed among the Unionists. For the uncompromising tariff reformers blamed Balfour for the Unionist defeat. In January 1910, under the banner of tariff reform, they had very considerably reduced the Liberal majority, in fact, in England itself had transformed it into a minority. Their success should have been pushed further. But Balfour had preferred in December to relegate tariff reform to the background and concentrate on the question of Home Rule. What had he gained by this policy? In Yorkshire he had still further decreased the Unionist minorities. In Lancashire he had not gained so many as 10 seats. Taking the country as a whole, the result had been the status quo, and the House of Lords had suffered a decisive and humiliating defeat. The outcry became so violent that on November 8, 1911, Balfour resigned the leadership of the party. Who would take his place? Should it be Austen Chamberlain or Walter Long, the representative of the Balfourian tradition? To avoid the spectacle of a disputed election, both candidates agreed to retire in favor of Bonar Law, a new man, little known to the general public, a Canadian by birth and the son of a Presbyterian minister, who had made a fortune in the steel manufacture at Glasgow before he went into politics and had taken an active part in the propaganda for tariff reform. That a man of such antecedents could be unanimously chosen only 9 years after Lord Salisbury's retirement to be the leader of the Conservative Party is a proof, perhaps as significant in its way as the defeat of the House of Lords, of the speed with which British pub café was becoming democratic. His difficulties began immediately. Should he ask for the taxation of foodstuffs? Should the composition of the British budget be made subject to the decisions of an imperial conference? Was he bound by the pledge Balfour had given before the election of December 1910 not to impose a protective tariff without a previous referendum? He could not answer any of these questions without offending either the stalwart disciples of Chamberlain who constituted the fighting wing of the party or those who would have nothing to do with the posse of dear bread and who represented from 60 to 70% of the Unionist electorate. Now that he had become leader of the party, Bonner Law found himself obliged to be as cautious and hesitating on this point as Balfour had been and therefore equally incapable of arousing the enthusiasm of the masses. When he launched the program of tariff reform, a great statesman had attached a heavy weight to the neck of his party which it must bear for many a long day. Hampered though they were by their official program, the Unionist Party, despite their double defeat at the polls in 1910 and the apathy the electorate had displayed while the House of Lords was battling for its rights, were not without grounds for hope. The Irish National HSDS, arbiters of Parliament, would demand from the Cabinet their payment for 2 years' faithful support, the grant of Home Rule. It would therefore not be long before the Irish question would involve the government in difficulties far more serious than those in which the question of tariff reform had placed the opposition. Moreover, the subservience of the Labour Party to the Liberals was arousing a heavy discontent among the working class, which was openly displayed at the end of the year in their denunciations of the machinery set up by the Insurance Bill. The Unionist agents were preparing to turn this discontent to their advantage. And there was another question, which ever since 1906 the Unionists had exploited against the Liberals, still suspect of an attachment, unwarranted by the situation, to the traditions of Gladstonian pacifism: the German peril. The tension between England and Germany had never been greater than at the opening of the year in which Lloyd George carried his great budget. A semblance of calm had followed until in the summer of 1911 a serious diplomatic incident to which the name of Agadir has remained attached displayed the two countries on the brink of war. We must therefore turn from our study of English domestic politics, to the history of her foreign policy during these 3 years, so disturbed in both spheres. More than once we shall meet on our way the two great demagogues, the two leaders of the populace, Churchill and Lloyd George. In 1908 and 1909 both had been champions of peace at any price, though continuing nevertheless to make the inevitable concessions to the Meadery party. In 1911 both went over to the war party, Churchill permanently, Lloyd George on a particular occasion, though his temporary change of front was equally significant. It was Lloyd George whom we shall see at the moment of crisis amazing England and Europe by employing in public against Germany the language of the most bellicose patriotism. This redoubtable figure was the hero of the hour. Thrusting his rivals into the background, he held the stage of his time and country. The passing of the new German law which hastened the speed at which old vessels should be replaced and ordered 4 large ironclads to be laid down every year until 1914 alarmed the British government. And its alarm was the greater because the Reichstag had passed the new law amid scenes of enthusiasm, by an overwhelming majority and without debate. In 1900 the government had with the utmost difficulty extorted the Reichstag's consent to its new program of naval construction. Now on the contrary the party leaders had, it would seem, taken the initiative and forced the government departments to act. Have I said that the new naval law alarmed the British government? It would perhaps be truer to say perplexed. For it left the government embarrassed by the very success of that policy of entente inaugurated in 1904 and persistently developed ever since. What in fact had the British government in view when it embarked on this policy? Negatively, the Foreign Office sought to deter the German government from its attempts to surround Britain with a cordon of hostile powers by proving how easily Britain could win over all those allies Germany hoped to array against her. But for the complete success of the POSI, something more was necessary. It must achieve the positive result of awakening Germany to the dangers to which she was exposed in virtue of her continental position, and making her pay more attention to her army and less to her navy, so that her statesmen would return to the principles which had governed German POHCY in the age of Bismarck, when exclusively occupied with continental POSI, Germany had abandoned to Great Britain, without a struggle, the empire of the seas. No such change of front was visible at present in Berlin. The German army estimates showed only a moderate increase. The naval estimates on the contrary rose by leaps and bounds, and during the first year in which the remodeled Liberal cabinet was in office, the tension between the two navies and the two countries became greater than it had yet been. In that remodeled cabinet, indeed, the Imperialists would seem to have gained ground at the expense of their opponents, since Asquith became Premier instead of Campbell Bannerman, and McKenna succeeded Lord Tweedmouth at the Admiralty with the avowed intention of speeding up naval construction. The spring and summer witnessed, in fact, a round of those visits from one ruler to another which had taken their place amongst the most important ceremonial of European diplomacy, and could justly be claimed as a succession of triumphs, accessions of prestige, for the Foreign Office. In May, President Falhurst came to London to be welcomed by the cheers of an enormous crowd. The pretext for his visit was the Franco-British exhibition opened a few days before and destined for the whole year to cement the new alliance between the two cultures. During the official speeches the English king spoke of a permanent entente, the French president of a closer entente, between the two countries. More sensational was the king's visit next month to the Tsar. It was the first time in history that a British sovereign had visited Russia. The two monarchs met on June 5 off Reval. The Tsar recalled the agreement concluded the previous year between the two governments, by which questions equally important for both nations had been settled. The king mentioned other questions which might in future be settled by the same methods. What were they? Clearly the reforms which must be imposed upon the Sultan to secure the better government of Macedonia. And it would seem that the conversations between Sir Charles Hardinge, who accompanied the king, and the Russian foreign minister, Isvalsky, did in fact achieve the feat of an Anglo-Russian agreement about the Balkans. Had not Sir Edward Grey, during the negotiations which prepared the Anglo-Russian agreement of 1907, expressly declared his desire for such an understanding? From that meeting at Reval followed in August by a visit of President Falhurst to Petersburg dates the expression Triple Entente to denote the network of understandings between England and France, and England and Russia, which, in the language of the times, without being alliances may readily become the parents of alliances, should unjustifiable aggression by others ever render alliances necessary. Germany took alarm, and its extent was measured by the fall in the value of government bonds on the Berlin Stock Exchange. And her fears were increased when on August low, King Edward visited the Emperor of Austria at Ischl, after stopping en route at Kronberg just long enough for a short interview with Willem XI. Whatever the real subject of the conversations between Edward VII and Francis Joseph may have been, it is not surprising that this visit, the first paid by the Yorkshire king to the Emperor of Austria, should have been interpreted by German opinion as the expression of a policy which aimed at breaking up the Triple Alliance after constructing the Triple Entente. But at this moment events occurred in Eastern Europe. They had indeed already begun before the meeting at Ischl, which alarmed the foreign offices, seemed at times to be bringing Europe to the brink of war, and which after a series of rapid vicissitudes finally enabled the German government to achieve a striking diplomatic victory, and display to the entire world a strong Triple Alliance arrayed against a weak and disunited Triple Entente. 2. The first of these events was the Young Turk Revolution, which broke out at Constantinople on July 23 after an insurrection which lasted 3 weeks. It was a military revolt led by a revolutionary committee whose headquarters were at Salonika. It was a movement whose causes were deep-seated, so deep-seated that they escaped the notice of superficial observers, and the revolution took all the governments by surprise, beginning with the diplomatic representatives of the great powers at Constantinople. but the occasion of the revolution, the incident which made it break out at this precise date, July 1908, was undoubtedly the Reval meeting. Let us recall the antecedents of that interview. Peace had been maintained in the East for 10 years on the basis of a close understanding between Austria and Russia. Russia regarded the concession by the Porte in January 1908 of the Sandjak Railway to the Austrian Prime Minister, Baron Arenthal, as a breach of this understanding. It was no doubt arguable that when she requested and obtained the concession Austria did not exceed her rights under the Treaty of Berlin, but it was impossible to deny that at least it violated the spirit of the agreement between Austria and Russia. For Baron von Ebrandt the P.S. political aims were only too plain. By the construction of this railway, the Sandjak, a wedge of territory driven between Serbia and Montenegro, would become an Austrian zone of influence. Sooner or later the railway would be prolonged to Salonika, and the old pan-German dream realized. Salonika would become a great German or Austro-German port. In Russia Panslavist opinion took alarm. Isvalsky, the architect of the agreement with England, sought to strengthen it by joint action of the two powers to force a system of reforms upon the Sultan. England, by the mouth of Sir Edward Grey, demanded the setting up of a system of administrative autonomy in the Balkans under a governor chosen by an agreement between the Sultan and the powers. Everyone believed, and not without justification, that at Reval Russia accepted the British proposal, possibly in return for certain concessions. What resource was left to the Turkish patriots? Could they count on Abdul Hamid to resist this first step towards the dismemberment of his empire? He was too weak and too corrupt. The malcontents rebelled, putting forward a program at once democratic and patriotic. Compelling the Sultan to restore the constitution of 1876, they undertook the task of setting up in Turkey a system in which the government was in the hands of a chamber elected by the universal suffrage, not of all the Moslems alone, but of all the inhabitants of Turkey without distinction of race, language, or creed. There would be no longer any reason to demand reforms, measures for protecting nationalities and faiths oppressed by the Turk. For there would no longer be oppressors and oppressed but fellow citizens on a footing of complete equality. The immediate effect of this sensational revolution was 372. Extremely favorable to England. Abdul Hamid's entire government had been in the pay of Germany. Within 24 hours all his pro-German councillors were in prison, and the German ambassador, Baron Marshall, accustomed hitherto to use the language of a master, found himself beleaguered in his embassy by the hatred of the entire population. England, on the contrary, reaped an unexpected reward for the unpopularity she had incurred for so many years with the Sultan's government by demanding a policy of reform. A new ambassador, Sir Gerald Lowther, reached Constantinople on the very morrow of the revolution. He was embarrassed by the unrestrained enthusiasm with which he was greeted. Noel Buxton, the president of the Balkan Committee in London, and the unwearied champion of the peoples oppressed by the Turks, was equally disconcerted to find himself become overnight a Turkish national hero. Conservative and cautious Englishmen, not least the ambassador himself, remained pessimistic and sceptical. How sound was the new system? And in any case, what effect would the revolution produce in Egypt and India? But British opinion as a whole gave its confidence to the Young Turks and carried with it Sir Edward Grey, who thought that after all the best way to conciliate the Moslems of Egypt and India was to display openly and even advertise his sympathy with the experiment in reform on which the Moslems of Constantinople had embarked. Marshall consoled himself by reflecting that this newborn sympathy of the Turks for England was a natural phenomenon, one of the infantile diseases of a nation adopting for the first time a liberal constitution. Germany herself had suffered from the same malady before Bismarck cured her. Then a second event followed, a reply to the Young Turk Revolution, as that had been a reply to the meeting at Reval. On October 5 the Prince of Bulgaria declared himself the independent sovereign of Bulgaria, and not only of Bulgaria in the strict sense, whose boundaries had been laid down by the Treaty of Birhun, but also of Eastern Rumania, which after 1885 had remained nominally a Turkish province though the Prince of Bulgaria was its governor. and on October 7 the Austrian government proclaimed the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, over which it had exercised a protectorate since 1878. Though in either case no real change was effected and a status which had long existed in fact received the seal of official recognition, both acts involved a serious blow to the prestige of the new regime in Turkey, which Germany was reasonably suspected of having encouraged, if not actually engineered. The entire British press without distinction of political allegiance expressed indignation and protested against this violation of international law. And naturally the indignation was still keener in Russia, which saw the policy of Meersteg violated more flagrantly, far more flagrantly than it had been in January by the Sandjak concession, since it was the Treaty of Berlin itself which Austria was openly breaking. In Italy also, great indignation was felt and demonstrations hostile to Austria took place. An Austrian encroachment on the Adriatic coast was regarded as a violation of Italy's rights. And when that encroachment was effected without any previous understanding with the power that was, or was supposed to be, Austria's ally, it must be regarded as a breach of the Triple Alliance. Was the Triple Entente not only to be knit closer but enlarged by the accession of Turkey and Italy? The event would prove far otherwise. 3. What did Russia claim? Compensation not for Turkey but for herself, particularly a free passage through the Dardanelles for her navy. What did England claim? Nothing for herself but compensation for Turkey, whose honor had been seriously damaged. There was therefore no agreement between the policies of the two powers, though both were indignant with Austria. It is true, no doubt, that in 1907 Sir Edward Grey had informed the Russian ambassador that the Foreign Office was no longer opposed in principle to the opening of the Dardanelles to Russian men of war. But the declaration had been confidential, and by mutual consent the question of the Straits had been omitted both from the text of the agreement concluded in September 1907 and from the conversations at Reval in June 1908. Izvolsky, however, had not forgotten a declaration so invaluable for Russian foreign policy. Disclosures made by Baron von Arenthal soon revealed that on the very morrow of Reval Izvolsky had approached him. 374. And attempted to restore the Balkan Entente between Austria and Russia on the following basis. Austria was to have full sovereignty over Bosnia and Herzegovina, Russia a free passage through the Dardanelles. In Izvolsky's eyes, von Arenth's crime was not the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina but that he had effected it so quickly that he had not had time to secure his part of the agreement. He was caught in the trap, compelled to admit that he had no objection to the annexation, and to beg from England the free passage of the Straits. But Sir Edward Grey was himself trapped, not daring either to refuse Russia what he had promised a year before to let her take, or to compel Young Turkey to grant it. We must add that Russia, which had no wish to abandon Bulgaria to the influence of Vienna, was quite willing to recognize her independence, even with the addition of Eastern Rumha, and to negotiate a direct agreement on the question between Ferdinand and the Porte. This, too, was unwelcome to England. But the Foreign Office had no desire to admit to the whole world that the policy of an understanding with Russia had broken down a year after the agreement, and 3 months after Reval. At Petersburg Sir Arthur Nicholson, without conceding to him what it was not in his power to concede, did his utmost to support Izvolsky against a hostile cabal. When in October Izvolsky visited London he had a splendid reception, and Sir Edward Grey sought to find a formula by which he could make common cause with him against von Arenthal. It would not be a revision of the Treaty of Berlin. This would have aroused too powerful appetites in Russia, too great alarm in England. It would be an unpretending conference of ambassadors which would sanction the double breach of the treaty by Bulgaria and by Austria, but would at the same time determine what recompense should be made to the powers whose prestige or economic interests had suffered, Turkey and even Serbia. This was little in comparison with Russia's desire. But it was too much for Austria, and the Austrian government soon perceived how strong a position it occupied. We must not imagine, as at the time Petersburg and all the capitals of Europe believed, that the Emperor Wilhelm was behind the annexation of Bosnia. He was informed of Austria's decision only at the same time as the other powers, and in fact, owing to a mistake, not until 24 hours after the French president. At the moment he was extremely vexed by a step which bid fair to embroil him irretrievably with the Turks, and annoyed that Austria had failed to observe the decencies of behavior between allies by consulting him first. And the German press at first displayed annoyance. But Chancellor von Bülow, who was a more circumspect statesman and had moreover been informed in advance by the Austrian government, decided to give Austria unreserved support and soon converted the emperor and public opinion to his point of view. The struggle, therefore, quickly became a battle between Arenthal supported by the Emperor Wilhelm and Iswalski supported, though not without inevitable reservations, by Sir Edward Grey or, as they said in Vienna, by King Edward. For the king, if we may credit the gossip of court circles, was furious. Nothing had been said to him of the matter at Ischl. He had not been allowed to play on his return to England that part of European inquiry agent which he prided himself on filling, so the legend of King Edward's policy made it easy to ascribe to his direct influence both the anti-Austrian attitude of the Foreign Office and the violent campaign in the British press against the annexation of Bosnia. To the latter the Austrian press riffed with equal violence, and a coolness ensued between the two monarchs which lasted for months. Before leaving Vienna in November for the embassy at Berlin, the English ambassador, Sir Edward Goskin, received nothing short of a rating from the Austrian Prime Minister. Such insolence would be inexplicable, if Arenthal had not already felt certain of victory. Little by little the Young Turk government drew closer to the Teutonic powers. The integrity of the Ottoman Empire had less to fear from them. Russia and England were still the enemy. At the beginning of October Marshall watched with amusement Sir Gerald Lothar silent, depressed, and extremely embarrassed to know how to repay the enthusiasm shown for him. After all, Turkey could accept the loss of these two provinces, already 3/4 lost for the past 40 years, the more easily because Austria had offered from the very first to renounce in return the rights over the Sandjak given her by the Treaty of Berlin. Was it not indeed the necessity of evacuating the Sandjak which decided Arenthal to give some compensation to the amour propre of the Nuttery party by annexing the two provinces? Let Austria guarantee the Moslems of Bosnia and Herzegovina their possessions and regius liberty, pay the Turkish government an indemnity to compensate her for the state lands Turkey had possessed in the annexed provinces, and promise to conclude a favorable commercial treaty and abolir the capitulations. On these terms Turkey, the power principally concerned, would undoubtedly be willing to separate herself from the other powers and recognize the annexation without waiting for the meeting of the Congress or Conference. She actually took this step on February 26, 1909. It was all very well for the British press to dwell on the importance of the concessions made by Austria and explain them by the anxiety of Vienna to put an end to the Turkish boycott of Austrian goods. This was untrue, or at least only partially true. The truth was that at Constantinople Austrian or Austro-German diplomacy was once more gaining the advantage over British. 4. At the very moment when it secured this triumph in the Levant, Teutonic policy gained an equally decisive victory in Paris. At first the Young Turk Revolution had favored French influence at Constantinople as much as British. The Salonika revolutionaries had served their political apprenticeship in Paris, French was more familiar to them than English, and their philosophy was the offspring of French democracy rather than of English liberalism. But if the French ambassador at Constantinople, Constans, a former prime minister, prepared to make good use of their friendly feelings, his manner of doing so was not entirely satisfactory to his British colleague. He pursued a policy of financial cooperation between France and Germany which ill-sorted with the policy of the Franco-Russian Alliance and the Franco-British Entente, and he expressed himself on the subject with a frankness anything but diplomatic. The new English ambassador, who came from Morocco, where for several years he had worked zealously to defend French interests against the claims of Germany, was disconcerted by the novel situation in which he found himself on the Dardanelles and expressed the wish to be rid of the Frenchman. But he was not rid of him, and it was Constans' policy which found favor for the moment with the French government. During the months which followed the last months of Clemenceau's ministry, French policy was more pro-Austrian and pro-German than at any other time during the years which led up to the war. France deliberately adopted an attitude of conciliation. She declared her conviction that the best way to prevent the Bosnian crisis leading to war was to satisfy, as far as possible, the claims of Austria. Possibly the French ambassador in Vienna, when he advised this policy, cherished the hope of detaching Austria from Germany, and there can be no doubt that this was the avowed purpose of the new British ambassador in Vienna, Sir Fairfax Cartwright, who would have been sent to Berlin instead of to Vienna, if Berlin had not refused to accept a man whose hatred of Germany was so well known. But the intention of the Quai d'Orsay in making this attempt to adapt its policy as far as possible to Austrian interests, was different. Beyond a rapprochement with Austria, it had a rapprochement with Germany in view. During the 40 years which followed the War of 1870, France pursued, if we neglect inevitable deviations, a fairly consistent policy. Squeezed between two powers of the first rank, England and Germany, she endeavored to build up a colonial empire by the alternative favor of both. It was a difficult and a risky game to play, but proved in the long run successful almost everywhere except in the Nile Valley. In 1904 France had obtained from England a free hand in Morocco. At Tangier and Algeciras, Germany had reminded her that this was not enough. French diplomacy was now trying to persuade Germany to acquiesce in, if not positively to favor, the extension of her influence in that country. On the spot where French and Germans were at loggerheads, the difficulties were very great. But at Berlin the overtures of the Quai d'Orsay met with a more favorable reception. For on the one hand, the German government was becoming every day more convinced that England would never allow her to gain a foothold on the coast of Morocco, and it would surely be worthwhile to save what could be saved of her influence and prestige in those regions by an agreement with France. And in the second place, there was an entire party in Germany who, from hatred for England rather than love of peace, entertained hopes of an eventual reconciliation with France. The Emperor was at the head of it, and however odd the methods he employed at times, he had never lost sight of this goal. Therefore, when during the last months of 1908 incidents occurred in Morocco which a few years before would have brought the West to the verge of war, Muley Hafid's successful rising against the client of France, Abdul Aziz, and the episode of the 6 deserters from the Foreign Legion who took refuge at the German consulate at Casablanca and were carried off from it by force, they were settled amicably. It was in vain that public opinion at Paris caught fire. And in vain that the British staff made plans for rotary operations to be undertaken in concert with France. Neither in Paris nor in Berlin was war desired by those in control of foreign policy, and the Casablanca incident had hardly been settled by referring it to the Hague Court of Arbitration when negotiations were begun and pushed forward with the utmost speed for an agreement between the two nations on the question of Morocco. It was signed on February 9, 1909. The French government undertook not to put any obstacles in the way of German commercial and industrial interests, and the German government in turn undertook not to stand in the way of the special political interests of France, and both governments promised to give a share to each other's subjects in all undertakings for which a French or German firm might obtain a concession. By this recognition of her political interests in Morocco, France began to obtain her revenge not only for Tangier but also for Algeciras. Alone among the powers of the Triple Entente, France reaped an advantage from the Bosnian crisis. In itself this was not calculated to give pleasure to Russia or England. To cause anxiety to both was no doubt one of the objects the Wilhelmstrasse had in view in consenting to the agreement of February 9. But the Engshare had further reasons for anxiety when they scrutinized the text of the agreement. For the real negotiations which had led up to its conclusion had taken place not between the two foreign offices but between the financiers and manufacturers of both countries. Between the lines of the text could be read an understanding in which Krupp and Schneider played an important part for a joint development not only of Morocco but the whole of North Africa, and joint action not only in North Africa but in Turkey. How could this be good news to the British financiers and industrialists? Sir Francis Bertie informed Sir Edward Grey on February 8 that in Constantinople the group of French financiers had just broken with the English financiers and reached an understanding with the German Group D, and London was further alarmed when the Tariff Committee in the French Chamber of Deputies proposed a general increase of tariffs likely to injure British export trade. In pub, the British government might declare its unreserved satisfaction at a Franco-German agreement which was a further guarantee of European peace. In private, Sir Edward Grey and Sir Charles Hardinge informed the representatives of the French government that it occasioned them no small anxiety. France must not allow herself to be duped by the German advances. Other questions besides that of Morocco divided the two countries. Nor must she forget those difficult days when she had been glad to rely on England's friendship in her struggle with Germany. On no account must the Entente be dissolved. 5. On February 9 the King and Queen of England, accompanied by the Colonial Secretary, Lord Crewe, Field Marshal Lord Grenfell, and Sir Charles Hardinge, visited the German Emperor in his capital. It was King Edward's first visit to Berlin after 8 years on the throne. The visit had been promised the summer before to counteract the bad impression produced in Germany by the two royal meetings at Reval and Ischl. It was more necessary than ever in February after the months of diplomatic tension which had followed. The king had become an old man, his bronchial tubes were affected, and he was suffering from the effects of influenza. But it would have been disastrous to cancel his visit. So he came, braving in the depths of winter the rigors of the North German Schmate. During his visit his health grew worse, he had an attack of coughing followed by a fainting fit which alarmed his entourage. But he conformed to the exacting ceremonial of a spectacular official reception with a courage universally recognized. It was not a pleasant visit. Edward VII was unpopular in Berlin. And the posts feared hostile demonstrations. These indeed did not occur, but the pub gave him a frigid welcome. The personal relations between the two monarchs were worse than ever in consequence of an incident which, the previous October, had astonished and amused the whole of Europe. The Daily Telegraph published the text of the German Emperor's conversation with an English friend. In the course of the conversation Willem II recalled the services he had rendered to England during the Boer War, military advice by which the British staff had profited, and diplomatic assistance when he had thwarted the attempts of Russia and France to draw him into an anti-English alliance. And his friendly attitude towards England was the more meritorious because the fiend of his entire people was hostile to her. Why did she respond to such generosity with nothing but ingratitude? It was strange language and aroused universal indignation in Germany. It was distasteful both to those Germans who disliked England and blamed the Emperor for humbling himself before the great rival power, and those friends of peace who wished to see the relations between the two countries improve and found themselves represented as hating England. In England the effect was even worse. The account, partly true, of what the Emperor had done to help England during the Boer War had an insulting air of patronage. Moreover, all Englishmen were aware that his naval policy was directly aimed at their country, and well-informed persons knew that at this very moment the American government, at the request of the British, was preventing the publication of a particular number of a certain review in which another conversation of the Emperor's was reported, which was one long diatribe against the NHSH. William was obliged to make his excuses publicly and promised to abstain in future from utterances not previously approved by his ministers. It was therefore a monarch out of humor with himself, out of humor with his ministers, out of humor with his people, and above all out of humor with the entire British people and their king, who bade the latter welcome. One thing alone was calculated to diminish his ill humor and soften his bitter feelings towards his chancellor, von Bülow, whom he had loathed since November. The brilliant success the latter had just achieved for German diplomacy and indirectly for the Emperor himself. The Franco-German agreement was signed on the very day Edward VII reached Berlin. The negotiations had been hastened so that the signature should not be delayed beyond that day at latest. Everyone knew that the agreement between Austria and Turkey would be shortly concluded, and Turkey accept the annexation of Bosnia without any interference by the powers. Russia was isolated and humbled, and indirectly England. At this meeting in Berlin in February 1909, the conqueror on the battlefield of diplomacy was welcoming the conquered. Immediately after the royal visit to Berlin, Sir Arthur Nicholson wrote from Petersburg to Sir Edward Grey. M. Isvalsky is seriously alarmed at the communiqué which has been telegraphed from Berlin as to what passed at the recent meeting. Communiqué states that in the Near East there is a complete understanding between Great Britain and Germany. He says this means Great Britain has joined Germany and Austria in Near Eastern policy. France has come into better relations with Germany and Russia has been isolated. Simultaneously with this he learns, from information from a good source, which is confirmed by the threatening attitude towards Serbia, adopted both by Austrian and Hungarian press, that Austria intends to present shortly an ultimatum to Serbia, which, if not obeyed, will be probably followed by a punitive expedition, or execution, as it is termed. For it was already apparent and became more evident still at the end of February, that the conclusion of the agreement between Austria and Turkey and the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina had been directed not so much against Turkey as against Serbia, against the danger of a Bosnian insurrection, a possible echo of the Young Turk Revolution, perhaps fomented and certainly exploited by the pan-Serb agitators of Belgrade. Austria was arming, and the existence of a complete understanding between the Austrian and German staffs was certain, though the public did not know how far it had been actually carried. For at the proposal of the Austrian Field Marshal, Konrad von H5-Zendorf, a Rotary convention had been concluded between the two staffs with the full approval of both governments, arranging for military assistance to be given to Austria, if a declaration of war by Austria upon Serbia were followed by a Russian declaration of war against Austria. What would France do if Russia declared war? And what would England do if France were drawn into the war? All these possibilities were discussed at Berlin. For the first time, soldiers and diplomats saw rising above the horizon the storm cloud of the World War. British diplomacy sought to conjure this danger of war without damage to the prestige of England and the Triple Entente. Sir Edward Grey suggested joint action by the powers at Vienna to discover what the demands of the Austrian government were and transmit them to Belgrade, and accepting what he behaved to be a proposal of the German government, he proposed joint action at Belgrade to discover what concessions the Serbian government was willing to make to Austria and to transmit them in turn to Vienna. He clung to the dream of ending the dispute by a conference which would give the settlement an international sanction. This was the very last thing Vienna or Berlin desired. They wanted Serbia isolated in face of Austria and yielding unconditionally to her demands. On March 22 the German ambassador at Petersburg presented Isvalsky with what amounted to an ultimatum. He was called upon to give a plain reply to the question whether or not Russia recognized the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. An ambiguous answer would be interpreted as a refusal, events would take their course and Isvalsky would be responsible for the consequences. A council of ministers summoned in haste lasted for 9 hours, at the end of which Isvalsky, without delaying to inform Paris or London, submitted to the German ultimatum and agreed to recognize the annexation of the two provinces. Deserted even by Russia, Serbia capitulated. A separate agreement was concluded between Russia and Turkey, by which the Russian government freed Bulgaria from her debts to Turkey by renouncing certain annual payments due from Turkey to herself. Another agreement was signed between Montenegro and Austria, which with the consent of England and Italy released Montenegro from certain notary obligations imposed upon her by the Treaty of Berlin. In themselves these arrangements were not unfavorable to the maintenance of peace. To the advantage of Austria in Bosnia, of Bulgaria and Eastern Rumelia, of Turkey in the Sanjak, of Montenegro farther to the south, systems of divided sovereignty had been swept away which for many years past had exasperated the political situation in the Balkans. But the Yugoslav problem in Austria was not solved, had indeed been made more difficult by the annexation of Bosnia, and on the other hand the Austrian and German governments had done everything to make the settlements actually reached appear not so much guarantees of peace as a flaming assertion of the military power of the two Teutonic empires. The German government was conscious of having gained a triumph exactly parallel to the victory it had won 4 years earlier. In 1905, after a year of the Anglo-French Entente, it had compelled Delkis's resignation. In 1909, less than 2 years after the Anglo-Russian agreement, it had humbled Izvolsky. He would indeed most probably have resigned, if his government had not forbidden it, not wishing to give Austria and Germany the honor of a too-striking victory, and condemned him to endure for long months of helpless chafing the insolence of Viennese diplomacy. But sooner or later he would be obliged to retire. For it was in vain that he hunted about for a means of avenging his humiliation, engaging in further Balkan intrigues in concert with Italy. Everyone knew that he was in disgrace with his master, who had never liked England, and broken by a formidable opposition. Not only did the Panslavists refuse to forgive his final capitulation, but the reactionaries, the champions of an understanding with German, exploited his surrender to the disadvantage of the Liberal Party, which supported the understanding with England. And what was it that made possible these bloodless victories of Germany in the East and West alike? The fact that neither the French nor the Russian army counted for anything beside the German. The Russian army had been weakened and demoralized by 2 years of unsuccessful war followed by 2 years of revolution, the French by long years of political anarchy. The German army had no need of reinforcement. This masterpiece of military technique and discipline had, it would seem, been brought to the point of perfection by the contemporaries of Bismarck. Germany was free to devote every penny she could raise to the increase of her navy. It is not surprising that the struggle between the two navies, the English and the German, reached its apogee at the time of the diplomatic crisis provoked by the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. 6. Still less shall we be surprised if we consider how intense that naval rivalry had become already during the years which preceded the crisis. We remember the anxiety which Germany's attitude at The Hague had caused the English pacifists. And we remember the new naval law introduced immediately afterwards by the German government and the plan of naval construction it laid down for the following 4 years, every year from 1908 to 1911 for large battleships, ironclads or armored cruisers of the latest type. We can imagine the excitement which the correspondence between Lord Tweedmouth and the Emperor produced at that moment of all others. And we can well understand how, in certain quarters, at once expert and interested, it was decided that this was the right moment to put pressure on the Liberal cabinet to alter its program of naval construction. And the opportunity seemed the more favorable because Campbell Bannerman's illness and retirement and the subsequent remodeling of the cabinet encouraged hopes that the policy of the government would take a new direction and the imperialists be in the saddle once more. These interested experts were the large firms who manufactured guns, armor plate, and ironclads and directly suffered from the Admiralty's policy of economy. 5/6 of the construction and equipment of the Navy were in the hands of private firms, hence the enormous wealth of the industry. A Wymes, writing just before the war, estimated the total capital of the 7 largest armament firms at $34,000,000. Among these 7 Camel, Laird & Co. had a capital of $4,000,000, Vickers a capital of $8,500,000, and Armstrong, Whitworth & Co. a capital of $9,500,000. Never since the beginning of the century had the dividends of the last 2 firms been less than 10%. An entire group of publicists whose activities were the more embarrassing for the ministers because they belonged to their party, denoised the power of these firms. Consider the composition of the boards of directors in these large firms. Naval engineers and naval officers were constantly entering the service of shipbuilding firms where promotion was more rapid and far more lucrative. Ellswick had taken Sir William White from the Admiralty, and when he went back to it Sir Philip Watts, also a formal naval officer, took his place. Vickers and Maxim had taken Trevor Dawson from the Army, Dunn from the Navy. From the boards of directors let us turn to the shareholders in these large armament firms. From the information published by a provincial paper in 1909 it appears that the shareholders of Armstrong and Whitworth included 60 peers, 15 baronets, 20 knights, 20 officers of the army or navy, 8 members of parliament, and 8 gemasts. and in 1913 a pamphleteer called attention to the presence among these shareholders of 2 cabinet ministers and 2 members of the opposition front bench. In all this, we must bear in mind, there is no question of corruption in the strict sense. We have to do with a society so constituted that a large number of the ruling class have a personal interest in the prosperity of large firms, which in turn depend for their prosperity on government orders and are the more flourishing the more abundant they are. And the circle of those who had, to use Bentham's phrase, a sinister interest in a posse of large armaments was wider, far wider, than this. Armstrong and Vickers employed 120,000 workers at Newcastle on Tyne, a third of the entire population, that is to say, a large town was living on war or the preparation for it. To reduce armaments would be to condemn a portion of these men to unemployment. In recent years government orders had even from time to time been increased to help the country to surmount a period of depression. It was a dangerous expedient. For when the crisis had passed they dared not throw onto the street the men for whom work had been artificially provided. This in turn produced a permanent conflict between the economic interests of these men and the political ideals they usually held. They would elect a unionist, the champion of a large navy. Or, if from habit they elected a liberal or a member of their own class, he could hardly put up a stiff resistance to a posse of naval construction which supped his electorate with wages, least of all when unemployment was rife and British industry was passing through a slump as at the beginning of 1908. The Admiralty had one good reason for choosing to have its ships built by private firms: the competition between them. According to current belief, competition favored technical improvement while reducing prices. At the end of the 19th century the Admiralty patronized in turn Armstrong and Vickers. But it was in vain that England remained the citadel of competition, one of the European countries in which industrial unification met with the most powerful opposition. Here too the tendency to amalgamation made itself felt and, it would seem, its operation was particularly evident in the armament industry. Sometimes 2 rival firms amalgamated, for example, Vickers, Son & Co. and Maxim Nordenfelt of Birmingham in 1896. Or one firm absorbed another. The Clydebank Shipbuilding and Engineering Co. was absorbed by John Brown & Co. in 1898, and Napier of Govan by Willem Beardmore & Co. of Parkhead in 1901. Or the absorption might be only partial, one firm becoming the dependency of another, a fate which befell Beardmore & Co. a year after it had bought up Napier. Vickers bought half the shares and by lending money to the firm enabled it to set up on the Clyde the largest shipyards England had known. Or again, without the avowed formation of a cartel of the German type, the cooperation between leading armament firms became so close that it amounted to partnership. Such was the indefinable bond which from the opening of the 20th century united Armstrong Whitworth with Vickers, Son and Maxim. 2 firms long hostile were now reconciled and strengthened by the support of the Nobel Trust. Thus a sewed block of firms was constituted, capable between them of budding, equipping, and arming an entire squadron. This powerful combine, however, did not even now include all the firms engaged in naval construction. We notice the formation of an opposition combine. It might have served the public interest by competing with the former syndicate for Admiralty orders. The competition between the 2 groups did not, however, take this form. They asked for more orders, enough to satisfy both. 7. At the beginning of 1906, Mulliner, chairman of the Coventry Ordnance Company, called the attention of the Admiralty to the alarming extension of the Essen works and tried to convince the department that its object was to intensify and accelerate naval construction. But the Admiralty refused to communicate these alarmist conjectures to the Cabinet. He then addressed himself with greater success to the Secretary for War, Haldane. But Haldane's insistence failed to overcome the opposition of his colleagues, who remained immoved even by Tirpitz's statement in November that Germany was now building ships at a faster rate than England. Reduction of expenditure on preparations for war was one of the fundamental points of the program on which the Liberals had been returned in 1906, and the ministers felt that to abandon it would amount to a surrender. But their hands were forced by an appeal to the leaders of the opposition. On March 2, 1908, the Under-Secretary of State for the Admiralty, Edward Robertson, attempted to prove that a reduction of naval expenditure did not endanger the safety of the country and in particular did not involve the abandonment of the famous two-power standard to which appeal was always being made. Apart from ships of the pre-dreadnought type, England would possess in 1910 9 dreadnoughts and 3 cruisers of the Invincible type as against 2 French dreadnoughts and Germany's 4 dreadnoughts and 2 Invincibles, that is to say, a superiority of 12 to 8. Allowing for the possibility of accelerations in the German rate of construction, Germany might possess 7 dreadnoughts and 3 Invincibles by the end of 1910. If the 2 French vessels were added, there would be 12 dreadnoughts in the possession of the 2 powers to the share 12. The 2-power standard would therefore be maintained. And the following week, in reply to his critics, he proved that a year later England would once more have a positive advantage, would possess 14 dreadnoughts as against 10 German and 2 French, that is to say, 2 large ironclads more than Germany and France combined. Then, with the aid of facts supped by Mulmer, Balfour, speaking after 2 or 3 Unionists of lesser importance, contested the official figures. Starting from the fact that the construction of the battleships laid down in the German program began in June, whereas the construction of the British sloops began 6 months later, he sought to prove that though in January 1911 England would certainly possess 12 dreadnoughts to Germany's 9, in the autumn of the same year, she would only possess 12 to Germany's 13. The Germans were building 4 dreadnoughts a year, the British only 2. Consequently, the time is not only far distant, but imminent, when in regard to that particular type of vessel they will be, not our equal, but our superior. The government, he said, was returning to the 2-power standard. It would be truer to say that it was being driven back to it by the attacks of the opposition. In 1906 Campbell Bannerman had attempted to escape from the onerous formula. Before applying it, he argued, we must consider which the other naval powers were, and after the Algeciras conference we were justified in doubting the likelihood of an alliance between France and Germany against England. At once the Unionists were up in arms as though their own leaders the year before had not declared the standard obsolete. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister repeated his contention the following year. He was, he said, entirely in favor of the standard, but questioned whether it were still applicable supposing we were at any time to be in close alliance with the 2 powers with the largest navies. In reply, Balfour maintained not only that the British Navy ought to be equal in number of ships to those of any other 2 powers, but further that it should have a margin of superiority over the 2. A year later, when Campbell Bannerman was already seriously IU, and Prime Minister in name alone, it was a modified form of Balfour's formula that Asquith defended when he asked for a navy strong enough to safeguard England against contingencies that can reasonably enter into the calculations of statesmen registered 8 months later. He allowed a Unionist speaker to draw from him the statement that England must possess a preponderance of 10% or over the combined strengths, in capital ships, of the 2 next strongest powers. As he still refused to see any inconsistency between this formula and the formula he had previously defended, he was urged to be more explicit. Did he mean the 2 next strongest powers, whatever they may be, and wherever they may be situated? Yes, he replied, under existing conditions and under all foreseeable circumstances. There was always the same ambiguity, due to the fact that neither on the government nor on the opposition benches did speakers express plainly what was at the back of their minds. When opposition speakers asked whether in applying the 2-power standard all the powers were taken into account, they were thinking of the United States. Does this mean that they contemplated the possibility of war against an alliance between Germany and America? Certainly not. They explicitly stated that an eventuality of this kind was not the ground on which they founded their demand for a navy at least equal to the combined navies of 2 other powers. And when a speaker on the ministerial benches said that his party was content with a navy capable of facing any probable combination of 2 powers, he meant that he was excluding America from his calculations. Was he then thinking of Germany and France? Presumably. But Campbell Bannerman never said so in plain terms, and he had good reason to regard such a combination as improbable. The truth of the matter was that while everybody spoke of 2 powers, everybody was thinking only of 1. England had returned to the situation in which she had been placed half a century before when she regulated the size of her navy with reference to the strength of the French navy alone. But it was now a more formidable navy which caused her anxiety. The German. Those who wanted account taken of the American fleet in applying the two-power standard did so because they knew that the American navy was more modern and increasing more rapidly than the French, that is to say, they were really demanding for the British Navy a more marked superiority over the German. Those who on the contrary would take account of the French Navy alone were those who were content with a lower margin of superiority. According to the most optimistic calculations, England in 1910 would possess as many capital ships as Germany and France together. But why? Because in 1910 France, if her program of construction were carried out, would possess only 2 dreadnoughts. That is to say, this application of the two-power standard would give England only 2 dreadnoughts more than the German 10. That was not enough if England were to maintain her naval supremacy. What then did those want who wished to maintain this supremacy undisputed? Gradually, by a novel interpretation of the two-power standard, they had come to demand no longer a navy equal to the 2 strongest foreign navies, but, what was a different thing altogether, a navy twice as strong in capital ships as the German. Or, employing a formula better calculated to impress the imagination of the public, they asked that for every dreadnought Germany laid down, England should lay down 2 keels for 1. Registered. 8. The great naval maneuvers held in the summer of 1908, the most formidable Europe had yet witnessed, were no doubt intended to reassure the public by bringing home to them the magnitude of England's provision for war. 270 ships took part with a total tonnage of 1,044,000 tons and close on 70,000 sailors. What in comparison were the 62 manned ships which had just finished their annual maneuvers on the opposite coast of the North Sea? It was the first time that the recently formed home fleet had been mobilized, and the trial proved successful without calling up the reserve or denuding the ports of the number of men required to carry on the ordinary work of naval bases. 60 vessels were still left unused. It was in vain that, to avoid wounding German susceptibilities, the theme of the maneuvers was kept a strict secret. It was perfectly obvious that both in the Channel and in the North Sea the problem handled was to repel a foreign invasion or raid. One incident was the capture of Wick, the landing in that little town of a hostile force, not to occupy it presumably but to obtain with the utmost possible speed all the information required and then to re-embark without interference. Inevitably public opinion, instead of being reassured by the magnitude of the British fleet, was alarmed by the success of the imaginary raid. And the alarm was increased a few weeks later when some local maneuvers off the mouth of the Tyne were interrupted by the appearance of a German torpedo boat. The Admiralty lavished explanations designed to calm the fears of the public. The torpedo boat was simply one of the vessels guarding the fishing fleet. It flew an international flag and had come only to take in a fresh supply of water. That was all very well. The peril of invasion was the staple topic of conversation all the same. A weighty conservative organ, the Quarterly Review, published an important article on the German peril couched in the language of panic, which irritated the German Chancellor extremely. Such nervousness he considered unworthy of the British press. It reminded him of France at the other end of the social scale in a socialist weekly, the Clarion, a campaign on behalf of conscription conducted not only by Blatchford, whose patriotic attitude during the Boer War we have already noticed, but by Hindman, the orthodox Marxist, caused a great stir. In all the leading papers a host of letters appeared denouncing the presence on the east coast of a host of German spies disguised as tourists or waiters. The question of accelerating the tempo of naval construction and the extent to which this should be done was the subject of heated debates in the cabinet. In August Sir Edward Grey made a final desperate effort to persuade Willem II to build fewer ships so that England need not build so many. When King Edward on his way to Ischl paid a brief visit to the German Emperor at Kronberg, Grey gave the king 2 memoranda so drawn up that they could be handed directly to the emperor. The king dished the commission. He was aware that disarmament proposals made by a stronger to a weaker power are more likely to irritate than persuade. In the end he kept the memoranda in his pocket and the meeting passed off better because serious questions were avoided. Edward VII confided the task of presenting the documents to Sir Charles Hardinge, and his interview with the Emperor was stormy. The Kaiser disputed Sir Charles's figures, which, he said, were hardly consistent with the recent spectacle of 300 ships taking part in maneuvers. Cease to build or build more slowly, Hardinge suggested. To do so, the Emperor answered, would be to defeat ourselves, for this is a matter in which the national honor and prestige are at stake. I looked him straight in the face, Willem wrote to the Chancellor in his account of the interview, and he blushed crimson. My frank language did not fail to produce its effect. That is the way in which we should speak to the Englisher. But the Englishman on his side, writes in his report, I do not think it is to be regretted that a clear exposition of the views of the government on the subject of naval armaments has been placed before the Emperor and the German government, since their reply offers a complete justification to Parliament and to the world at large for any countermeasures that His Majesty's government may decide upon taking in the near future. Although it is to be regretted that the German government have assumed such an uncompromising attitude, it is as well to know the worst and be prepared for it. That the Kronberg interview exercised a decisive influence on the cabinet's naval policy there can be no doubt. But the country might not have supported the government's new policy if it had not been aroused at the beginning of October by the Austrian annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina and protracted the crisis which ensued. London thought Germany was behind the Austrian move. Vienna thought that England was plotting a naval demonstration in the Adriatic. Metternich retailed to his government reports that General French and Sir John Fisher did not consider the moment unpropitious for a war between England and Germany. And transmitted to Berlin an article from the Standard arguing in favour of a preventive war. Registered on November 23, Lord Roberts moved in the House of Lords a resolution calling upon the government to adopt the military measures necessary to deter the most formidable foreign nation from attempting to land an army on British soil and, on the other hand, in view of altered strategic conditions in the North Sea, to ask the Committee of Imperial Defence to re-examine the problem of possible invasion. 2 months later, a play of very mediocre quality called An Englishman's Home, enjoyed a long run at a London theatre. It represented the house of a rich country gentleman in Essex, where nothing was discussed except amusement and sport, or if politics were mentioned at all, it was only in reference to a general strike of post office employees which disagreeably affected all the members of the party. Suddenly the home was surrounded by a strange army whose uniforms were taken at first for Englisher. What army was it? The army of the Emperor of the North. One of the heroes of the piece snatched a sporting rifle to defend himself and was shot on the spot for his breach of the laws of war. The territorial army came on the scene only to cover itself with ridicule. Finally, the regular army arrived and saved the situation, but everyone knew that the ending was conventional and the dramatist's real attitude one of hopeless pessimism. At the same time a piece by Barry was being acted in London, What Every Woman Knows. It became the current witticism to call the new play What Every German Knows. It was an extremely effective piece of propaganda and yielded a host of recruits to the territorial army. The government took it under its patronage and the censor would not allow a parody to be put on the stage. 9. The primary object of this propaganda was to strengthen the army so as to provide against an invasion possible in spite of the fleet. But the nation's fundamental concern was still the navy. In March 1908 Asquith had expressly pledged himself to the construction in 1909 of a sufficient number of ships to prevent Germany having more dreadnoughts than England at the end of 1911. In May the Cabinet, at a secret meeting after violent debates in which the new First Lord of the Admiralty, McKenna, and Sir Edward Grey threatened to resign if their demands were not complied with, decided to lay down 4 dreadnoughts M1909, and 6 if at the beginning of the year the situation were sufficiently grave to warrant that addition to the program. The pessimists' prediction seemed justified in July when Krupp issued new bonds to the value of $2,000,000 and still more justified in November when it became known that orders were being given to the German shipyards 6 months before the publication of the naval estimates. The German government through its ambassador in London protested against these suspicions, and Asquith himself took note in a speech of his protest. But the British might well feel alarm. A nation which had twice taken Europe by surprise with her dreadnoughts and invincibles had reason to be afraid that Germany might retaliate in kind. It was a day of triumph for Mühlner when on March 3, 1909, he was invited to lay his views before a meeting of the entire cabinet. What action would the ministers take? Would they adopt the German plan, itself inspired by the system pursued in England at the close of the 19th century, and commit Parliament for a term of years to a program of naval construction? The Liberal Parliament was not in the humour for such commitments. Would they have recourse to a loan to heighten the immediate burden of expenditure involved? The Radicals would have none of it. They wanted to make the taxpayer, the wealthy taxpayer in particular, feel the cost of a posy of armament. This was the explanation of the Great Budget of 1909. On these terms, but only on these terms, would Lloyd George and Churchill and their followers agree to a more extensive program of naval construction. How many dreadnoughts then should be built? 4. 6. The Navy League and the entire Unionist Party wanted 8. Their desire was gratified. It was decided to lay down 4 dreadnoughts at once and 4 others later in the year if circumstances demanded it. Finally, Parliament sanctioned the construction of 8 dreadnoughts in 2 relays. All were to be launched and equipped by the end of March 1912. On both occasions less than 100 members voted against the program, Nationalists, Labour members, and a handful of Liberals. After 3 years of radical government, the supporters of armament to the teeth had triumphed. The enemies of liberal pacifism were to gain yet another victory. The Second Peace Conference held at The Hague in 1907 had at least reached one important decision. According to the established usage in wartime, the prize courts were national tribunals, each applying its own rules and, as everything led one to suppose, their judgments were determined by the interests of the nation to which the judges belonged. In future there would be an international prize court to decide all disputed cases in the event of war. But this international tribunal, which would, it was hoped, be supranational, must apply a definite code of naval warfare. An international naval conference sat in London from December 4, 1908 to February 26, 1909, and drew up a declaration known as the Declaration of London, which seemed in many respects to constitute a notable improvement upon the Declaration of Paris of 1856. It was no sghgt gain that 3 lists were compiled of objects unconditionally contraband, objects which might be declared contraband under particular circumstances, and objects which under no circumstances might be regarded as contraband. It remained to ratify the declaration. This would be done by the King on his ministers' advice without any previous debate in Parliament. But on the one hand the government had given it to be understood that if the House of Commons decided against the Declaration of London it would not advise the King to ratify it. On the other hand the declaration was bound up with the establishment of an international prize court, and in-share participation in the court would require an Act of Parliament. Lively debates took place in the House of Commons on April 7. Sir Edward Grey promised that the House should have entire liberty to discuss the Declaration of London. Which party would prevail in the debate? It was to England's interest as a neutral power that merchantmen should be protected against the seizure of their goods by belligerent vessels. But in the spring of 1909 who could believe that England would be neutral in the next war? It would no doubt be to England's advantage as a belligerent if neutral ships could maintain her food supply with impunity. But her real interest demanded that she should count for her food supply upon her enormous mercantile marine, protected by her huge navy, which would take the opportunity furnished by the war to bring the commerce of other nations, belligerent or neutral, to a standstill. An entire session, crowded as we already know with other business, passed before the House of Commons was free to deal with the question. And the following year both matters, the Naval Prizes Bill and the Declaration of London, were allowed to drop. The bill did not even reach a second reading. The party. 399. Opposed to internationalizing the code of naval warfare and granting greater freedom to neutral commerce, finally won the day. The incidents which led a few months later to the fall of the First Sea Lord are more obscure and more difficult to interpret. In July 1908 the press learned that Admiral Lord Charles Beresford, commander of the Channel Squadron, had given 2 of his ships orders which, it was alleged, would have produced a catastrophe if one of the officers had not taken it on himself to disobey them. Immediate publicity was given to the act of splendid insubordination for which Sir John Fisher accepted the responsibility. It was in vain that Lord Charles demanded an inquiry. Not only was the demand refused, but he was informed that the period of his command would be reduced from 3 to 2 years. Retired from the service on March 24, 1909, he was received by a cheering crowd at Dover first, then in London, and launched a savage campaign both in the press and in Parliament against Fisher's policy. He told stories and got his friends to tell stories of the measures to which Fisher resorted against any members of the High Command whose ideas differed from his own. He criticized the new methods of training officers. He denounced as a sham the pledge Fisher had given to Parliament to provide a stronger fleet with fewer men, fewer ships, and at a lower cost. He condemned the dreadnought policy which had played into the hands of Germany by leading England to concentrate her entire strength in home waters and neglect to build not only those HGHT cruisers required to protect British commerce on the high seas, but even the torpedo boat destroyers without which her giant ironclads were exposed to the risk of sudden destruction. He protested against the absence of any plan of campaign. If war broke out, were they to be at the mercy of the First Sea Lord, or, even worse, left to the rival improvisations of the First Sea Lord and the commander of the fleet? The Navy should be provided with a general staff like that with which Haldane had equipped the army. At a juncture when growing nervousness fostered every kind of scare, Lord Charles provoked a powerful outburst of popular feeling, and under its pressure the government decided to hold an inquiry. A subcommittee of the Committee of Imperial Defence was formed, consisting of the Premier, Sir Edward Grey, Haldane, and Lord Morley. It reported in August. On the whole its conclusions were favourable to Fisher, but not so unreservedly that he was satisfied with the report. The subcommittee regretted the absence of cordial relations between the Board of Admiralty and the Commander-in-Chief of the Channel Fleet, without attributing the entire blame for the state of things either to Fisher or Beresford and HKE the malcontent Admiral. It advised the establishment of a general staff for the Navy. The report could not therefore be regarded by Lord Charles Beresford as a defeat. At the end of October he returned to the charge with an attack upon the Board of Admiralty for cashiering 2 officers whose only fault was that they had given evidence in his favour before the subcommittee. Asquith protested against the publicity with which he brought his charges, and the First Lord of the Admiralty attempted to disprove them. Notwithstanding, Lord Charles had reason to claim a victory when at the beginning of December the public learned that Sir John Fisher had been replaced as First Sea Lord by Admiral Sir Arthur Nevettudson. A month later Sir John was raised, or rather banished, to the peerage. Fisher's opponents in the Navy were anything but pacifists, and the Admiral's fall must, it would seem, be reckoned among the many incidents which in 1909 witnessed to the alarm the English felt at the thought of being insufficiently armed against the danger of a war with Germany. But the pacifists hated the ruinous policy of the dreadnoughts, and detested the tactless remarks with which that genius or charlatan had irritated Germany. His fall degraded Berlin and certainly helped to relax the tension between England and Germany when at the end of 1909, after the panic of the previous spring, relations between the two powers improved and a period of calm followed till another crisis arose. We must not imagine that all these incidents, the vote by the House of Commons of the necessary credits to lay down 4 additional dreadnoughts, the abandonment of the Declaration of London, and Sir John Fisher's fall, produced a deep impression on the public. Its attention was turned elsewhere. The triumphal return at Croydon, in March, of a Unionist candidate on a program of tariff reform and armaments must be regarded as the final episode of the naval scare which had lasted so many months. After this the struggle over the budget held the stage. Lloyd George and his friends were thus enabled to take their revenge upon the imperialists, Liberal as well as Unionist. Until the autumn of 1908 Lloyd George had waged a desperate struggle against them not only within the cabinet but at public meetings. He had approached the German ambassador, Metternich, in the hope of finding some way of reconciling the two nations. When in August he visited Germany, it was not only to study on the spot the working of the insurance system but to discuss politics with Jamass and statesmen, and if the interview with the Emperor which Udham would gladly have given, could not be arranged and the Chancellor refused to receive him, at least he had a long conversation with the Minister of the Interior, Bethmann Hollweg. After this he had been swept off his feet by the current of anti-German passion and had agreed to find the money to build the 8 Ariadnauts. But he soon recovered himself. He was delighted to see those who had demanded the dreadnoughts refused to pay the price, and launched an attack upon their selfishness and greed. When in December the moment came to dissolve Parliament and invite the country to choose between the supporters and opponents of the budget, it was in vain that the Daily Mail opened its columns to the socialist patriot, Blatchford, and Balfour in the speech in which he unfolded his program insisted upon the German peril. It is safe to say that the gains, such as they were, of the Unionist Party at the January election were due not so much to the fear of Germany as to a revolt against the Radicals' fiscal policy. Nor did they wrest the parliamentary majority from the Liberals, Labour members, and Nationalists, and the Liberal opponents of Metterism could flatter themselves with the hope that now the panic of the previous winter had passed they would fulfill the promises made in 1906 and keep the Imperialists in check, as they had done until the Second Peace Conference. They were encouraged by the embarrassment which the attitude of the Imperialists betrayed. There was nothing which resembled that bellicose and aggressive enthusiasm which 10 years before had led England to conquer South Africa. Since the end of the Boer War England had not added a square inch to her empire. In Asia she was making terms with Russian imperialism, Africa assisting French imperialism. Why all this prudence, all these concessions? Because the dominant sentiment in England was fear of the power of Germany. The policy of the Foreign Office was not precisely to isolate Germany, at the beginning indeed it had been an attempt to prevent Germany from isolating England, but to form a species of alliance between England, France, and Russia as a counterpoise to the Triple Alliance, thus applying the doctrine of the European balance of power. But if this aim was openly avowed in the diplomatic dispatches of the leading British diplomatists, Sir Charles Hardinge or Sir Nicholas O'Connor, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, though sharing their ideas, were careful not to express them so frankly. They disclaimed the too bellicose design of arraying one group of powers against another. If their public statements were to be trusted, the entente with France and Russia did not imply hostility towards Germany. And they taxed their ingenuity to state the policy of the European balance of power in the language of the European concert, that is, in the pacifist terminology current with a nation which, if it feared Germany, feared her just because it entertained an increasing horror of war. 2. But when we speak of the terminology of pacifism we must be clear as to our meaning. For there are two pacifisms speaking two languages. There is a socialist pacifism, and there is a pacifism which is the reverse of the socialist. Socialist pacifism sees in capitalism the source of war as of all the other evils which afflict modern society. And in obedience to the materialist philosophy of history it looks for an economic cause of war which it states as follows. The structure of industrial society is such that the production of a great civilized nation cannot be absorbed by the national market. For this to be possible the wages of the working class would have to be such as to enable it to purchase the entire produce of its labor. But in that case what would become of the employer's profit? The employer is therefore compelled to look for foreign markets for his goods when the home market has been glutted. These markets he finds at first in the other civilized countries, but they become industrialized in their turn. A new glut occurs and the industrial countries are compelled to pour the goods they manufacture into all the non-European and uncivilized portions of the globe. Hence the scramble for Africa and the railway battle in Asia Minor and China. The world had become too small to satisfy the greed of European capitalism. If, therefore, a market was to be found for goods, colonies must be conquered, and the ground occupied by other conquering nations contested, for trade follows the flag. and the competition was the keener because the nations of Europe possessed a surplus not only of manufactured articles but of capital. England, France, and Germany sought abroad a double source of profit, for their manufacturers in the first place, then for their investors. In the trenchant language of an English socialist, capital, like labor, has its periods of unemployment, and its favorite method of meeting them is emigration. Imperialism is simply the political manifestation of the growing tendency of capital accumulated in the more civilized industrial countries to export itself to the less civilized and the less settled. Imperialism therefore meant in the first place war against the uncivilized peoples, then war between the civilized peoples for the defense or extension of their colonial possessions. Because the modern world was becoming industrialized, it was hastening towards an inevitable war, unless that war were anticipated by a revolution which, by overthrowing capitalism, would destroy the evil at its roots. This doctrine had its share defenders during the opening years of the 20th century. But serious flaws can be detected in their argument. It is true that there were soldiers and sailors in Great Britain, Germany, and elsewhere who attributed the conflict between England and Germany exclusively to economic causes, as though eager to saddle the merchants with the responsibility for the war they were preparing. But there is no proportion between the sufferings involved by an economic crisis and the vast toll of sacrifice war exacts from the combatants. Surely there were many expedients which industry might employ before having recourse to so desperate a remedy. Moreover, the tariff reformers tried to create alarm by pointing to the continual encroachment of German trade. But the majority of the nation turned a deaf ear to their propaganda, and by associating their cause with militarism they rather damaged the latter than advanced the former and made free traders incredulous of the imminent possibility of war. Conditions had indeed been more favorable to their propaganda at the close of the 19th century, when a depression in trade gave birth to Willems's slogan. Made in Germany. Yet it was then that England had contemplated an alliance with her most formidable competitor in the world market. Now, on the contrary, trade was prosperous. After a slight setback in 1907 it once more advanced rapidly both in England and in Germany, and in England perhaps even more rapidly than in Germany. Between 1909 and 1913, though the population of Germany was much larger and was increasing more quickly than the British imports rose by 144,000,000, German by 91,000,000, British exports by 147,000,000, German only by 152,000,000. In Europe, German trade was growing at the expense of British. But within the empire British trade was more than making up the lost ground, and everywhere else an equal balance was maintained between the two countries which were advancing at the same rate. Was this the moment to raise the alarm? In support of their thesis the socialists appealed to the policy of armaments. But their argument on this point should perhaps be regarded as a particularly unfortunate occasion of their fundamental thesis. To argue that capitalism is the source of war because it has an interest in the wholesale manufacture of guns and ironclads is to view the question from a very restricted angle. Even if this particular contention were correct, it affected only to the iron and steel manufacture. Surely the cotton, woolen, coal, and in so far as the mercantile marine was concerned, the shipbuilding industries had other interests. Nowhere in England had Germany more friends than in Lancashire. It was on the coast of the North Sea where a bombardment or the landing of an armed force was feared that Germany was an object of alarm, and her commercial agents were dreaded, not because they damaged British industry but because they were regarded as officers in disguise. And even in the steel industry we do not observe any very profound hatred of Germany. Sheffield fraternized with Essen, and every year Crook visited England to discuss business with his Yorkshire friends. The position was not different on the continent, where at the beginning of 1909 Essen entered into an agreement with Le Creuset for the joint exploitation of the mineral wealth of northern Africa. The agreement, it is true, proved abortive, but this was because it was wrecked by the opposition. Sentimental, not economic, of French patriotism and socialism. Is it really true that capitalism spells war? Would it not be nearer the truth to borrow another formula from socialist ideology irreconcilable with the thesis we are discussing and say that capitalism has no nationality? And may we not draw the conclusion that it is a force which makes for peace? 3. This precisely was the contention of a small book more lucid than profound but captivatingly written by an English man of business who, like so many businessmen before him, was an amateur economist. It was first published just before the election of January 1910 under the title Europe's Optical Illusion, and a second edition which appeared a year later bore the SHGHTLY altered title which became famous, The Great Illusion. The arguments of its author, Norman Anjou, based on a study of banque in rather than industrial capitalism and on the machinery of exchange and credit rather than on the machinery of production, led to the conclusion that the optical illusion from which Europe was suffering, the great illusion, was the belief that war could ever be a source of profit. This might have been possible when one man could become another man's property and the victorious state could enslave the citizens of the defeated state and make them work for it. But the position had completely changed since the only normal economic relation between individuals and nations had become one of exchange. Suppose the victorious country annexed the conquered. Then the individual inhabitants of that country would become more dangerous competitors than before of the citizens of the victorious country, because no longer divided from them by a political frontier. Suppose the conqueror were content with imposing an indemnity upon the conquered people. The consequent influx of gold into the victorious country would produce a general rise in prices, and thus render more formidable the economic competition of the defeated country which paid the indemnity. Would it be argued that the causes of war were not economic but movements of feeling inaccessible to financial considerations? History proved that societies of the military type had been steadily losing their ascendancy, that as mankind becomes civilized it becomes commercialized, and that, like wars of religion or dueling, wars between nations are being rendered obsolete by the growth of entertainment. The success which th Great Illusion enjoyed throughout the entire world is well known. Within a year of publication, it had been translated into 11 languages. In England, with which alone we are here concerned, it made a profound impression. Nothing short of a school grew up around it, among the Cambridge undergraduates first, then in commercial circles at Manchester, then at all the universities and in all the industrial centres of the United Kingdom. Finally, there were no less than 40 study circles centered round an institution called from the name of the patron who financed it, the Carton Foundation for Promoting the Study of International Poetry. And indeed, apart from the intrinsic merits of the book, its success is not difficult to explain. For that other ideology which explained war as due to the economic structure of the modern world was at once too revolutionary and too pessimistic to appeal to the British public. Since it represented war as one of the evils inherent in a capitalist society, it left only the choice between war and a revolt of the working class. An Englishman, even Englishmen of socialist sympathies, disliked both. And it conflicted with the deep-seated conviction of businessmen who, whatever might be said in Germany, knew that they desired not war but peace. Norman Angel's philosophy, on the contrary, suited perfectly the radical free traders who, threatened after their victory at the 1906 election by the double counter-offensive of the militarists and the tariff reformers, were dictated to meet with a popular book which justified their belief in free trade and their hatred of a policy of armaments. Moreover, at the same moment Lloyd George's great budget had brought home to the wealthy class which constituted the shock troops of the Unionist Party the heavy cost not only of war but even of preparation for it. Even Sir Edward Grey's imperialist convictions would seem to have been shaken. And as for the fate of European civilization if this tremendous expenditure goes on, we find him in 1911 refusing to believe war possible. I think it is much more likely that the burden will be dissipated by internal revolution, by the revolt of the masses of men against taxation. 4. This pacifist movement, and the movement inseparable from it in favor of a better understanding with Germany which came to birth after the Tangier episode and had never altogether ceased, was now gaining a new strength, marked by the foundation of societies, the publication of magazines, and the exchange of visits between British and German members of Protestant religious bodies, British and German journalists, and the municipalities of large towns in Great Britain and Germany. But had it struck deep roots? In the first place, among the leaders of the movement we notice a disquietingly large proportion of German or German Jewish names. Sir Max Wachter was advocating a European federation against America which would include England and Germany. Lucien Wolf urged as a reply to the raising of the French tariff the conclusion of a commercial treaty between England and Germany. Sir John Brunner of the great chemical firm, Mont Brunner, was president of the National Liberal Federation. Sir Alfred Mond of the same firm directed the Westminster Gazette. Sir Edgar Speyer, who controlled the Underground Railways of London, was intimate both with Asquith and the German Chancellor. Lord Rothschild in London and the banker Schwabach in Berlin worked hand in hand to improve relations between the two countries. Sir Ernest Cassel founded an Anglo-German institute to assist young Englishmen who settled in Germany and young Germans who settled in England. Whenever a meeting was to be arranged between the rulers of England and Germany, we find Sir Ernest Cassel, the great London financier, in communication with Albert Boleyn, the great Hamburg shipbuilder. Both were Jews and Germans by birth. Boleyn had remained faithful to his native creed and country. Cassel had been nationalized an Englishman and converted to Catholicism. Boleyn was an intimate friend of William II, Cassel both the friend and banker of Edward VII who, when in London, wound up every afternoon at his whist table. All these men brought to the cause of peace the far from negligible support of their influence and brains. But they can hardly be regarded as representative of English society. Other influences played their part in the movement for peace, of which the most important were the activities of those humanitarian groups, religious and intellectual, which found a willing and eloquent mouthpiece in Lloyd George. But even under a liberal government we must not exaggerate their power. They had indeed succeeded in compelling a reform in the administration of the Belgian Congo. But that was because the agitation served important financial interests and was supported by all the commercial magnates of Liverpool, who were eager to destroy the monopoly of a foreign country. And their violent hostility towards Russia, which found expression in loud protests when the King of England went to Reval and again the following year when the Tsar visited the King at Cowes, was a source of considerable embarrassment to the government. But when all is said their opposition effected nothing. The friendship between England and Russia had more dangerous enemies in the imperialist camp, and when it was a matter of attacking the new Russian posse of the Foreign Office, Arthur Ponsonby found his ally in Lord Curzon. When, on the other hand, it was a question of attacking directly the posse of armaments, we have already seen the weakness of the pacifist opposition. The general staffs of the British and French armies were making joint preparations for an eventual war with Germany. Can it be said that Parliament seriously attempted to exercise its right of control by demanding full information on the subject? The pacifists clung to the belief that the advent of a liberal government would inaugurate an era of disarmament and international peace. What had they done to prevent the Admiralty building dreadnoughts in constantly increasing numbers, 8 now at once? Did it mean that the instinct of pugnacity, denounced by Norman Angell as a survival of barbarism, was still powerful even among the sincerest friends of peace? In a powerful novel, H.G. Wells showed how a war in the air threatened European civilization with ruin. But he played at soldiers with his 2 little boys and invented new military games for their amusement. W.T. Stead was the most vociferous and the most theatrical representative of British pacifism. But he was also one of the protagonists of the formula, 2 Kiels to 1, 2 English dreadnoughts to 1 German. In the cabinet Lord Lorbum was a convinced opponent of Sir Edward Grey's foreign policy, but he did not object to Lady Lorbum's christening a dreadnought. And in a book written a little later, one of the most forcible and sincere impeachments by an Englishman's pen of his country's policy during the years which led up to the war, it is amusing to read such an unconscious revelation as the following remark: so long as he lives he will remember the thrill of admiration and something akin to pride that he experienced when he viewed the Grand Fleet at Spithead in July 1914. It was a mighty monument to the sciences and craftsmanship of Britain. 5. Nevertheless, the British public was thoroughly convinced that it wanted peace, even if perhaps it did not always want its indispensable conditions. Even during the naval scare, attempts were made to pour oil on the troubled waters. In September 1908, a leading review, The Fortnightly, published an important article, unsigned, whose anonymous author urged that an attempt should be made to effect an Anglo-German entente. Beyond question, the British and the Germans are the two races most fitted to advance the orderly, competent administration of the world. In fact, if they could only divide up between them the troubled portions of the globe, there would be a good chance of firm, steady government, replacing flabbiness and chaos in all quarters which cause anxiety from time to time. The crisis which immediately followed the annexation of Bosnia did not prevent the liberal press in London and Manchester expressing its desire to see the question settled by the joint arbitration of England and Germany. It was, to be sure, an empty wish, for it ran directly counter to the deliberate policy of the German government. But the crisis had barely been brought to an end by Izvolsky's surrender when another important review, The 19th Century, published the answers obtained by a Gemast who had sounded several Germans in high position with a view to discovering a basis for an entente between the two countries. Their answers cannot be called encouraging. The writer's desire for an entente is obviously far stronger than that of his German interlocutors. Nevertheless, there existed in Germany and even in government circles a party which began to feel alarm at the dangers in which their country might be involved by the naval policy pursued during the last few years. For we must not imagine that the diplomatic victory which von Billow gained in 1909 over Izvolsky was such an unmitigated triumph as his victory over Delcas in 1905. His stroke at Tangier had set the seal on his reputation for statesmanship. The episode of Bosnia was the prelude to his downfall. He had arranged the former in complete harmony with his sovereign. The latter left them at loggerheads. The Daily Telegraph incident was the occasion of the quarrel, but its causes lay deeper. The uneasiness with which the Chancellor regarded the anti-English naval policy pursued by Willem II and von Tirpitz was the greater because it was so costly, and the problem of raising the money was more difficult for the German than for the British government. For in Germany there were no direct taxes which could be increased whenever more money was needed. In consequence of the still incomplete unification of the empire, the sources of revenue at the disposition of the government were inadequate. To increase them it would be necessary to reform the entire system of taxation, and such a reform must, was the opening of the monument to Queen Victoria, grandmother both of the German Emperor and the Yorkshire King. The spectacle Europe presented to his eyes was calculated to flatter his pride. He saw England stripped of the bulwark the Upper House had presented against the demands of the pacifists, Labour, and the Irish. He saw anarchy spreading in France. A strike of post office employees had been followed by a strike of railwaymen, and the strike of vine dressers, which had assumed such formidable proportions in the south 2 years before, was prolonged in Champagne by disorders in which German agents provocateurs had a hand. In 1909 Russia had shown the world how weak she had been left by the combined disasters of the war and revolution, and the two emperors were drawn together by their common fear of popular insurrection. Willem did not want war. Never had the ruler of a powerful state, while employing so freely the language of war, so dreaded its reality. He disapproved of the pan-German agitation which was becoming increasingly vocal. Though in the bottom of his heart he may have sympathized with its aims, he found fault with its impatience. He cherished the hope that the day would come when his navy would intimidate England as the German army had intimidated France since 1871. When it arrived, a German statesman might perhaps risk the decisive venture, but this was nothing more than a vague dream whose accomplishment he was glad to believe would be remote. The speeches delivered in March by Sir Edward Grey and McCormack, the cordial welcome he received when he visited London unofficially with his wife and 2 of his sons, and the information he received from all quarters confirmed him in his behalf, and he was delighted to have it confirmed that peace was secure. If peace was secure, the moment was perhaps favourable to make England a gesture of friendship. Not indeed of the kind dear to humanitarian liberalism. When the American government invited the 3 governments of England, France, and Germany to conclude general treaties of arbitration, the proposal, gladly accepted by the French and British governments, had been rejected by William, and to any protests that might be raised he was in a position to reply that at that very moment the House of Lords, after much procrastination, was rejecting the Declaration of London, thereby nullifying all the work accomplished at the Second Hague Conference. If however peace were really assured, how could the negotiations begun in 1909 between Grey and Bethmarm-Houweg, be allowed to break down finally? In the matter of a reduction of armaments which Germany could not accept, and in the matter of a pact of neutrality which England could not accept, agreement was impossible. But Sir Edward Grey had again put forward the suggestion of an exchange of information between the respective admiralties. In both countries competition had been increased by mutual suspicion of bad faith. The statements made to their respective parliaments by the British and German ministers as to the actual state of naval construction were regarded in the other country as mendacious. Would it not be possible to allow the naval attachés under certain definite conditions to visit the dockyards and see for themselves the exact number, size, and equipment of the vessels being built? To a British note of Unai, Bethmarm-Houweg returned a favourable reply on the 27th. For the first time he communicated to Tirpitz the conversations between the two countries, and asked him to prepare for negotiations with the technical experts of the British Admiralty. But the German note of June 27 received no reply, for on July I England, while still plunged in domestic strife, found herself taken unawares by a new Moroccan crisis, Franco-German and Anglo-German, more serious than any preceding crisis had been. 9. When the summer of 1911 opened, it was evident that the Moroccan agreement concluded between France and Germany in February 1909 was doomed to remain ineffective. It met with too much opposition in Morocco itself, where the French and Germans refused to be reconciled, in France, where it was unpopular with the Socialists and the Nationalists, and in England, where it interfered with too many private interests. Moreover, its phraseology was ambiguous. It was very quickly discovered that in many spheres, the railways for example, any formula of economic collaboration which did not involve some administrative or political condominium was not easy to discover. Nor was it easy to apply an instrument which recognized that France possessed special political interests throughout the whole of Morocco, and at the same time maintained the inviolability of the Algeciras Pact, which denied that any European power, least of all France, possessed special political rights in Morocco. In May the French government made use of this German recognition of her privileged position to dispatch a punitive expedition to Fez. The Spanish government, anxious to safeguard the secret clauses of the 1904 agreement, occupied El Caçar which was situated within the territory which they assigned to her. The German government, which had protested from the first against the dispatch of the French expedition to Fez as a violation of the Pact of Algeciras, now regarded it as definitively condemned. While conversations were in progress between the German and French governments as to the possibility of permitting a French occupation of the country in return for adequate compensations, the German government dispatched on July I a small warship, the Panther, which was followed shortly by a larger vessel, to the port of Agadir in southern Morocco. The pretext for the step was the protection of German interests in the district. The true motive was to compel negotiations between the three powers, France, Germany, and England, for a new settlement of the Moroccan question on the ruins of the Algeciras Pact. The German step was calculated to annoy the British government, thus deliberately ignored. But it was embarrassed by domestic difficulties. The coronation had brought about a truce in the struggle between the Commons and the Lords. In a few days the conflict would be resumed. And it had not even effected a truce. An even more serious social struggle, a general strike of seamen and dockers which, aggravated by outbreaks of rioting, had since June brought the work of all the ports to a standstill. In France, the political situation was more chaotic than ever. Since Clemenceau's fall and the election of 1910, the disintegration of parties and the instability of cabinets had reached its climax. Only a week before the Germans dispatched the battleship to Agadir, a new cabinet had confronted the chamber of the Prime Minister, Joseph Cail-Laux, who had never before been President of the Council. Nothing was known except that as Minister of Finance he had pursued for several months with but such success a policy of economic rapprochement with Germany. At the Foreign Office, de Selves was a political tyro who was not only for the first time Minister for Foreign Affairs but for the first time a cabinet minister. There could be no doubt that the German government hoped to take advantage of the obvious weakness of both governments to punish France for the audacity of her expedition to Fez and England for having made common cause with France for several years. But what exactly was her aim? By making a landing at Agadir to drive England and France into war? Or simply to occupy southern Morocco and defy France and England to treat the occupation as a casus HELLP? Or to compel France by the threat of occupying part of Morocco to make territorial concessions elsewhere? And were these concessions to be extensive and humiliating for France? Or on the contrary so moderate that they would satisfy France and eventually detach her from England? If that were Germany's intention, her stroke at Agadir was the worst possible inauguration of such a policy. It aroused too much anger in France, too much greed in Germany. It is however probable that the German government, at variance with itself, was not clear as to its own aims. It simply intended to derive whatever advantage it could from its action at Agadir now that the step had been taken, committing itself and Europe to the mercy of events. 10. Without loss of time the Quai d'Orsay charged its ambassador in London to propose a joint naval demonstration by France and England in reply to the German, and at first before he had consulted his colleagues. Sir Edward Grey favoured the suggestion. But at a meeting held on July 4, the cabinet refused to consider the immediate dispatch of a British man-of-war to Agadir and was content to demand that England should be kept informed of the negotiations which should not, as Germany proposed, be confined to three powers, France, Spain, and herself. Four powers, France, Germany, Spain, and England, must take part in any settlement. On July 6 Asquith, speaking in the House of Commons, simply stated in general terms but in accents of gravity that as regards the question which had just arisen in Morocco and for which he hoped diplomacy would discover a peaceful solution, England in the possible event of future developments affecting her interests more directly would adopt the attitude dictated by a due regard to the protection of those interests and to the fulfillment of our treaty obligations to France. As for the French government, the very day on which the British cabinet refused to send a battleship to Morocco, Joseph Cail-Laux, temporarily in charge of the Foreign Office, energetically opposed the dispatch of a French man-of-war. On this point, therefore, he was in agreement with Sir Edward Grey. But there the agreement ended. For Cail-Laux proposed to Berlin that negotiations should take place not between three powers as Germany had originally suggested, or between four as England demanded, but between two alone, France and Germany, for the amicable settlement of all questions in dispute between the two countries outside Europe. But he refused to put forward any definite proposals, waiting for Germany to make them. They were made about the middle of July. Kitterlin Wachter, the German foreign minister, offered France a free hand in Morocco and was even willing to consider the cession of Togo, if in return France would hand over to Germany her entire colony in the Congo. These proposals were revealed to the public by an article which appeared in the Matin, followed on July 20 by an article in the Times. It was easy to exploit these revelations against Germany. For, on the one hand, when England 7 years earlier had given France a free hand in Morocco, she had asked for no territory in return but simply for the abandonment of certain rights. On the other hand, a right of preemption on the Belgian Congo was attached to the French colony. Would Germany receive this as well? Finally, though detailed information was lacking, the whole world knew of the agreement concluded 12 or 13 years before between England and Germany by which the latter was given certain rather indefinite rights over the Portuguese colonies to the south of the Belgian Congo. It was evident that Germany intended to build up a vast colonial empire in equatorial Africa. France was to give her what she wanted, and England to abstain from interference. Otherwise Germany would land troops at Agadir. And the British government had been kept in complete ignorance of these proposals. The only information it had received had come from the press. On July 21 Lloyd George, the guest of honor at a banquet of city financiers, speaking as the mouthpiece of the cabinet, made a formal protest against the attitude of the German government. if a situation were to be forced upon us in which peace could only be preserved by the surrender of the great and beneficent position Britain has won by centuries of heroism and achievement, by allowing Britain to be treated where her interests were vitally affected as if she were of no account in the cabinet of nations, then I say emphatically that peace at that price could be a humiliation, intolerable for a great country like ours to endure. National honor is no party question. 2. Thus the great demagogue, the arch-enemy of a costly program of naval expenditure, and the leading champion of a rapprochement between England and Germany, came forward in opposition to Germany as the mouthpiece of British patriotism and imperialism. On the continent the speech made a profound impression. But its first effect in Germany was to irritate rather than intimidate. On the 25th the ambassador, Metternich, made strong representations to Sir Edward Grey about a speech which violated the accepted code of diplomatic procedure. He assured the British government that his government had no intention of establishing itself in Morocco. But when Sir Edward proposed an international congress to resettle the Moroccan question, he riffed by demanding the simple restoration of the status quo, which would do nothing to obviate the risks of an armed conflict between the French and the Germans. Already, the day before Lloyd George's speech, the English and French general staffs had concerted the emergency measures to be taken. On the 26th the newspapers informed the public that the Atlantic Squadron, instead of starting for its maneuvers in Norwegian waters, had received orders to concentrate at Portsmouth, and in spite of a reassuring official denial the conclusion was universally drawn that the Admiralty, foreseeing a rupture between France and Germany, was preparing for war. Registered on the 27th the Premier, speaking in the House of Commons, explained the attitude of the government. Though it hoped that the conversations between France and Germany might lead to an agreement honorable and satisfactory to both parties, it could not remain passive if they broke down. England would be obliged to intervene because she was a party to the Pact of Algeciras, because she had made an agreement with France in 1904, and because her interests were affected. Balfour, the Unionist leader, gave the Prime Minister, as we should expect, his hearty support, and even Ramsay MacDonald, the Labour leader, felt himself obliged to introduce into the peroration of a pacifist speech a patriotic utterance. "I do pray that no European nation will assume for a single moment that party divisions in this country will weaken the national spirit or national union." If the immediate effect of Lloyd George's speech at Berlin had been an outburst of anger, after 10 days of strain the conversations between France and Germany became at the beginning of August a piece of bargaining. And the Germans drove a hard bargain, for if they abandoned their claim to the whole of the French Congo, they persisted in demanding, in spite of French opposition, an extension on the Atlantic coast of their territory in the Cameroons and above all means of access to the Congo and Ubangi. While the French foreign minister was negotiating directly with the German minister for foreign affairs through the French ambassador at Berlin, the prime minister, Karl Laux, was secretly conducting parallel negotiations through an unofficial channel. And the bargaining was complicated by the growing excitement of the patriotic press in both countries, which made it increasingly difficult to reach a compromise mutually acceptable. Throughout the negotiations Sir Edward Grey, regularly informed of their progress by the French, acted as a moderating influence. It was in vain that the Quai d'Orsay attempted to arouse his opposition to some particular German demand. He maintained that every demand for territorial compensation should be considered whether it were in Morocco itself, or in Equatorial Africa or, as it was suggested at one moment, in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific. The one thing that mattered was to prevent a rupture of the negotiations which would involve war, a war in which England would be obliged to participate and not allow the French Foreign Office to make the British responsible for the rejection of any German claim. And the anxiety of the Foreign Office reached its max when towards the middle of August the French government became convinced, on evidence which it behaved to be reliable, that the German government was bent on war and communicated its fears to the British government at a juncture when circumstances rendered the prospect particularly formidable for both countries. For the diplomatic situation was unfavorable. Sushesvalsky's fall, the Anglo-Russian Entente seemed to be in process of dissolution. In Persia the Ingshir and Russians were at loggerheads almost as openly as the Germans and French in Morocco. And though the official declarations of the Russian ambassadors in Paris and London were reassuring and the French and Russian staffs maintained close contact, indeed that very August a military convention was concluded between the two powers, the Russian government made a gesture whose meaning could not be doubted. It published on August 19 the Agreement of Potsdam by which Russia consented to support the German construction. 429. Of the Baghdad Railway on condition it were not extended into the zone of Persia assigned to Russia by the Agreement of IPO, it was a deliberate reply to the Franco-German Agreement of February 9, 1909, concluded when the Bosnian crisis was at its height. Then France had betrayed Russia. Now Russia betrayed France. The domestic situation was also unsatisfactory. The struggle between the two houses had indeed reached its conclusion on August 3. But though the final debates had been stormy, the attention of the public was elsewhere, concentrated on the series of strikes, which after a temporary interruption about the beginning of July, broke out afresh with a violence hitherto unexperienced, in the port of London first, then at Liverpool. The workmen rioted, the troops were called out, there were shootings and deaths. And now the agitation spread to the railwaymen. War has begun, declared the secretary of their union, not war between England and Germany, but the class war under the form of a general strike on the railways. It seemed a revival of the Englishman's home acted by the entire nation. 12. On August 18 the morning papers prepared their readers for the imminent rupture of the Franco-German negotiations. The same day, at the request of the General Staff of the Army and contrary to established usage, the House of Commons passed without debate the second and third readings of an Official Secrets Act which reinforced the powers of censorship possessed by the government in the event of war. The same day the Russian ambassadors in Paris and London informed the governments to whom they were accredited that the Potsdam Agreement would be made public on the following day. That same day the cabinet made a desperate effort to prevent the general strike on the railways. Lloyd George took the railway directors and the trade union officials into his confidence, and begged them in the national interest at a moment when the country was on the verge of war to effect a settlement. He was successful. The strike did not take place. And the menace of war also vanished. On the 22nd, Parliament was prorogued until October, but on the following day, August 23, the cabinet decided to call a meeting of the Committee of Imperial Defense to discuss the general military situation in the event of war. The High Command was very pessimistic about the Russian army. But it was optimistic, too optimistic some of the members of the committee thought, as to the capacity of the French army to resist a German invasion with the help of a British expeditionary force. But what the government chiefly wished to ascertain was whether the Admiralty and the War Office were working in harmony. In point of fact there was no cooperation or common policy. As the result of a series of conversations begun in 1906, detailed arrangements had been made for joint action by the staffs of the British and French armies. But during these 5 years no communications had passed between the two admiralties. How many soldiers should be sent to France, at which ports they should be embarked and disembarked, and at what points they should be concentrated on these matters agreement had been reached on both sides of the Channel. But the crossing itself must be protected, and not only had the Admiralty made no plans for this, it did not even wish to make any. For the British Navy was opposed to the rapid dispatch of an expeditionary force to the French front. It wanted complete freedom during the requisite period of weeks or months to seek out the German fleet and destroy it, i.e. a great battle which would be the 20th century Trafalgar. This once accomplished and England once more mistress of the seas, the Admiralty had no objection to the dispatch of a British force to the continent. But it did not want the troops to be sent to France where the British army would help the French to win French victories. It wanted them sent to German territory, and landed on the coast of Hanover to win victories which would be exclusively English. Thus the revelations published in the Paris press on the occasion of the Tangier incident, which had made a considerable sensation on the continent, were proved true. Sir Arthur Wilson, the First Sea Lord, explained the Admiralty's views to the committee. McKenna defended the standpoint of the Navy. but this divergence of policy could not be permitted to continue without grave, possibly immediate danger. Haldane pointed this out to his colleagues. Long weary of the War Office, where in his opinion there was nothing more for him to do, he had already attempted when the cabinet was remodelled after Campbell Bannerman's death to exchange it for the Exchequer. He had faded owing to the opposition of the Gladstonians in the cabinet. Point 2 Now he asked for the Admiralty and was faced no doubt by the same opposition. But it was clear that McKenna was doomed, as Lord Tweedmouth had been doomed in 1908. 10 months later Churchill left the Home Office, where he was no longer a success, and took his place. Once again at the beginning of September, war was believed to be imminent. The French government, before deciding what territorial concessions it would be willing to make in Equatorial Africa, wanted to know what freedom of action Germany would concede in Morocco. A draft convention was laid before the German government, which replied by putting forward an agreement of a very different tenor. The German document proposed to set up an economic condominium throughout Morocco like that whose failure had brought the French army to Fez and the German fleet to Agadir, and which in the Sou district round Agadir would be a sterile condominium, political as well as economic. The agreement was not acceptable either to France or to England. The negotiations reached a deadlock, and a final rupture, a German landing at Agadir and war were in sight. Germany and France made preparations for the event of war. Belgium mobilized. In London panic prevailed in naval circles when the Admiralty's scouts one day lost sight of the German fleet on the high seas. Would the German Navy repeat on a large scale the blow of Chemelpo, by destroying one by one the vessels of the 3 British squadrons scattered to the south, east, and north of Great Britain? In the utmost secrecy the War Office recalled officers and soldiers on leave and assembled the officers of the Territorial Army. But for the third time the storm dispersed. 13. During 40 years of European peace the nations had ceased to contemplate war as a serious possibility. Before their attitude could be so changed that war once more became a genuine likelihood, more years of nerve-wracking tension were required and the equilibrium of Europe must be more profoundly disturbed. A financial crisis broke out in Germany at the beginning of September. It was due primarily to economic causes, but it was aggravated by the prospect of war, and when the Bank of France forbade all export of gold it became evident to the whole world how solid still was the old structure of French capitalism, how weak the new structure of German Industria HSM. The advocates of peace once more gained the upper hand in Germany. They were assisted by the personal action of the Emperor William, who had long opposed a naval demonstration in Moroccan waters, at the end had yielded with reluctance to his minister's decision, and was dictated to be able to resume what a contemporary termed his fantastic dream of a rapprochement between France and GER. Many. He was encouraged by the fact that the French Prime Minister thoroughly distrusted the Franco-British Entente, was a convinced advocate of friendly relations with Germany, and ever since the end of August had been corresponding directly with the French ambassador at Berlin over the head of his foreign minister. In September and October it was Karl Laux, not de Selves, who was in charge of the negotiations. In England the domestic situation improved. For the moment no strike on a large scale occurred. In October, however, the Commons reassembled to pass the National Insurance Bill, and the debates on its clauses were sufficiently heated to fill the columns of the press. On the other hand, at the end of September an army suddenly invaded the Tripolitana and transferred the attention of journalists from Fez to Tripoli, and the war between Italy and Turkey involved the diplomatists of all the great powers in a labyrinth of new problems connected with the Mediterranean and the Balkans, in which they were slow to find their way. This enabled the conversations between France and Germany to be conducted more quietly, unwatched by the public, and the French representatives went on gaining ground at the expense of the German. Instead of the entire French possessions in Equatorial Africa, though France, it is true, abandoned her claim to Togo, Germany obtained only some 63,000 square miles of territory, an enclave within the French colonies with 2 punctures opening into the Ubangi and Congo, through which France kept a right of transport. Moreover, she accepted a slight rectification of the frontier in favor of France in the region of Lake Chad. On the other hand, she gave France complete freedom to help the government of Morocco to introduce the administrative, judicial, economic, fiscal, and military reforms necessary for the good government of the empire. The purpose of this concession was, in the language of the official text, to carry out in the general interest the work of pacification and progress contemplated by the Pact of Algeciras. In reality, the convention departed from the provisions of that instrument of internationalization, as is clear from an explanatory letter Kitterlin appended to the document, which stated that if ever the French government should see fit to declare a protectorate of Morocco, the imperial government would raise no objection. We can well imagine the feelings with which Germany received the agreement of November 4. The dispatch of the Panther to Agadir in July had been an imprudent step because of the hopes it had inevitably aroused. The German public were confident that their country would claim her share in Morocco and was strong enough to obtain it, or in default of a portion of Morocco would receive elsewhere concessions so important that in the eyes of the world they would represent a striking diplomatic success. As we have seen, these expectations were disappointed. The Minister for the Colonies resigned rather than put his signature to an agreement he regarded as treason to his country's interests. The Emperor, always suspected with good reason of favoring a policy of rapprochement with France, found himself attacked by a CHQUE at court, of which the Crown Prince put himself at the head, and by a large section of the press and public. An epidemic of Anglophobia and Gallophobia traversed Germany. What is more surprising, the agreement was equally unpopular in France. What, the public asked, was the meaning of these two outlets pushed forward to the Ubangi and Congo by the new German territory? Were they only fragments of what Germany had hoped to receive and had renounced, or were they stakes planted for a future claim? Had Germany even abandoned all claim to a preemption on the Belgian Congo? An ambiguous clause of the agreement left the point doubtful. Finally, the publication of the secret clauses of the Franco-British Entente of 1904 respecting Morocco revealed that in return for the territory she renounced on the Congo, France was to receive not the whole of Morocco but Morocco without the Rif, which was assigned to Spain. Nor was it simply on these points of detail that complaints were raised. The public took offense at the very idea of territorial compensation. Accustomed by now to the Entente cordial and encouraged, if not by the British government, at least by an entire group of Angshire diplomatists and jurists, French public opinion considered that England was under an obligation to help France to obtain everything she had promised her in 1904, and that with England's aid she was strong enough to secure it. Moreover, the dispatch of the Panther to the harbour of Agadir had produced the same bad effect in Paris as in Berlin. Since July every territorial concession made by France was regarded as extorted from the weaker by the more powerful nation. The negotiations, 435, had been conducted during the recess of the Chambers, a circumstance which had considerably facilitated the negotiators' task. The position changed when the Chambers reassembled and were invited to ratify the agreements. Popular feeling displays surprising changes of front. 6 years before, the Chambers had overthrown Delcas because he had committed France too far to the Entente cordiale, which they regarded as dangerous, and Riviere, the champion of a rapprochement with Germany, had been victorious. Now Cailleaux was pursuing the same policy as Riviere then. And he was employing the same method of secret negotiations behind the back of his foreign minister. Moreover, he had been more successful than Riviere had been, for the imperial government had conceded to him what it had refused to Riviere as well as to Delcas, and liberated France from the shackles imposed upon her action in Morocco by the Pact of Algeciras. Nevertheless, it was upon his head, as then upon Delcas, that the Chambers discharged the vials of their wrath. In January he would be driven from office, and with his fall French foreign policy would change its attitude once more. 14. Thus the agreement of November 4, far from improving the relations between France and Germany, made them worse. English opinion in turn took fire, and as in Germany and France retrospectively, when a series of sensational revelations informed the country that on 2 or 3 occasions during the previous summer it had been on the brink of war. Without its knowledge was the bitter comment of advanced liberal critics, and not to defend any British interest but simply to give France another colony. They severely censured Sir Edward Grey's Posse. They depicted England as a nation sacrificed to the superstition of the European balance of power, a catspaw serving everywhere the interests of foreign nations, in the Near East betrayed by Russian imperialism, in the West drawn by French nationalism further than she desired to go. Arthur Ponsonby, a Democrat of noble birth and a violent opponent of the Entente with Russia, published a pamphlet which made a stir by demanding that foreign posse should be subject at every step to popular controls. These liberal critics of the government were not a large group, but they were zealous propagandists, and their arguments produced an obvious effect upon the entire party. Even certain conservatives, burdened by taxation and alarmed by the spread of labor unrest, began to ask themselves whether Grey's Posse were not in certain respects imprudent, and whether it was wise to surrender the foreign policy of the country blindly into his hands. The Standard, an organ of orthodox Toryism and until the middle of November extremely hostile to Germany, suddenly changed its tone about that date and began a campaign in favor of a rapprochement with Berlin, while approving the posse pursued by the Foreign Office. Bonner Law, the new leader of the Unionist Party in the Commons, and Lord Lansdowne, the leader of the opposition in the Lords, made the same criticism of the government. Both blamed Grey for having on July 26 left it to Lloyd George to state the British attitude in the Moroccan dispute. They hinted that the interference of a demagogue had been prejudicial to the cause of peace. Registered unquestionably, these attacks upon the posse pursued by the Foreign Office and these expressions of a desire for a rapprochement with Germany were sincere. But it is equally certain that taken as a whole they were deliberately or unconsciously ambiguous. We were not aware, the malcontents complained, that we were so near war. The government deceived and betrayed us. Was this true? Lloyd George's speech in July was certainly the reverse of secret diplomacy, and the naval preparations which followed were published in the press. On the other hand, not a syllable had appeared in the press about the Panic of August or the true nature of the ministerial intervention which ended the railway strike. Neither had a syllable appeared about the panic in September and the rotary measures adopted at that time. But is it credible that all those in the confidence of the government in September there were a host of them kept such strict silence that not a single newspaper was informed? The silence of the entire press, radical as well as unionist, a deliberate silence, inspired by the patriotic wish not to embarrass the government. The country did not know because it refused to know. There is an ignorance whose true name is connivance. Yes, Grey's critics replied, we refused to know because on the particular issue we were bound to France by the agreement of 1904. But the question of Morocco, the only question on which we pledged ourselves to her, has now been settled in her favor. In future, whatever dispute may arise between France and Germany, our liberty is complete. We are perfectly free, if we wish, to remain neutral or even side with Germany. Here again we must ask, was it true? Was it really the conflict between France and Germany in Morocco which divided England and Germany, and opposed the British to the German navy? On the contrary, if England, instead of disputing the possession of Morocco with France, as she would have done had Germany remained a nation without a navy, decided to abandon Morocco to her, was it not in order to protect herself against the new danger presented by the appearance on the high seas of a powerful German fleet? And was that danger less after Agadir than before Tangier? Would Germany desist from building giant ironclads because the Moroccan question had been settled to her disadvantage? The important speech Sir Edward Grey delivered in the House of Commons on November 27 to defend his posse contained only a single sentence dealing with the naval problem, but it is the key to the entire speech. It was impossible, he pointed out, to return to the posse of splendid isolation. It would ally all the powers of Europe against England. In the course of a few years, we should be building warships not against a two-power standard, but probably against the united navies of Europe. The Foreign Office therefore continued unmoved the posse it had pursued for the last 6 years, in the certainty that it represented the fundamental interest and the genuine will of the British people. but at the same time it took account of the fact that the policy of the Triple Entente aroused in the country misgivings by no means devoid of foundation, and that in the years to come that policy would have to be pursued under stormier skies and in more difficult circumstances than hitherto. Chapter I. Domestic Anarchy. I. The Syndicalist Revolt. IN. OW that the Parliament Bill had been passed, what use would the government make of it? Which bill would it choose to carry for the first time in 1912, for the second in 1913, if the House of Lords threw it out in 1912, and if again the Lords opposed their veto, for the third time in 1914, then however definitely and without appeal? A Home Rule Bill was introduced, as everyone expected. For the hour had come to pay for the support which since January 1910 the 80 or so Irish nationalists had unswervingly given the government, and it was this bill, as everyone equally expected, that would prove the storm centre on which the party struggle would concentrate its force. A Welsh Disestablishment Bill was introduced at the same time. The 30 Welsh radicals whose leader Lloyd George had been before he became the great popular leader and prominent statesman of the entire Coimtree, like the Irish nationalists wanted their reward, and the disestablishment of the state church in their little principality was the symbol of their desire for devolution. For the Welsh nonconformists constituted 3/4 of the Welsh people and regarded the Welsh Ancans as representatives of an alien church forced upon Wales from without. Once aheady in 1909 the Liberal government had introduced a bill to abolish the privileges of the Anglican Church in Wales, but there had been no time to discuss it. Now the path was free. The Bill of 1912 provided that the 4 Welsh dioceses should no longer form part of the province of Canterbury, the Welsh bishops should no longer sit in the House of Lords, all ecclesiastical jurisdiction should be abolished, and the laws of the Anglican Church should be held binding in Wales only in virtue of the tacit consent of the Welsh Ancans, who would, moreover, be free to hold synods and set up a representative body to govern their church. These measures of disestablishment were accompanied by measures of disendowment. The church buildings and all gifts made to the church since 1662 were left in her hands. Of the remaining endowments, 1/4 would be given to the University of Wales, 3/4 to the county councils to be spent on public services and particularly on poor rehef. The bill was bitterly attacked by the Unionist party, which was the accredited defender of the Church of England and witnessed with alarm the church in process of dismemberment. But the country as a whole took no interest in the question. It was quite clear that the bill, which the Lords threw out in 2 successive sessions, would become law at the time fixed by the Parliament Act, if the Liberal government remained in office so long. Both bills, be it noticed, the important bill to grant Home Rule to Ireland and the minor bill to disestablish the Church in Wales, were intended to satisfy local sections of the United Kingdom, neither of which was in the true sense English. Was nothing to be done for England herself, or for the United Kingdom as a whole? To begin with, the government might fulfill the promise contained in the preamble to the Parliament Bill and reform the House of Lords after restricting its powers. But it was content with repeating the promise and never kept it. Neither party really desired the reform in question, and the Coimtree did not demand it. Instead, a Franchise and Registration Bill was introduced to effect such a reform of the franchise that England should be at last what France had been since 1848 and the German Empire since its creation in 1871, a country of universal suffrage. For even now universal suffrage did not exist in England. In 1910 out of 12 million adult males in the United Kingdom only some 7,700,000 were voters. This left over 4 million adult males without the vote. And those 4 million comprised not only lunatics, prisoners, and men deprived of the franchise for offences at common law, but also paupers in the technical sense, that is to say all in receipt of poor reheg. They also included other categories which the motley and complicated franchise established by the successive reform bills of the 19th century had left without a vote. A manservant who haved in his master's house, a son who haved with his father had no vote, though a gardener or gamekeeper had because he had a separate lodging. A lodger, who paid for his lodging a rent not below £10, could vote. But was the workman who sublet a room from a lodger himself a lodger within the meaning of the law? On this point legal decisions conflicted, so that the British franchise was not only Hamited but also uncertain. Moreover, the registers were revised only once a year. An official whose promotion was rapid, a laborer obliged to change his place of abode frequently to obtain work, were therefore often unable to claim a vote. In consequence, moreover, of the plural vote, the franchise operated unfairly in favor of the rich. Anyone who possessed several places of residence, business premises, and a dwelling house, or a town and a country house, had a vote for each of these. There were, it was calculated, over 500,000 plural voters in the United Kingdom. They were particularly numerous in the London district, where their vote had, in January 1910, it was estimated, cost 7 or 8 Liberal candidates their seat. We have a heady notice the government's attempt to correct the anomaly in 1907. It had been defeated by the opposition of the Lords. When in 1908 Asquith became Prime Minister, he seems to have thought of making a general reform of the franchise. The battlefield between the two houses registered, Lloyd George and Churchill, disagreed, and he gave way. That their opposition was justified was shown by what happened 4 years later, when the Cabinet decided, now that the House of Lords had been reduced to impotence, to take up the matter afresh. The Franchise and Registration Bill of 1912 set up a uniform franchise, based exclusively on residence, which in turn was defined by occupation, reduced to 6 months the interval between the revisions of the register and abolished the plural vote. But the bill, which, without actually establishing universal suffrage, would, it was estimated, extend the franchise to some 2,500,000 new electors, was dropped amid universal indifference. The debates, which began in July in the Commons with a scanty attendance, were soon broken off. Once or twice in the course of the debate, wrote a journalist ironically, quotations from Bright or Disraeli served to remind us that there had been a time when great men were interested in a bill for parliamentary reform. 2. How are we to explain this indifference? In the first place, those who were deprived of the vote were not in a position to form a body of malcontents. They were in part the dregs of the population, below the social stratum which produced conscious revolutionaries. And in part, owing to the anomalies of the existing franchise, they were a medley of scattered individuals who formed neither an economic class nor a political party. Neither the Liberals nor the Unionists had a strong interest in effecting a final extension of the franchise. The Liberal agents did indeed want the plural vote abolished, but that was too restricted a reform to arouse the enthusiasm of the masses. Even the trade unions were not particularly dissatisfied with the existing franchise. The events which had occurred since 1906 had proved how powerful already, even without an extension of the suffrage, was the pressure they could exercise upon Parliament. Even those workers for whom the measures of social legislation passed during the last 5 years were not enough did not blame an insufficiently democratic franchise. They attacked the system of representative government and parliamentary democracy. At the opening of the century, the British workers had behaved that the attack made upon them by adjudicature in alliance with the employers could not be met by the direct action of the trade unions alone, and that political action was required. They had therefore stood to the appeal of the Socialists and formed a Labour Party to defend their interests in Parliament. After 10 years, many of them, particularly among the younger men, were dissatisfied with the results obtained by this method. The Socialists had hoped to defeat the bourgeois policy pursued by the secretaries of the great unions, which dominated the annual meeting of the Trade Union Congress. But the union officials were a very powerful body, and the new Labour Party had been obliged to place them in control of its organization. The Labour Party in the Commons consisted therefore, as we have seen, entirely or almost entirely of trade union leaders, whose attitude now that they were provided with the political Labour ticket remained what it had been before the party had been created. They were the very opposite of revolutionaries, sharing on all questions of foreign policy and general politics the opinions of the advanced radicals, and differing from the radicals of bourgeois origin only by their more professional and therefore more conservative spirit. Unable to find in their own ranks a man with the stature of a party leader, they finally turned to the only or almost the only man in their ranks who had not been a manual laborer. But Ramsay MacDonald was not the man to give the impression either in the House of Commons or in the country that the advent of the Labour Party meant the birth of a new world. He had few friends and few enemies, was in fact nothing more than a prominent member of Parliament who was appointed in 1912 to sit on an important commission of inquiry into the government of British India and who, if report were correct, was plotting a coalition with the radical left wing. In that coalition Lloyd George, not he, would have been the outstanding figure. Nevertheless, all the important measures of social reform which had been passed, it seemed, under pressure from the Labour vote. The Conservative and Liberal members of Parliament were equally afraid of seeing the Labour Party win seats at their expense if they did not pass such measures. But what ever benefit the workers derived from these statutes they did not make the Labour Party more popular with the masses. To carry them out an entire bureaucracy had to be called into existence. To fill the posts thus created the government had not instituted a system of examinations HKE that which protected the other branches of the civil service against favoritism in every form. The cabinet appointed its nominees. What sort of people had hastened to apply for all these new appointments? They were not solely, nor even principally, liberal politicians. The ministers had considered themselves justified in utilizing the practical experience of labor possessed by the trade union officials. It was also a clever move to conciliate by this largesse the favor of the Labour Party. The Trade Board Acts had necessitated the creation of 800 posts whose salaries reached in some cases JCIOOO a year. There was a deluge of applications. Richard Bell, the secretary of the Railwaymen's Union, who had been dismissed by his union in disgrace, was appointed superintendent of the labour exchanges at a salary of £400 a year. In 1910 Churchill created at the Home Office 2 new posts of labour advisers, one of which he gave to an old official of the Textile Workers' Union, Shackleton, the other to the Welsh miner, T. Richards, and 30 posts of sub-inspectors of mines and quarries, to be reserved for miners and quarrymen. In 1911 the passing of the National Insurance Bill brought with it another batch of official posts to satisfy the hunger of trade union officials. At the beginning of 1912 Bonner Law charged the Liberal government with having created within 5 or 6 years some 4,000 to 5,000 new administrative posts to be filled, in the majority of cases, without competitive examination, and having thus organized a political spoils system which already resembled that of the United States. A year later labor statistics proved that in the last 6 years places had been found at the Board of Trade for 117 active union workers at a total salary of, happy face, $25,240 a year. For 124 in the National Insurance Departments at a total salary of, $33,700. For 48 at the Home Office at a total salary of £3,600, and for 85 in other branches of the civil service at a total salary of £34,800. Worse still, since the judgment of the courts in the Osborne case had precluded the trade unions from employing part of their funds for political purposes and in particular from paying their parliamentary representatives a salary on which to live while in the service of the House, the Cabinet in compensation abandoned the principle that the representatives of the nation should be unpaid and passed a resolution in accordance with which the House voted every member of the Commons an annual salary of $400. In 1912 a new statute expressly conferred on the trade unions the right to spend their funds for political objects with the reservation destined to remain a dead letter that the political fund of a union should be a special fund, to which individual members should be free to refuse their subscription. The members of Parliament kept their salary the same. The union official would perhaps no longer be so completely the servant of his union, kept in the strictest tutelage as he had been hitherto. Henceforward a path of escape was open, and the ambitious workman could promise himself after some years of toil and bondage, a fixed salary of which his class could not deprive him, at least for the life of one Parliament if he got into the House of Commons forfeit, if having forfeited the approval of his Uman or failed to secure re-election he had contrived to obtain a post at the Board of Trade or Home Office. All this is sufficient to explain on the part of all those active workers in the cause of labour who had secure berths in the civil service, and of those masses of trade unionists whose sole ambition was to improve the conditions of their labor, a growing distrust and contempt for politics. Even the material advantages the workers derived from the new legislation aroused no feelings of gratitude. The little they obtained merely encouraged them to demand far more. They observed that of all the measures passed up to 1911, only one, the Act of 1909 on trade boards, dealt with the question of wages, and it was a very timid measure, and the last of the series, the National Insurance Act, imposed a compulsory payment out of wages. But it was the question of wages which in the economic situation of the country interested the working class more than any other. We must once more insist on the extraordinary industrial prosperity of the years immediately preceding the war. The crisis of 1908 had been overcome. Imports had risen from 5 to, then on a large scale by the Land Law of 1903, which sought to parcel out the entire arable area of the country into small independent holdings. But even before the Unionists tackled the question in Ireland, the Liberals, when Gladstone was Prime Minister, had tried a different method, not making the tenants small holders, but regulating by law their relations with their landlords, fixing the amount of rent payable and protecting them against unjustifiable evictions. The method had been extended almost immediately to the small tenants of the Scottish Highlands who were called crofters and whose condition closely resembled that of the Irish cottiers. The Liberal Party had been faithful to this second method when in 1911 it repaired its defeat of 1907 and passed a Scottish Land Act, which extended the provisions of the Crofters Act to all the small farmers of Scotland. And at present, while the Unionists to stem the depopulation of the country districts advocated an agrarian policy which would settle on the land the largest possible. 469. Number of small freeholders. The Liberals, affected by the increasing influence of socialism, rejected this program of peasant individualism. If the land was to be purchased, it must be for the benefit of the entire community. Lloyd George proposed to give the farmer the same legal protection that the new social legislation had given the worker in the towns, and as he proposed to give it to the agricultural laborer by fixing a legal wage. The execution and development of the new legislation would be the task of a Ministry of Land which Lloyd George proposed to create, and which besides a host of other functions would take over the work of the Board of Agriculture. This new department would complete the revision of the land survey ordered by the budget of 1909 and of which 2/3 had already been accomplished, acquire uncultivated land, plant trees, drain it and fit it for cultivation, and regulate the relations between the landlord and the farmer, between the farmer and the agricultural laborer, and even more generally the relations between landlord and tenant in the town as well as in the country. For all the land in the United Kingdom, urban as well as rural, would be under the jurisdiction of this important department intended by Lloyd George to regenerate Britain by methods which had nothing in common with those of socialist industrialism, by reviving and repopulating the countryside. Was this campaign likely to succeed? As we know, the World War prevented its development. We can therefore only guess the answer. But the prospects of success would not seem to have been hopeful. In the first place, conditions were less favorable than 10 years earlier. The farmer's economic position had greatly improved in the interval. The prices of foodstuffs had risen, in the first place for the same reason that prices in general had risen, the increase in the amount of gold in circulation, and secondly because of the decline in the American supply since the United States had begun to absorb its agricultural produce. In the second place, if Lloyd George wanted to ally the farmer and the farm laborer, he had a difficult problem to solve. He must find some means of identifying their interests. But the first thing which struck the farmer in Lloyd George's scheme was the legal guarantee of a higher wage for his hands, and this was sufficient to throw him into the arms of the landlord. In the third place, Lloyd George might indeed win the support of a large section of the public, both of the working and the middle class, by denouncing the abuses of the landlord's monopoly in the great cities. He had already brought the subject into prominence when he introduced his budget of 1909. But the problems of urban and rural landed property were so different that it was not easy to combine their solution in a single scheme of reform. And finally, what was his aim? Was it in truth to repopulate the countryside by bringing the town laborers back to the land? A utopia. as well attempt to turn back the course of a river registered. The utmost that could be hoped was to check the depopulation of the countryside. To succeed, Lloyd George must win the agricultural laborers. But this dull and ignorant class, incapable of organizing except by fits and starts, could not be read upon to save itself or even to assist actively those who tried to save it. Let us even suppose the impossible, that they joined their voices to the powerful chorus of discontent heard from the urban proletariat. The outcry of a class, scattered and constantly diminishing in numbers, would scarcely be audible above the syndicist uproar. For it was here that the real problem lay, and we must resume the history and define the character of the syndicist revolt as it developed after a series of labor triumphs had brought to an end the great campaign of strikes among the seamen, transport workers, railwaymen, and miners, which had lasted almost a year from June 1911 to May 1912. 10. Two social crises, two episodes of the class war, two great strikes obviously syndicist and revolutionary filled the papers for a considerable time. Neither indeed took place in Great Britain. But it was a remarkable fact that both broke out in parts of the British Empire where everyone behaved racial animosity to be too intense to leave room for class hatred, and yet even there the class war raged. In South Africa there arose in opposition to a South African party whose ranks the most prominent of the Boer leaders in the late war fraternized with their conquerors, a new labor party which mustered the workers without distinction of race. Share, Russian Jews, poor Boers from the country absorbed by the Rand proletariat against the capitalist tyranny. But if the whole truth is to be told, the movement was inspired by stronger racial passions than it was willing to admit. Welcome Tom Mann received from the South African workers when he returned in June at England's very door. Ireland presented the same spectacle. It was at Belfast in 1907 that there occurred for the first time one of those great revolutionary strikes of which England would be the theatre a few years later. A strike of a limited number of men was followed by a sympathetic strike of other workers. The employers ripped by a lockout which threw still more men out of work, and this in turn was followed by a general strike of all the workers of the city. For an entire month the work of the port was at a complete standstill. 10,000 soldiers post Belfast, men were killed and wounded. These disturbances made practically no impression in England. Disorder was chronic in Ireland. Moreover, the movement faded. The Catholic and Protestant workers were divided too deeply to remain long united in a common program of socialist action. But the Belfast disturbances produced a man who during the next few years would be the great leader of Irish trade unionism. James Larkin, known to the Irish crowds, more familiarly as Jim, the local secretary of the Dockers Union, was a fanatic of irreproachable morals registered who fascinated the strikers of Belfast by his eloquence and strange appearance. He wore long black hair, a heavy drooping moustache, a large, broad-brimmed black hat, and a kind of black toga. After the conclusion of the Belfast strike he broke with the British Dockers Union and founded an Irish Transport Workers Union. At the same time he entered into relations with the thinker who provided him with a creed, James Connolly, who in 1896 had attempted to found an Irish Socialist Republican Party, had since gone to America, where, as we have already said, he learned the doctrines of syndicalism from the industrial workers of the world. Settling in Dublin, Larkin and Connolly worked together to bring into the Transport Workers Union the men, particularly the unskilled labourers, who were unwilling or unable to join the existing unions, and thus to found in Ireland the one big union by whose instrumentality in the United States the industrial workers of the world hoped one day to achieve their revolution. They published their paper, The Irish Worker, a weekly which soon possessed a circulation of 15,000. Their headquarters was Liberty Hall, from which they issued their marching orders. Their plan of campaign, intended to gain immediate successes, and at the same time to impress public opinion and make recruits, was to launch a succession of sudden strikes, every time forcing the employers to yield the more speedily as they were taken the more completely by surprise. On August 25, 1913, Larkin, having brought the fury of the bourgeoisie to its max by provoking a strike of the Dublin tramways, was arrested with 4 other leaders on a charge of criminal conspiracy. He was indeed immediately released with a caution, but his arrest nevertheless gave rise to riots brutally repressed by the posts and troops, in the course of which he was again arrested. Then the Dublin employers decided to meet the attack by a counterattack. While professing their respect for the legitimate forms of trade unionism, they refused to keep in their employment any member of the Irish Transport Workers' Union, since its aims were revolutionary and its methods made regular work in Dublin impossible. To the amazement of the British public at a juncture when the question of Home Rule had reached a crisis, Unionists and Nationalists combined against Larkin's agitation. The leader of the opposition was Murphy, a wealthy capitalist, chairman of a tramway company, and director of an important nationalist organ, the Irish Independent. Both in Ireland and in South Africa, socialism seemed to be outstripping nationalism. The struggle lasted 4 months. Months of pauperization and disorder. Larkin was sentenced to 7 months' imprisonment, on the charge not of conspiracy, for which the penalty was more severe, but simply of seditious language, then berated for fear of an insurrection of the working class, not only in Ireland but perhaps in Great Britain as well. For Larkin, monarch of the Dublin proletariat, crossed St. George's Channel and, entering into relations with the Inkshare syndicalists, attempted to rouse the Parliamentary Committee of the Trades Union Congress from its slumbers and bring about the declaration of a general strike in England in aid of the Irish general strike, or, if that were impossible, at least a refusal by the British transport workers and railwaymen to handle goods coming from Ireland. With what success? He was warmly applauded at a number of pub-HC meetings, and his influence provoked sporadic outbreaks of striking in several ports on the west coast of England. But he failed to persuade the Congress to issue the orders he desired, and the Irish strike, after all attempts at arbitration had failed, came to an end at the beginning of January. There was good reason to think that 4 months' conflict had done more to spread the syndicalist creed than the final defeat to discredit it. 2. All these manifestations which occupied pub-HC attention were not, it must be recognized, in the true sense Inkshare. In the RAN, the general strike was the work of a cosmopolitan proletariat, a seed plot for the ideas and passions of the Continental Revolution. In Dublin, Irish disorder gave the movement a distinctive color. And in Great Britain 2 years before, where had the most violent disturbances occurred? In Celtic Wales and in Liverpool, where there was a host of Irish workers. We must therefore be clear as to the nature of the obstacles which strictly Inkshare society, even when affected by this uprising of labour, opposed to its threat of anarchy. We have already seen how many strikes from 1910 onwards were anarchist, in the sense that they were revolts of the working masses instigated by unofficial agitators against agreements previously concluded between the employers and the union officials. To read the lamentations of the middle class, one might believe that the structure of social peace based on reciprocal concessions freely accepted, hitherto the boast of British society, was a thing of the past. In reality nothing could be more untrue. If the number of strikes in breach of contract was increasing, the number of collective contracts was increasing even more rapidly. And these anarchist breaches of contract were often due to the fact that the original contract had been badly drawn, couched in ambiguous terms, or did not cover all the members of the union. Sir George Asquith, the official arbitrator at the Board of Trade, made it his business to see that each of these disputes resulted in the conclusion of a more satisfactory contract, and therefore strengthened the operation in England of the system of collective bargaining and conciliation boards at the very time when it was widely believed to be in jeopardy. And in this respect the POHCY of the Board of Trade would seem to have been successful. Such at any rate was the conclusion reached by the extensive inquiry conducted by the Industrial Council, of which we have spoken above, registered according to an official report. At the end of 1911 293 conciliation boards had been set up under the Conciliation Act of 1896. A year later there were 297, and at the end of 1913 325 registered on these figures. Discouraging from his point of view, a young syndicist commented bitterly, "There is a good deal," he wrote, "to be said for the view that we have too much conciliation, and that a big increase in the number of strikes would do us no harm." Moreover, the syndicist doctrine was opposed to the regulation of industry by the state. State interference with the unions was acceptable only if confined to a unilateral guarantee of advantages to the working class. There was no objection to the acts establishing an 8-hour day and a minimum wage in the mining industry, and the latter was the direct result of an agitation conducted by the unions. But what had syndicalism to say of the National Insurance Act which compelled the workers to contribute? At that very time a French law dealing with old age pensions and based HKE the British on the model of Bismarck's legislation was defeated by the obstinate resistance of both classes directly affected the employers and the workmen assisted by the hostility of the judges. Would not the same thing happen in England, and must not the government expect very strong opposition to a measure which if duly put into operation would take 4d a week from the pockets of 14 million wage earners and sums varying from $1,000 to $10,000 from the pockets of employers? It had the pleasant surprise of finding the opposition less than it had anticipated. Why? No doubt it was partly due to the zeal and skill displayed by the talented officials Lloyd George had selected to help him in applying the statute, but chiefly to the almost universal docility shown by all classes of the population. There were indeed some attempts at passive resistance by small employers, but the example of scrupulous obedience given by the heads of the great firms was soon followed. The principle of workmen's contributions was naturally unpopular with the masses, and their ill humor on this account explains, at least in part, several defeats of Liberal candidates at by-elections after 1912. But though the Labour Party and the Trades Union Congress protested against contribution by the workers, neither advised them to disobey the law, and employees everywhere, if they did it with a grumble, paid their weekly contribution. The payment of contributions began on July 15, 1912. By October 15,250,000 wage earners were paying their contributions, a proof that the law was being fully carried out. On January 15, 1913, the day arrived when drugs and medical treatment were given for the first time to those entitled to them by the Act. This involved the active cooperation of the doctors, and the medical profession, which constituted a species of bourgeois trade union, was in revolt against the National Insurance Act. But Lloyd George had made concessions which satisfied the majority of doctors, particularly country districts, and in January 1913 the British Medical Association, while continuing to protest in principle against a measure which touched upon the honour of the profession and was harmful to the public interest, declined to strike against it. Meanwhile the system of insurance against unemployment was working with the utmost smoothness. Since the boom continued, more money was being collected than spent. When the next slump arrived, and it was scarcely to be expected for the next 2 or 3 years, there would be an ample reserve with which to face it. We may add that by providing for the treatment of consumptives and setting up new institutions called schools for mothers, state aid increased every year with the most beneficial effects on public health care. But beneficial or not, these undertakings were so many triumphs of state action. Would these victories of state intervention check the growth of the friendly societies and trade unions? On the contrary, the state invited both to help in administering the Insurance Act. The passing and enforcement of the Act fostered both. The friendly societies, so powerful already, increased their membership. And it was the same with the trade unions. At the end of 1910 the membership of the unions in the United Kingdom was a little less than 2,500,000, at the end of 1911 it was a little above 3 million, an increase which was no doubt due to the Syndica HST propaganda. But in 1913 the number of members almost attained 4 million, and in this case it is not easy to say how far the increase was due to the progress of revolutionary syndicalism, how far to the desire of a large number of workers to share in administering the National Insurance Act through a union. We are driven to the paradoxical conclusion that during those very years in which revolutionary syndicalism was so vocal, cooperation between the trade unions and the government became closer than before. 12. A little book had been published in 1906 entitled The Restoration of the Guild System, whose author, Arthur J. Penty, does not appear to have been influenced by continental syndicalism. Indeed, the term syndicalism is absent from his book. He was a disciple of Ruskin and William Morris. The enemy whose misdeeds he denounces is collectivism, by which he means more particularly that administrative socialism of which the Webbs were the protagonists. According to him, the evil which afflicts modern society is not competition, which would be an excellent thing if it meant a rivalry in putting goods of better quality on the market, but commercialism whose object is to increase the producer's profit by putting on the market as large a number as possible of manufactured articles and thus supplying the largest possible number of consumers at a cheap price. To save the community, therefore, we must devise an industrial system which would substitute the control of the artisan for the control of the financier, and a social structure in which the producer's point of view prevails over the consumer's. It would be in some respects a return to the system of the medieval guilds. It was a conservative socialism, of restoration rather than revolution, but it agreed with syndicalism in its hostility to all political action and the supremacy of the bureaucratic state. When therefore about 1910 syndicalism was imported from France and began to make disciples the New Age, a pioneer weekly which defended the ideas of Penty and his group, perceived at once the advantage to be derived from the new labor creed. In its columns a new form of socialism took shape called Guild Socialism. The complicated plan was worked out of a society in which capitalism and profit would be emanated, but not by transforming all producers into wage slaves of the democratic state. They would be free servants of the guilds, independent corporations represented by a single cooperative assembly which would allot work and settle disputes. The democratic state, however, also had its place, performing the non-economic function of society, political, military, and judicial, and also, according to some guild socialists, guaranteeing the consumers as such against exploitation by a combination of producers. The derivation of these ideas has been sought in the teaching of the German jurist Gierke, presented to the British public by Maitland, the great historian of law. Gierke refused to attention due to the state and absolute sovereignty which made the rights of subordinate associations depend upon its sufferance. According to him, society was composed not of individuals but of associations which were not obliged to justify their existence to an omnipotent and jealous state. The state was simply one association amongst others whose functions must be prescribed and limited in relation to the latter. But there is no need to look to Germany for the origin of a point of view so essentially Englischer. The Roman conception of sovereignty has never been popular in England. Did not this guild socialism simply restate in another form the liberal and anti-authoritarian doctrine of the division of powers which for 2 centuries the Englischer had become accustomed to regard as the most essential feature of their political constitution, and did it not express in the form of a modified syndicalism that old spirit of self-government, of voluntary discipline, of which the Englischer had once been so proud and which was still strong enough to counterbalance alike the excesses of popular anarchy and the abuses of governmental authority? 13. Nevertheless, the British middle class did not recover from the alarm inspired by the labour troubles. Besides the events in South Africa and in Ireland and their repercussion in England, other incidents attracted the attention of the press. Another strike of the London dockers broke out in the summer of 1912, though it was a rash and ill-advised attempt which enabled the employers to avenge their defeat of the previous summer. In the autumn, a lightning strike of 6,000 railwaymen broke out on one of the main lines in sympathy with the comrades' dismissal for drunkenness off duty. The conservative press called it the strike for the right to get drunk. And finally there was the general lockout. In the building trade proclaimed by the contractors in January 1914 to put an end to a succession of minor irresponsible strikes, and transformed in June into a national lockout, which was still in progress on August 1. There were indeed no disputes comparable in gravity to those which had marked the summer of 1911 and the following winter. But the figures for 1913 showed a greater number of strikes than ever before and a larger number of men affected than at any time before 1911. And a still more disquieting feature was the reorganization of the unions which was being achieved in the background. England was not perhaps on the brink of a revolution as understood on the continent. British Labour did not revolt against patriotism in the name of class loyalty, nor did it seek to abolish the state or even capitalism. But in the pursuit of more restricted objectives, recognition of the unions, increase of wages, reduction of hours. It was making preparations by the employment of a new strategy to involve England in a class war on a scale in excess of anything previously witnessed. Imagine, to make our ideas clearer, we will take a concrete instance that on a railway the platelliers, the engine drivers, the firemen, the guards, the porters, the men employed in the clerical departments, and every other branch of the company's service possess separate unions, and that one of these separate unions, finding itself unable to obtain its demands by friendly negotiation, decide to strike. Not only will the men employed in other branches be unwilling to join it, it may even be impossible for them to do so because they are bound by agreements made with the company which have not yet expired. Therefore, instead of leaving the workers to form as many minor unions as they please, each confined to a special branch and therefore unable to undertake more than futile skirmishes, in every industry all these unions must be amalgamated into a single union covering the entire industry and in a position to fight pitched battles with the employers. This was the strategy advocated en France by the Confédération Générale du Travail. In England it appealed to many young trade unionists and was perhaps the most attractive feature of the French movement. These men did not call themselves revolutionary syndicalists but simply syndicalists, adopting the French name without its adjective, or industrial unionists in opposition to the craft unionists, since they advocated unions embracing an entire industry, not some special branch, hke the unions of the old style. There were legal obstacles to the amalgamation of several unions in a single body, for it was necessary to secure the consent of 2/3 of their members. Many unions, therefore unable to amalgamate, were content with the looser bond of federation which, while preserving the financial independence of the unions entering the federation, united them in a common front, defensive or offensive, against the employers. We have already seen how the foundation of the Federation of Transport Workers by Tom Mann in 1910 marked a turning point in the history of trade unionism and paved the way for the syndicalist offensive of 1911. The Federation of British Miners, founded in 1888, did not embrace all the miners, since it did not include Durham, Northumberland, Cumberland, Wales, or the south of England. Nevertheless, it possessed a numerical strength, a prestige, and an organization which enabled it to conduct the general strike of 1912 on behalf of the entire body of miners. But trade unionism was not content with federation. It aimed at the constitution of large militant unions by amalgamating many small unions. In 1902 and again in 1912 the Trades Union Congress declared in favor of this policy of amalgamation. Already in May 1912 47 unions with a total membership of 403,000 workers were attempting to reduce their number to 5 by amalgamation registered. In the case of the railwaymen this aim was achieved, or almost achieved, when in January 1913 J. H. Thomas succeeded in uniting in a single union, the National Union of Railwaymen, 3 out of the 4 unions of railway servants, the engine drivers alone refusing to join it. 14. The French unions were not content with advocating the amalgamation of all the workers in a particular industry into one militant force. They wanted to make all these federations in turn corps of a single army commanded by a single general staff. The Confédération Générale du Travail was the entire body of workers preparing a general strike not in particular industries but in all at the same time for the final and complete overthrow of capitalism. And, as we have seen, the American syndicalists dreamt of one big union mobilizing all the workers without exception for revolutionary action. In Dublin, Connolly and Larkin imitated this strategy. In England the trade unions were too solidly organized for even the most visionary of revolutionaries to contemplate for a moment such a utopia. But might it not be possible to make use, if not of the Trades Union Congress, at least of the General Federation of Trade Unions whose very name resembled that of the French Confederation, by transforming it into a species of executive body with authority to draw up HSTS of claims and if the employers refused them to declare strikes? Certain syndicalists entertained the idea, but if the federation had flourished for the last year or two it was as an approved society for the administration of the National Insurance Act. And if it attracted to its ranks many unskilled laborers who had not hitherto shown any desire to enter the unions affiliated to the Congress, the attraction was not the hope of imminent revolution but its double function of collecting contributions and distributing sickness benefit. but at this point a project struck root in the minds of certain active labor leaders, typically British in character though suggested by the formulas of French syndicalism, and destined soon to draw widespread attention. In November 1911, when the railwaymen, dissatisfied with the report of the Commission of Inquiry, were speaking of reopening the strike, the miners suggested to them a species of alliance, an agreement to strike in concert and achieve their respective aims at the same time. So long as the dispute continued, negotiations were carried on, but the railwaymen did not strike after all, and the miners fought alone. 2 years later, in October 1913, the miners at their annual Congress at Scarborough did not get beyond vague suggestions of a general strike, but in December, when a special congresses of the trade unions met to discuss the help to be given to the Dublin strikers, the miners' leader, Smilhe, proposed on behalf of his union a formal alliance of the miners, railwaymen, and transport workers for common action. These three bodies, the miners, railwaymen, and transport workers, had been the three militant bodies in 1911 and 1912. Though they did not constitute a majority of the British proletariat, they were nevertheless a most formidable host. They numbered more than 2 million workers, of whom 1,300,000 were union members. And since their work was of such a nature that if in obedience to the word of command they declared war on the employers, the whole of industry would be deprived of coal, and the entire country of food. As a weapon of intimidation, a strike of these three bodies would be equivalent to a general strike. The suggestion was taken up instantly. The reasons for its success are plain. In the first place, it enabled the masses to imitate the action taken in South Africa and above all in Ireland. And at the same time it satisfied the desire of certain leaders, more moderate in the sense that they were more methodical, to guide the agitation of the extremists into a practicable channel. The infection of the Dublin strike had produced a number of sporadic strikes, costly and barren. Could not these be prevented by putting before the stalwarts the hope of a struggle on a grander scale and more decisive? Moreover, some of the railwaymen's leaders, J. H. Thomas among them, even more prudent than the former, merely hoped that when the existing agreement expired it would be renewed on terms more acceptable to the workers if they hung over the directors' heads the threat of a general strike of the three bodies. However that may be, 61 delegates representing 300,000 railwaymen, 800,000 miners, and 250,000 transport workers met in London and appointed a subcommittee to draw up a scheme. It was submitted on June 4 to the governing bodies of the three groups for their examination. It proposed to set up a common advisory council for the three bodies with authority to formulate their demands so that if they were not accepted 3 strikes would be declared simultaneously. All agreements as to wages and conditions of labor were to be for short periods and to terminate on the same date so as to make a simultaneous strike possible. And in face of hostile action by the employers or Parliament, the three bodies should be ready to take concerted measures. This did not amount to a regular constitution in the strict sense of the term, it was merely a draft scheme for discussion by the three organizations. But the fact remained that the Triple Industrial Alliance, as it would soon be called, had been founded, and that if on December I the railwaymen did not obtain from the companies the concessions for which they were asking, the country was faced with the prospect of a strike of 2 million AUI'd workmen in a position to involve its entire industry in stagnation and chaos. On July 17, 1914, Lloyd George, addressing an audience of city financiers and merchants, admitted the gravity of the threat which hung over the nation. He would have liked to express his confidence that the crisis would be overcome like so many others in the past. If however the insurrection of labour should unhappily coincide with the Irish rebellion, which as we shall see everyone feared, the situation will be the gravest with which any government has had to deal for centuries. We have given one explanation of the fact that 5 years after the Liberal victory of 1906 the British franchise had not yet been rendered fully democratic, and there seemed height prospect of the 486. The feminist revolt. Reform in the near future. It was the indifference of the proletariat which did not seek in political action the weapon it required to achieve its purposes. But this was not the only reason. The Liberal cabinet found other obstacles in its path when it attempted to carry a measure extending the franchise. Granted it had the boldness to introduce universal suffrage, was it to be confined to one sex alone? The restriction was already opposed by a sufficient number of members of Parliament to obstruct any measure which ignored the political claims of women. Some of our readers may be surprised that among the problems which embarrassed the Liberal government during the years immediately preceding 1914 we attach such importance to the question of female suffrage. They have evidently forgotten the strange agitation carried on 20 years ago by Yorkshire women to compel their enfranchisement. These women refused to regard as a genuine democracy a form of government which reserved to the male sex the double privilege of electing and being elected to Parliament. Against this masculine tyranny they organized a revolutionary agitation without parallel in any other European country. Therefore, while in the syndicalist movement something of French and Latin anarchism invaded England, there sprang up a distinctive form of anarchy, specifically Yorkshire. If however the suffragist movement, as it was termed, broke out suddenly at this juncture, the way had been paved by a long campaign for the emancipation of women. We must briefly relate its history and describe its character, since at this point it enters the mainstream of British political history. Why did women demand emancipation? And why in England more than in any other country? The philosophy of historical materialism, as formulated by Marx, suggests an answer plausible at first sight. Capitalism had hung a host of women and children into the new factories of northern England. Its motive was simply the accumulation of wealth. Women were more amenable to discipline and their labor was cheaper. Nevertheless, automatically and unconsciously it was promoting their emancipation. It was breaking down the exclusive and rigid principles of the traditional patriarchalism and enfranchising women, inasmuch as it took them from the domestic hearth and incorporated them in a wider group, which in the long run would prove less oppressive to its members when the machine had been placed at the service of the workers instead of the capitalists who exploited them. 48. Nevertheless, it is doubtful whether the Industrial Revolution and the factory system played the important part in the history of modern feminism which Marx ascribed to them. We must not imagine that these Yorkshire girls, whom the official reports depict working long hours almost naked, mingled promiscuously with their male fellow workers in the hot and humid atmosphere of the cotton mills or in the darkness of the mines, were therefore at least emancipated from the control of their parents or husbands. To the latter they represented extra wages and only too often were compelled to take the hardest labor off the men's shoulders. When women were forbidden by law to work in mines, whole families of miners emigrated in search of an industry where the laborer could make ends wife and children wage earners. When the law was content with limiting women's hours of work, the male workers accepted the restriction only as the one lever they could employ to shorten their own hours. In either case the new legislation was possible at a period when the dominant liberalism was bitterly hostile to any legal regulation of adult labor, only because it was supported by a public opinion which regarded the woman as physically and intellectually man's inferior and entitled for that reason alone to the protection of the law, which placed her in the same category as the child, treated her as a minor, and sought to bring her back from the factory to the home. In 1844, Lord Brougham, arguing against the legal regulation of women's work in factories, appealed to the principles of liberal orthodoxy. Cannot a woman make a bargain? Cannot a woman look after her own interests? Is not a woman a being capable of understanding those interests, of saying whether or not she has stamina and strength to work? 30 years later these arguments had by no means lost their power to convince British members of Parliament. During the 70s, at first under Gladstone's Liberal cabinet, then under the Conservative administration of Lord Beaconsfield, the opposition of the orthodox Liberals prevented reinforcement of the legislation protecting the labor of women in factories and mines and its extension to domestic industries, and this successful opposition came from the pioneers of Yorkshire feminism who objected to a system of legal protection as degrading to their sex. The years passed by, we have reached the threshold of the 20th century, the old liberalism is on its deathbed and the feminists have accepted socialism of a more or less radical description. But protests are still raised against any legislation which does not place men and women on a footing of absolute equality, whether it is a question of restricting the labor of women in laundries and dressmaking or making their employment on the surface work of mines illegal as well as their employment in the mine itself. In 1908 John Burns attempted to carry the latter reform but was defeated by the opposition of women. 2. The history of British factory legislation therefore presents an air of paradox. In the middle of the 19th century those who were seeking to regulate the conditions of male labor in the factories adopted a circuitous route and proposed the regulation of women's labor alone. Now when the exploitation of women in certain branches of industry presented a spectacle too glaringly scandalous to be tolerated and the law was compelled to intervene, Parliament could protect the women only by protecting at the same time the workers of both sexes, as was exemplified by the Trade Boards Act of 1909. 2. The paradox, however, is a proof that feminism owed its birth to influences not directly connected with the Industrial Revolution. The historian of feminism must not depict women driven against their WFLL into the factories by the greed of manufacturers and then emancipated in their employers despite as a result of the common conditions which the factory system enforced on both sexes. The majority of trade unions contained no women, and where women were members, as in the cotton industry, they neither secured nor demanded access to the executive register. There were no feminine trade unions, or if one or two had come into being their existence was artificial and precarious. Advanced ideas of 18th century Enlightenment, the philosophy of the French Revolution, the revival of these ideas and this philosophy. In the great individualist and virile movement which after years of stagnation marked the years around I-860, these are the sources from which was derived the impulse which drove women to claim equality with men in the factory and the office, in the virile professions and in pub cafe. The origin of the movement was intellectual not economic, bourgeois not proletarian. The first important legislative victory won by the champions of the emancipation of women was the passing in 1857 of the Matrimonial Causes Act, in the teeth of a bitter opposition from the Church of England of which Gladstone made himself the mouthpiece, and thanks to Palmerston's support. According to the law as it existed previously, not only was the married woman enslaved to her husband, or rather, to use Blackstone's words, absorbed, incorporated into his person, but it was in principle impossible for her to regain her freedom by divorce. The marriage bond could indeed be partially or completely broken in two ways. But neither of these amounted to divorce in the modern sense of the term. Both the partial and the complete rupture were determined by the canon law and were pronounced by the ecclesiastical courts. The former was divorce mensa et toro, what we now call separation of person and property, though the separation of property was not as complete as one might have expected. The latter, a divorce of vinculo matrimoniae, was a declaration of nullity. The marriage was not dissolved but declared after inquiry null and void from the beginning. 4. As Blackstone explains, the canon law, which the common law follows in this case, deems so highly and with such mysterious reverence of the nuptial tie, that it will not allow it to be unloosed for any cause whatever, that comes after the union is made. The rule admitted only one exception. It had been devised by husbands of the governing class, galled as they were by the fetters of a matrimonial code which, if strictly did not permit them to divorce even an unfaithful wife. The British Parliament made use of its sovereignty to override the prohibitions of canon law and by a private bill, that is to say, a measure of cabal only. To the individual case passed in due form by both houses declare a particular marriage dissolved and the parties free to remarry. But the procedure was extremely costly. Only the very wealthy could obtain a divorce bill. All this was altered by the Act of 1857. The Act transferred matrimonial causes from the church courts to a new civil court composed of the Lord Chancellor, one of the Chief Justices, and an ecclesiastical judge. This court would decide whether it should grant what the old canon law called divorce mensa et toro, and which would be called in future a judicial separation, or what was now called simply divorce, not a declaration of nullity but the dissolution of the marriage bond for acts committed subsequent to marriage. In the case of the wife, adultery would be a sufficient ground. In the case of the husband, incest, rape, bigamy with a married woman, an unnatural offense, or adultery accompanied by cruelty or desertion was required. A clause which forbade a wife divorced for adultery to marry her lover was subsequently repealed. A wife who had obtained a judicial separation was placed for the first time in the position of a gem soul, that is to say, was given full enjoyment of her civil rights, the right to enter into contracts and bring civil actions, and a deserted wife might under certain circumstances be placed in the same position. The mere fact that the jurisdiction in matrimonial causes was transferred from an ecclesiastical to a civil court possessed a momentous significance. It meant that marriage had lost that quality of semi-regius mystery of which Blackstone spoke. In future it would be a mere civil contract. Could it then, like other civil contracts, be dissolved at the pleasure of the contracting parties? Far from it. For in the first place it was only in a small number of cases strictly defined by law that the new judges could after due investigation dissolve the marriage contract, and in the second place, the Act of 1857 not place the two contracting parties on an equal footing. Simple adultery, which gave the hus band the right to a divorce, did not give it to the wife. The new legislation had, it is true, made divorce less aristocratic, for it had made it cheaper. It no longer cost $200 and often far more to obtain as in the days when a private bill was required. In future it would not cost more than $60 at most, often $40 or even $30, and legal aid might be given to a poor suitor. But there was only one tribunal competent to grant divorces, and it was fixed in London. How enormously therefore the cost was increased when the suitor lived in a remote district, and in addition to the ordinary costs must defray the expense of travel to London, and lodging there, not to speak of the cost of bringing up Wymasses. If divorce was no longer the exclusive privilege of the enormously wealthy, it was reserved for the rich and for the inhabitants of London and the home counties. We might therefore have expected that under the pressure of the same moral forces which had led to the Act of 1857, the legislation concerning divorce would have undergone important modifications during the next half-century. In fact, hardly any alteration was made. In 1878 a husband's aggravated assault upon his wife was declared a ground for judicial separation, but this was all. A lavish use of simple separation summarily pronounced by the justices of the peace was the expedient by which the unaltered rigor of the divorce law was rendered more tolerable. But it was an expedient which presented serious drawbacks. Countless homes among the poorer classes were legally broken up with no possibility of replacing them by new. A host of illegitimate unions was the inevitable result of a code which made divorce too difficult, particularly for the poor, and separation on the other hand perhaps too easy. Complaints were raised. A society was founded to secure a reform of the divorce law. It demanded and obtained, though not until 1909, the appointment of a Royal Commission of Inquiry. The commission held 71 sittings, 56 of which were devoted to taking evidence, and 246 witnesses were heard. It unanimously reported in favor of making the grounds of divorce the same for the wife as for the husband, and a large increase in the grounds of nullity. With equal unanimity it recommended that the Lii Court should be empowered to appoint deputies to bring divorce within the reach of the poor in every part of the country, and that restrictions should be placed upon the publicity of proceedings and their publication in the press. The majority further recommended that the grounds for divorce should be enlarged, and besides adultery should include prolonged desertion, cruelty, madness, habitual drunkenness, and imprisonment for hafei in commutation of a death sentence. But neither the government nor Parliament had time to take these proposals into consideration. The British divorce law remained what it was when the 20th century opened. The movement for the emancipation of women followed other paths. 3. To facilitate the dissolution of the marriage bond was to emancipate the woman in as much as it made it easier for her to escape from a union in which she played the part of prisoner or slave. But could not her freedom also be secured by improving her legal position in marriage itself? To give effect to the principle that the husband and wife are legally a single person and the personality of the woman incorporated into her husband's, English common law almost wholly denied a married woman the right to hold property. Her personal estate became the husband's property by the fact of marriage. And even over her real estate he possessed a large number of rights, and he enjoyed an unrestricted right to the income derived from it. If injured by a third party, the wife could bring an action only with her husband's consent and in his name as well as her own. In the latter half of the 19th century, such provisions necessarily seemed anomalous. They had in fact survived so long only because a number of expedients had effected a compromise between the rigor of the law and the demands of real life. The father who shrank from surrendering his daughter's fortune, his own after all, to the caprice of a son-in-law, could make in her favor what the Yorkshire law called a settlement, drawn up according to the rules of equity to correct the common law. Nevertheless, since the system had been devised not so much to protect the wife as her patrimony, it involved a host of complications which did not make for her pecuniary independence. And even so, it was expensive and out of the reach of people of small means. When the latter, by the pressure they exercised upon the wealthy classes, obtained successive and considerable extensions of the franchise, how could Parliament avoid taking action to give poorer women something analogous to what the jurisprudence of equity had secured for their wealthier sisters? It was in fact a reform which the champions of the emancipation of women had pressed upon Parliament even before the Matrimonial Causes Act was passed in 1857. The passing of that act proved at first detrimental to their cause. What reason was there to commiserate the lot of the married woman when, if her case really deserved pity, it had been made easier for her to obtain her freedom? Nevertheless, the anomaly remained flagrant and too obviously out of harmony with the ethics of the period. The consumers' cooperative societies, it was noticed, paid their dividends to married women of the working class as if they were the private property of the latter, and the public opinion of the proletariat accepted a practice which had no legal justification. Custom also allowed a married woman to conduct a business as if, in spite of her marriage, she possessed an independent juridical personality. If she became bankrupt, were not her creditors defrauded by a law which declared her financially irresponsible unless it could be proved that she had been her husband's agent acting under his orders? A succession of married women's property acts were passed which within a few years profoundly transformed Yorkshire law. An act passed in 1870 and completed by an act passed 4 years later gave a married woman a right of property in any personal gain made since marriage, investments made with the produce of her work, and all bequests. In respect of the property thus declared her separate estate, she could take legal action in her own name. The Act of 1882 was at once a statute of consolidation which united in a single measure the two acts of 1870 and 1874, and a new measure which extended the application of the principles laid down by the Act of 1870. The latter statute had been in fact that remnant of a far more radical bill passed by the Commons but mutilated by the Lords. 12 years later, the House of Lords passed without debate a statute which enacted that the entire property of a married woman, both that which she possessed at the time of marriage and that which she obtained from any source after marriage, should be as much her property as if it had been settled upon her. Her property was restricted on one point alone, and the restriction was in her own interest. Settlements were respected by the new act, and those who made them were entitled to protect a married woman against her own weakness and make it impossible for her to hen it under pressure from her husband the capital settled upon her. This fundamental statute of 1882 has been completed in more or less important respects by 4 statutes, passed respectively in 1884, 1893 registered, 1907 and 1908 registered, but by 1882 a legal development may be regarded as in its main features complete, which for speed is probably unequaled outside periods of violent revolution. Before 1870 a married woman in England, in the poorer classes at least, was subject to a legal tutelage of almost iron rigor. 12 years later separate property had become the normal condition of married people, and a wife enjoyed a freedom unknown in any other country. In this respect English law amazed, we might almost say, shocked the jurists of the continent. Registered. The Yorkshire Matrimonial Code underwent further modifications during the half-century which preceded the Great War. The wife's refusal to return to her home was no longer regarded as an offense punishable with imprisonment, and the law deprived the husband of his right to confine a wife who refused to have with him. The husband was no longer permitted to deprive his wife by testament of the guardianship of her children. The procedure by which a deserted wife could obtain alimony was made easier. And we may mention in passing the permission at last granted in 1907 to marry a deceased wife's sister registered. What is extraordinary is the survival to that late date of the old prohibition of canon law and the opposition to the reform organized by the Anglican High Church party under the leadership of Lord Salisbury's two sons, Lord Robert and Lord Hugh Cecil. It is of greater interest to notice that the Labour members introduced into the Workmen's Compensation Act an amendment providing that an increase of pension might be claimed for support of illegitimate children by their maternal parents or grandparents as though the relationship in question arose out of a lawful marriage registered. Thus proletarian morals demanded a sort of indirect legalization of the free union. But at the same time the insurgent women were turning their efforts in another direction and conducting a campaign piquant, if not to England, at least to the Anglo-Saxon world. European sex morality rests on the complementary pillars of marriage and prostitution. The latter was the field on which the defenders of women's right won a brilliant victory. 4. The Napoleonic system in France made prostitution a profession, dishonorable, no doubt, but sanctioned and regulated by law. It expressed the attitude of a soldier who, since he condemned a vast number of young men to compulsory celibacy and therefore to irregular forms of sexual union, deemed it his duty both to them and to the country to protect them against the danger of venereal disease. The innovation was calculated to appeal to soldiers of other nations. About 1860 the British High Command introduced in India for the use of the soldiers the system of regulated prostitution. Measures entitled Contagious Diseases Acts were passed in 1864, 1866, 1868, and 1869 empowering the posts in certain urban centers to classify women on the denunciation of their agents as common prostitutes, liable to imprisonment if they refused to submit to a periodical medical examination, and the system spread rapidly in the seaports and garrison towns. Public opinion rose in revolt. It was not a question of abolishing a long-established institution which had become an abuse because it was antiquated, but of protecting England against a foreign importation, an infection from the continent and, what was worse, Napoleonic and French. And had the system of legalized prostitution really reduced venereal disease? On this point statistics were uncertain and susceptible of conflicting interpretation. Too uncertain in any case, contended the opponents of the Contagious Diseases Acts, to justify condemning a woman on the mere denunciation of a postman to be for the rest of her life a species of slave and pariah. And assuredly too uncertain to warrant the introduction of this servitude into a country whose proud boast it was that for the past 2 centuries it had been the protagonist of freedom. The movement was led by a woman of the middle class, the wife of a man who occupied an important place in the scholastic profession, the admirable Josephine Butler, a ministerial candidate, shortly before governor of Malta, where he had introduced the system of licensed houses, stood for Colchester. Josephine Butler and an entire group of women fired by her enthusiasm conducted a campaign against him. They braved the ordeal of public discussions, open-air meetings, abuse and violence from the mob, and they won the victory. A royal commission was appointed to examine the question and after an inquiry, in the course of which John Stuart Mill gave evidence, reported in favor of abolishing prostitution and raising the age of consent from 12 to 14, but it required 12 years propaganda, religious preaching one is tempted to call it rather than political agitation, before the government, acting on a resolution of the House of Commons suspended the operation of the Contagious Diseases Acts, and it was not until 3 years later that they were formally repealed. As regards the Commission's other recommendation that the age of consent should be raised, it was again Josephine Butler who led the way. She passed her cause on to the great journalist, a blend of crusader and charlatan, W.T. Stead. He was converted and a sensational campaign in the press, not devoid of scandal, led in a few months to the passing of the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, which raised the age of consent not to 14 but 16, made procuration a crime, and an attempt to violate a girl under 13 punishable by flogging or penal servitude. The adoption of these measures, reinforced by further legislation passed from time to time until the eve of the war, registered was not simply a victory for the women who were their passive beneficiaries. It was a victory for women in another sense, inasmuch as they were the result of an agitation conducted by women, and by methods hitherto the monopoly of the male sex. With this double agitation against the legalization of prostitution and the white slave traffic, the revolt of women in England began. 5. We must not, however, imagine that these two campaigns represent the entire history of the movement for the emancipation of women during the concluding years of the 19th century. They were accompanied by another agitation which was not the less important because it scarcely engaged the attention of Parliament. Women claimed the right to perform on an equal footing with men the same social functions. By degrees they secured their object. But though success followed success, in 1914 they had not yet won along the entire front. Nor is their victory complete. Even now, it had always been admitted that women as well as men could be teachers. The concession was, in fact, founded on the belief in an unalterable difference between the sexes which made it inadvisable for girls to be taught by men. Elementary schools for poor girls, and private schools for the daughters of the middle class had no difficulty in procuring a cheap supply of women teachers, and it was an easy matter for wealthier middle-class parents to obtain governesses to give their daughters at home a very sketchy education which imparted more social accomplishments than intellectual training. And everyone agreed that for little children a mistress was better than a master. Accordingly, professional statistics show from the opening of the 19th century an enormous majority of female over male teachers. The growth of education produced a constant increase in the number of women teachers: 70,000 in 1851, 172,000 in 1901, and according to a ratio a little higher than the increase in the number of male teachers registered. Another effect was a continuous improvement in the quality of their teaching. Governesses received a better training. A new type of private school for girls, far superior to the old, came into existence. In the history of these schools the year 1865 was a decisive date, for it was then that, after a campaign extending over years, Cambridge admitted girls to its local examinations, thereby putting the secondary education of girls as regards the examinations by which it was regulated on an equality with the secondary education of boys. The era of the school boards followed, and the schools under their authority in the case of girls as well as boys tended to exceed the standard of primary education. To educate mistresses for a teaching of better quality than before, training schools became necessary, and in turn teachers for the training schools. Could the latter be refused the advantages of a university education? If not, why should they not be thrown open at the same time to young girls of good family whose brothers were undergraduates of Oxford or Cambridge? The conquest of the universities was one of the great objectives pursued by women during the last third of the 19th century. It was not easy. The agitators were faced by a double opposition, from the universities' two clubs of conservative old bachelors, and from parents alarmed at the prospect of mixing the sexes at adolescence. The first step was to found, by subscriptions raised for the purpose, a college for women, 25 rules from Cambridge. Enthusiastic fellows accepted the fatigue of the journey to and fro to give lectures to the students. Then the college was transferred to a distance of 2 miles. Finally the plunge was taken, and another women's college opened in the town itself. At Oxford 2 were founded. But every precaution was taken against scandal. The girl students could not go out unaccompanied, and attended the lectures in groups in charge of a chaperone. Nor were they admitted from the outset to the same examinations as the young men. The first concession, made by the University of Cambridge, was to communicate the subjects of an examination to friendly professors who held an unofficial examination of the women students parallel to that which the men were taking at the same time. But the movement which was equipping the great cities with universities enabled the women to win at a single stroke an important victory in this field. A statute of 1875 had expressly authorized these new universities to confer their degrees on women. When in 1878 the University of London became a teaching university, it immediately made use of the right. It laid down the principle of absolute equality between the sexes. Degrees and positions in the teaching body were thrown open to women students. The Victoria University followed suit in 1880, the University of Wales in 1893, Durham College in 1895. Oxford and Cambridge could not refuse to make concessions. In 1881 and in 1884 Cambridge first, then Oxford admitted women students to the same examinations as men, though they refused to confer degrees on the successful candidates. It is surprising that the claim of women to practice medicine met with stronger opposition than their claim to teach. For it had always been admitted that there was nothing incompatible with a woman's nature in the professions of midwife and sick nurse. Moreover, if it was more suitable that women should teach women, why did not the same principle apply to medical treatment? Nevertheless, the opposition was formidable and determined. It was, it would seem, a question of professional interest. The doctors who were powerfully organized and regarded medicine as a commercial profession were defending a lucrative monopoly. The great battle was fought simultaneously with the battle to force an entrance into the universities. Often both fronts were combined and the victory was, at least apparently, won on both at the same time. It was about 1870 that 3 young girls attempted to storm the medical faculty at Edinburgh University, braving the coarse jests of their male comrades and what were nothing short of riots among the students encouraged by the professors. They succeeded in securing admission to the lectures and in passing some examinations, but in the end the Senate of the university refused them the right to practice. The women adopted other maneuvers. They attempted to enter the medical profession by way of the Corporation of Apothecaries by taking a midwife's diploma or obtaining the degree of Doctor of Medicine. On the continent, where in most countries it was open to women, these attempts were always baffled. They founded in London a medical school for women. The girls who had attended it were not admitted to a single hospital in the metropole. At last victory seemed assured when in 1875 an act was passed permitting universities to confer degrees on women and another forbidding the Royal College of Surgeons to exclude them. Even before the University of London in 1878 had laid down the principle of complete sex equality, the 2 Irish colleges of physicians had admitted women and one of the London hospitals had accepted students from the Women's Medical School. The decennial census returns enable us to follow this invasion. In the census of 1,881 lady doctors made their appearance for the first time, 25 in England and Wales. In 1891 there were 100, 212 in 1901, 477 in 1911. Nevertheless, in these years before 1914 they were still faced with insurmountable difficulties. The new national services indeed offered them an increasing number of openings, the management of schools for mothers, infant welfare centers and creches and inspectorships under the Ministry of Health. But they were very rarely admitted to study in the hospitals, and women medical students were usually obliged to seek better faculties at Weimar or in America. Nor would the hospitals accept women doctors. Certain bodies, for instance the Ophthalmological Society and the Society for the Study of Infantile Diseases, refused to admit them to membership. We even hear of a medical journal which refused to accept articles signed by women. 6. The old universities of Oxford and Cambridge continued to refuse to admit women to the examinations in medicine, theology, and law. As regards medicine this was of no consequence, since women could now obtain a doctorate at all the other universities of the kingdom. As regards theology, it might be argued that by excluding women Oxford and Cambridge shared the opinion universal throughout Christendom that a woman could not be a priest or a minister. What was the use of giving her a degree when she could not become a teacher? But the Salvation Army had made the innovation of giving women an equal place with men among their officers, and therefore, in so far as a religious body without sacraments and therefore without ordination may be regarded as a church, it was a church in which women violated the principle laid down by St. Paul that women should not teach but keep silence. The movement spread to the other religious bodies. In 1874 the Wesleyan Conference allowed a woman elected by one of the synods to take part in its deliberations. The Anglican Church allowed a woman to become a deaconess and to sit on the parish councils. Registered militant feminists cherished the hope that the day was near when, if not the established church, at least the sects would consent to ordain women. Finally, as regards the law, the exclusion maintained by Oxford and Cambridge corresponded to the unyielding determination of the legal profession. Could the Inns of Court lawfully admit women? Some maintained that they could, but it would be a very long time before they made use of the right, if it existed. Should the word person in the Societers Act of 1843 be interpreted as meaning man or woman? The courts rift in the negative registered. But could England much longer lag behind the United States, where 20,000 women practiced as lawyers, several of the colonies, and France? A bill was about to be introduced into the Commons to enable women to become solicitors, and the Lord Chancellor and the Prime Minister promised to support it. The final struggle was at hand. Though women could not become barristers or solicitors, they were not totally debarred from the pursuits of the law. They entered lawyers' offices as clerks, shorthand writers, and typists. Simultaneously, they invaded the world of business. Registered, they were indeed prevented by the rules of these bodies from becoming outside or inside brokers, or sitting on the governing body of the stock exchange or bank. But here too, as throughout the hierarchy of commerce and industry, they could occupy positions which, if subordinate, were nevertheless positions of trust, and in which their punctuality and prompt obedience gave complete satisfaction to their employers. For the first time women were making their appearance as insurance agents and commercial travelers. In the 70s, when the great struggle for university degrees was raging, there was not a woman in the city. 20 years later they were still few and attracted attention. Now they were a multitude, and you jostled past them without taking notice. At the same time, they entered the public services. Here, and especially in the post office, it was nothing short of an invasion. The number of persons employed by the central government or local authorities was estimated by the census of 1911 at some 300,000, of whom 249,000 were men, 51,000 women. Comparison with the figures of 1901 shows a total increase of 46%, representing an increase of 42.3% for men, 69.4% for women. Nor was the new invasion of the same nature as the invasion of the factories by women a century earlier. The women had been driven into the factories by the necessity of earning a livelihood, and their presence was not in itself a triumph of feminism. It rendered the champions of women's rights no other service than to furnish them with an argument against their opponents. You want, you say, to keep women at home, why then do you set them to the forced labor of your factories? Now, however, women entered offices of their free will and to find freedom. 7. The young girl who leads a young man's cafe adopts his manners. She no longer curtsies on entering a drawing room, nor awaits her elder's invitation to be seated. She talks with her back against the mantelpiece, puffing at her cigarette. All these gestures are signals of independence. They proclaim that she is in no hurry to get married, and that when she does marry she is determined to maintain her independence in face of her husband and, if need be, in opposition to him. What Blackstone termed with such unction the mysterious reverence of the nuptial tie, is a thing of the past. An entire literature has come into being which urges women to revolt. Grant Allen was the first to invite Yorkshire girls to imitate the woman who did, the woman who refuses to consecrate by legal wedlock her union with the man she loves. In her ponderous and grotesque novel The Heavenly Twins, Sarah Grant branded masculine immorality and advised her women readers to refuse to consummate legal marriage with a dissolute husband, and thus shake off the yoke of the male when he was unworthy. Among the rebels the outstanding figures were Ibsen, Shaw, and H.G. Wells, who had their disciples and fanatics. One young woman would say, "I will be Nora," and for no serious reason leave a husband who in her opinion was attempting to treat her as a doll. Another, "I will be Vivian Warren / quit the home of an unworthy mother and refuse a fortune amassed by immoral methods." but for a logical socialist, what capital has been acquired in a manner less infamous than Mrs. Warren's money? I will be Anne Veronica, I will be Isabel Rivers. In 1909 H. G. Wells published his Anne Veronica, in 1911 his New Machiavelli, in 1913 his Passionate Friends, 3 novels, 2 of which are autobiographical. He advocates a system in which the woman alone will be responsible to society for her children, and receive a bounty from the state for every child she bears and brings up. The men with whom she entertains free relations will be conscious of no bond with her children beyond sentiments of free affection. It is with a smile that we hear Hugh Price Hughes at the opening of the century congratulate himself on the fact that the Protestantism, the Puritanism of the sex had imparted to British feminism a moral austerity which had preserved it from the immorality that tainted the movement in some foreign countries. Nevertheless, on further reflection we become aware of a survival of Puritanism, certainly one of which Price Hughes never thought at work in these defiances of traditional morality. These bold young girls flung themselves into free love not so much at the urge of sexual passion as to perform a duty, to prove to the world and to themselves that they had learned the lessons of Shaw and Wells. They wrestled with the reluctance of blushing young men until they bent them to their cold determination. "I've had a biological training," declared Anne Veronica. "I'm a hard young woman. It is not without hesitation that I approach such a difficult subject." How deep did this movement for the emancipation of women go, and what in fact did it signify? There was an industrial proletariat where the morals of the young people were very free and custom simply required a young man to marry the girl whom he had made pregnant. And there was a rural proletariat where it even allowed young men to enter into trial unions. They did not marry until they were certain the girl was not barren. Once married, the stem law of poverty and labor sufficed to compel husband and wife to fidelity. And there was an aristocracy of birth and an aristocracy of wealth where leisure engenders laxity and laxity inconstancy, in which men and women become accustomed to have above the level of ordinary morals and enjoy themselves on the produce of other people's morality. It was only in the middle class whose boundaries above and below were not easy to draw but whose character was very definite in which those habits prevailed of self-imposed discipline and voluntary obedience to the law of work and the law of marital fidelity which are the essence of morality. But the feature of the feminist revolt of the early 20th century which seemed so disquieting was that it arose in this very middle class which, it appeared, was beginning to doubt itself. In England more than in any other country the middle class had succeeded in imposing its culture upon society and exacting from the classes above and below it at least an outward respect for its moral prejudices. Now England was ceasing to be middle class. If, however, we view the situation from another angle and consider the relations between the sexes without respect to class, we may perhaps be disposed to adopt a different interpretation of the change which was in process, fully admitting its far-reaching character. To maintain that the woman differs from the man is not to maintain that she is his inferior. It means that she is different and that her distinctive qualities, though of equal or, if you will, higher social value than his, give her activities a different direction. It is a striking and a significant fact that in the commercial or administrative careers now being open to women, the latter were content to occupy subordinate positions. In the government departments the higher positions carrying with them authority remained closed to women. And their salaries remained lower than men's. In countless instances a rule was in force that a woman must leave her post on marriage and return to the home. Was this simply a survival from the period when man ruled over woman, and, the period of transition once passed, would a system soon exist which made no differentiation between the sexes? We cannot forget the admission in the complaint made by an uncompromising feminist in 1913 that, in the world of business, women are not sufficiently ambitious, and that they seem too often content with the poorly paid routine posts and too little inclined to venture anything on their own account. The question forces itself upon us whether the two sexes are not so distinguished by the law of their natures that the man is prone to command, the woman to self-devotion, so that when a man claims rights it is to increase his power, when a woman claims them it is on the contrary to have further opportunity of service. We cannot fail to be struck by the large number of women who at the very moment when they came boldly into the open to urge their claims professed conservative political opinions. The others very seldom professed themselves liberals but went straight to the socialist camp. Was this the sign of a passionate nature which loves extremes? It would seem on the contrary that they were attracted by socialism not as a more revolutionary form of liberalism, a movement for complete emancipation, but because they saw it as in many respects a reaction against the liberalism which had originally demanded the emancipation of women. Its appeal was its policy of a grandmotherly legislation which did not shrink from interference with every detail of private life to ensure the welfare of the weak and which treated society as a magnified home. We are therefore compelled to ask how far the women's revolt must be interpreted as an attempt to achieve equality with men or on the contrary as an attempt to reform society according to the ideal of their sex, to make themselves masculine or society feminine. This doubt must be borne in mind when we study, as we now must, the last of the feminist claims the right to vote and be elected to Parliament, and to be admitted to executive office. The claim which may truly be said to have absorbed the entire energies of the feminists of both sexes during the years immediately preceding the war. Whatever the purpose, libertarian or conservative, which in the last resort inspired these women, the methods they employed to attain their object and give their cause the advertisement of scandal were undoubtedly anarchic. 8. Bentham had claimed equality of political rights for both sexes, but his disciple James Mill had parted company with him on this point, and the Chartists after preliminary hesitations finally decided against Lee's program. They were content with asking for the universal suffrage of men, manhood suffrage. When however John Stuart Mill in his representative government and subjection of women returned to Bentham's doctrine, the time seemed at last to have arrived for it to bear fruit. More even than these two books, the important speech Mill delivered in the House of Commons pleading that women's suffrage should be introduced into the Reform Bill passed that year forced the matter upon the attention of the press and public. The amendment was of course rejected, but Mill and his friends convinced themselves that the reform would be effected before many years had passed and would precede and facilitate all the other reforms, the grant to married women of the right to own property, the abolition of state-regulated prostitution, to which the efforts of the feminists were directed at the time. As we know, the exact contrary happened. Whereas these reforms were extorted by the action outside Parliament of women who had no vote, the question of their political rights continued to hang fire. Between Mill's death and the year 1906, the House of Commons had voted on 4 occasions in favor of women's suffrage. But in every instance it had been simply a declaration of principle, and the majority, always a mixed majority of liberals and conservatives, were perfectly well aware that no cabinet, liberal or conservative, would make women's suffrage a government measure. At first sight it surprises us to find such a persistent opposition to the women's claim, to which the latter would reply by a fanaticism equal to their opponents' obstinacy. To allow women to become professors and doctors, to invade the offices of lawyers and men of business, was nothing less than to revolutionize their fate and in consequence the state of society as a whole. But would the social order be greatly perturbed if every 6-year-old maids, young girls, even married women, silently dropped their vote in the ballot box? Did not husbands allow their wives to take an active part in their electoral campaigns? Had not women been permitted ever since 1834 to vote for the boards of guardians who administered the poor law? Had they not possessed since 1869 the municipal vote, and since 1870 the power to elect and be elected to the school boards? In 1888 they had obtained the right to vote for the new county councils. And had not the Local Government Act of 1894, when it set up district and parish councils, granted women the right not only to vote for these bodies but to sit on them, and in addition to sit on the boards of guardians? Never. Thus there must have been a deep-seated reason for this stubborn opposition, which was by no means confined to England. And in all probability it was this. There is one right which women have never claimed in the West: to serve in the army as privates or officers. But from time immemorial the performance of political functions has been associated with the performance of metering. It is on those who defend the country that the office of governing it devolves. It was no doubt this meadery conception of government which consciously or unconsciously inspired the opposition of public opinion to the poetical claims of feminism when it became increasingly tolerant of the rest. Certainly women might have a share in dealing with questions of poor relief, education, and the provision and maintenance of roads. These were domestic questions. And when the women who opposed female suffrage founded an anti-suffragist league of which Mrs. Humphrey Ward was president, they were careful to state expressly that all these problems are within the competence of women. But on the other hand, these municipal elections had little interest for the public. Only a small minority of the voters took the trouble to record their votes. But it was the great consultations of the people which were milestones in the history of the nation. If more insistently every year women were pressing their claim to share in these, it was not simply to defend the distinctive interests of their sex. They had won many victories by other means, and the trade unionists were discovering that to secure the immediate satisfaction of their demands the strike was a more powerful weapon than the ballot box. What women claimed was the right to perform the highest duty of citizenship in the interest of the entire community. 9. After the period of successful agitation which had marked the years when Gladstone and Disraeli guided the destinies of the nation, the close of the 19th century had marked a halt in the progress of feminism as in that of other democratic ideas. But when a liberal revival followed the Boer War, the question of the political emancipation of women, as we should expect, came again to the forefront. In 1904 a motion in the House of Commons in favor of women's suffrage was passed by a majority of 114, the largest it had yet obtained. Its champions could point out that on this point England now lagged behind the rest of the English-speaking world. New Zealand had possessed women's suffrage since 1893, South Australia since 1894, Western Australia since 1899, New South Wales since 1902, the Australian Commonwealth from its foundation that very year. Tasmania adopted it in 1903 and Queensland would adopt it in 1905. In the United States of America 4 western states had admitted women to the suffrage, Wyoming in 1869, Colorado M 1893, Utah in 1895, Idaho in 1896, and its extension to the entire country seemed inevitable, and in Europe itself, almost at England's door, in 1901, 2 years after the extension of the suffrage to all male citizens, Norway had granted the franchise to about half the women above 25 years of age. The moment was near when the Liberal Party would be once more in office. It was professedly the party of reform. Every champion of reform believed himself to have a claim upon it. Feminist propaganda redoubled and concentrated its efforts on securing political rights for women. There was an old society of women suffragists founded under the auspices of Mill in 1867. In that year the London National Society for Women's Suffrage was formed, which, working in close cooperation with a number of similar societies in the provinces, employed all the methods of legal propaganda current in England and brought peaceful pressure to bear on members of Parliament. In 1888 it had been embarrassed by an attempt of its liberal members to introduce their party organizations into the society and gradually to annex it to the Liberal Party. The attempt gave rise to quarrels and a spht which weakened the society. But about the beginning of the new century the two rival groups became reconciled and united to form the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies. How long would it be before the union's patient methods were victorious? Meanwhile its members abandoned themselves to the pleasure which Yorkshire people enjoy so keenly of founding groups. Gathering recruits, they began to come in large numbers, drawing up rules, electing presidents, secretaries, and treasurers, and organizing public meetings in the customary style. But side by side with the National Union a new society came into existence of a very different character, founded in 1903, the Women's Social and Political Union. Its founders, Mrs. Pankhurst and her daughter Christabel, women of a middle-class family which for years had devoted itself body and soul to socialist propaganda, would appear to have desired at first to give the new feminist organization a distinctively socialist character. They would have HKED to make it the feminine section of the Labor Representation Committee which was being formed at the time. Then the political behests of its foundresses changed. By degrees they transferred their allegiance from Socialism to the Conservative Party. It was its violent methods which distinguished the Women's Social and Political Union from the National Union. And as the years passed, these methods dictated an original form of constitution. The Union possessed no written constitution, no rule which might hamper its leaders' decisions. Anyone willing to subscribed as much as he wished, and the zealots who led the organization made whatever use of the funds they pleased. The suffragettes, as the militants of the new movement soon came to be called, to distinguish them from the suffragists of the old National Union, had no control over the central organization whose orders they blindly obeyed. In 1897, in the course of the debates in the House of Commons on a feminist bill introduced that year, a member speaking in support of the bill had pointed out the obstacles with which women were faced when they attempted to urge their claims. It is contrary, he said, to the nature of women to take part in those formidable demonstrations which from time to time mark the activity of political enthusiasm among men. Registered Mrs. Pankhurst was to prove his psychology false by showing that women could organize demonstrations which, if they were of a different character from the riots in which the male sex had indulged in the past, were no less formidable. On October 13, 1905, Sir Edward Grey took the chair at a great Liberal meeting held in the Free Trade Hall, Manchester. Everyone knew that a general election was imminent and that the Liberal Party must decide upon its programme. A number of women, members of the Social and Political Union, waving small flags which bore the words "Votes for Women" and interrupting at every turn the speech of the principal speaker, succeeded in seriously holding up the meeting until at last they were roughly ejected, taken in charge by the POHCE, and finally sentenced to a fine and imprisonment if it were not paid. They chose imprisonment. They were Christabel Pankhurst, Mrs. Pankhurst's daughter, and Annie Kenney, a young Lancashire Null girl whom the Pankhursts had discovered, converted, and adopted. At last the cause possessed its martyrs. The Ruttons continued their campaign throughout the entire election. After its victory, what would the Liberal cabinet do? We must examine the difficulties which confronted them, if they wished to give the feminists any satisfaction. 10. The government might adopt the plan put forward by Mill in 1867, and propose to give women the vote on the same terms as men possessed it under the existing franchise. This course presented the advantage that the reform would be extremely moderate. Only a small number of women would receive the vote: spinsters, widows, and married women who carried on some species of trade. 500,000 women, it was estimated, would be enfranchised, as against a male electorate of over 7 million. And it would be extremely undemocratic. Almost all the new women voters would belong to the wealthier classes, and only a handful of working women would obtain the vote. Mill was prepared to accept this result. If only one woman in 20,000 used the suffrage, to be declared capable of it would be a boon to all women. Even that theoretical enfranchisement would remove a weight from the expansion of their faculties, the real mischief of which is much greater than the apparent. But it was not acceptable to all the Liberal politicians. In the case of the boards of guardians, the school boards, and the county, district, and borough councils, a reform on these lines might be tolerable. We have seen how little interest the Coimtree took in these elections. But it would be dangerous to extend it to parliamentary elections, and when an important national decision was at stake, to grant the vote to a minority of women suspected of conservative sympathies. And the danger would be the greater because a considerable section of the Unionist opposition, under the guidance of its most eminent leaders, had declared in favor of women's suffrage. The Liberal members of the House of Commons were indeed the readier to vote in favor of the principle because they knew that their leaders were divided on the question and its settlement remote. Or another method might be chosen and women's suffrage incorporated into a bill affecting a general reform of the franchise. After the reform of 1884, only one more step remained to be taken, and England would possess an unqualified system of universal suffrage. Why not enact that every adult Englishman should possess the vote, but only a single vote, and every Englishwoman as well? But how long must the women wait before such a reform could be effected? If the House of Commons and even the House of Lords was prepared at a stretch to take this final step on the road to universal suffrage by granting the vote to the minority of adult males which was still unenfranchised, it would be a long time before a majority could be found to risk a reform which by establishing universal suffrage for both sexes would more than double the electorate at a single stroke. To link the two questions of universal and women's suffrage was, the feminists suspected, nothing more than a device for shelving the second question. In 1907 a motion in favor of women's suffrage was, the Speaker reluctantly decided, blocked by a previous motion in favor of adult suffrage for both sexes alike. Had not the latter motion been deliberately introduced to prevent the discussion of the former? When a month earlier the annual Congress of the Labour Party wished to settle the question of women's suffrage by passing a motion in favor of equal adult suffrage, the chairman, Keir Hardie, a fanatical feminist, had threatened to resign from the party rather than associate himself with tactics which in his opinion were intended to postpone the issue. 2. After the Liberal victory at the polls, the members of the different groups of women working for the suffrage, the National Union and the Social and Political Union, in spite of the serious difficulties in the way of common action, demanded and obtained a joint interview with the new Premier. On May 19 Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman received the deputation at Downing Street and stated that he was personally in agreement with their claim, which he regarded as based upon conclusive and irrefutable arguments. But he reminded them that on this subject his party and the cabinet itself were divided and that they would have many difficulties to overcome. He concluded by giving them two pieces of advice: to go on pestering, and exercise the virtue of patience. The suffragists followed the second, and their patience was in fact put to a severe test. During the first two sessions of the Liberal government they were obliged to be satisfied with two acts passed simultaneously which permitted women to sit on county councils and borough councils in England and on county councils and town councils in Scotland. And it was provided that if a woman were elected chairman of a county council or mayor of a borough she could not exercise the functions of a justice of the peace which, had she been a man, would have been attached automatically to the office. The suffragettes followed Sir Henry's first piece of advice and continued to pester the Liberal statesmen by an unceasing series of demonstrations. And their anger increased when Campbell Bannerman, who was in favour of their cause, was succeeded as Prime Minister by an opponent of women's suffrage who had hardly entered on his new office when he took an opportunity to state his position. A women's enfranchisement bill had just passed its second reading in the House of Commons. Asquith stated that it would be impossible during the present session to provide the necessary time for its further discussion. The only prospect he held out was that before the dissolution of the Parliament elected in 1906, in other words, within the next 4 years, the government would introduce a bill to reform the male franchise, and the supporters of women's suffrage would be at liberty to propose whatever amendments they desired to give effect to their views. The women organized monster processions through the London streets which often mingled with the columns of unemployed. They besieged the Houses of Parliament, the government offices, the ministers' private houses, lying in wait for prominent politicians, tormenting them with the monotonous repetition of their demands, haunting them with their presence. They never ceased harassing Liberal public meetings until Lloyd George, against whom their persecution was chiefly directed, announced his intention not to speak at meetings from which all women had not been excluded. They rose in the women's gallery of the House of Commons and interrupted the debates, whatever their subject, by screaming at the top of their voices votes for women. One day 2 suffragettes chained themselves to the grille which enclosed the gallery, and while they continued to bawl and hold up the debate, workmen had to be summoned to remove the grille and the women with it. The women's gallery was then closed until the day not long afterwards when male feminists made the same scenes in the men's gallery, which had in turn to be closed. The suffragettes exploited the weakness of their sex, its proneness to hysteria. The men were cowards if they allowed them to behave in this way, cowards if they used force to repress their disorders. A public meetings bill hastily passed by both houses in December 1908, which provided special penalties for those who disturbed public meetings, completely fated to achieve the purpose which the guardians of order should have kept in view. What they had to avoid as far as possible was the odium of imprisoning the suffragettes. An order was given to the Metropolitan Post to arrest them but release them before they were brought into court. They then adopted new tactics to force the authorities' hands. Assaults on postmen and breaking windows were typical offenses which they committed in cold blood in order to get themselves imprisoned. They were duly imprisoned, went on hunger strike, and by their violent struggles made forcible feeding impossible. Ill, almost at death's door, they were released. As soon as they had recovered their health, they committed a new outrage. What could be done with them except send them back to prison? But what purpose did it serve? A feminist of noble family, Lady Constance Lytton, was imprisoned but immediately sent to the infirmary on account of her ill health and soon released. She persuaded herself that she owed this leniency to her social position. She got herself arrested a second time under a false name and was subjected to the ordinary treatment, refused all nourishment and fell so seriously ill that though released she never recovered her health. A new chapter had opened in the history of feminism and its martyrs. 12. The picture we drew of the struggle between the two parties between 1909 and 1911 on the double question of Lloyd George's budget and the restriction of the rights of the House of Lords was not therefore complete. We must also picture the Liberal Party tormented without respite under the mocking gaze of their Unionist opponents by a swarm of buzzing and stinging gnats. The persecution was interrupted only by a brief truce of 6 months when on the accession of George V all parties agreed to allow the new monarch to make his first essays in sovereignty amidst a universal peace. A group of members of Parliament formed a committee which entitled itself the Conciliation Committee to draw up a women's enfranchisement bill sufficiently moderate to reassure the Unionist supporters of women's suffrage and sufficiently comprehensive to overcome the opposition of those liberals who considered the suffrage bills hitherto presented too undemocratic. Stanger's bill, which had been debated in the House of Commons in 1908, was open to the objection that it multiplied the grounds qualifying for a vote and therefore aggravated the abuse of the plural vote to the profit of the wealthy classes. As a property owner, lodger, university graduate, the rich woman could by arrangement with her husband secure 2 or 3 additional votes for the family. Moreover, the bill permitted a married woman to claim a distinct vote when the rent paid for the domicile exceeded $20, another privilege for the wealthy. The Constitution Bayou, introduced in June 1910 by a Labour member, Shackleton, was not open to these objections. The franchise it proposed to give women would be based not on the complicated qualifications hitherto prescribed but simply on occupation of a domicile. All women who were householders would possess the vote, all that is to say, who occupied a house or part of a house, even if it were only a single room, provided it was in their own name, or occupied a shop or office whose rental was not less than $10. Not many, however, would come under the latter category. Not more than 5%, Shackleton estimated. In this way the danger, real or imaginary, on which the Liberals harped, of artificially multiplying votes to the benefit of the rich, would be avoided. Shackleton moreover considered that the number of women who would benefit by a measure of this description had been underestimated. They would amount, he maintained, to about 1,000,000, and he claimed that by methodical investigations it had been proved that 75 to 80% of the women enfranchised would belong to the working class. The bill passed its second reading on July 12 by 299 to 190 votes. Asquith had spoken against it, also Lloyd George and Churchill. The latter were not indeed intransigent opponents of women's suffrage. At bottom Lloyd George was in favor of the reform. But they had been exasperated by the attacks of the suffragettes. Lloyd George was the victim of an unremitting persecution. Churchill had been assaulted in the street by a fanatical suffragette armed with a whip. Moreover, Lloyd George's objection was not without foundation. While he was prepared to vote in favor of the principle of women's suffrage, he wanted the bill, which he regarded as insufficiently democratic, drawn up in such terms that it could be amended in course of debate and completed by clauses extending the franchise to all classes of men. This was done by the Second Conciliation Bill, introduced in the Commons on May 5, 1911, by Sir George Kemp, which passed its second reading by 255 to 88 votes. What would happen during the session of 1912? Lloyd George, speaking apparently in the name of the government, promised the necessary time to debate the clauses and pass the third reading of the bill. Asquith did not dissent, but replying on November 9 to a deputation which waited on him to plead the cause of universal suffrage, he promised a Bayou to reform the franchise on the lines they desired, into which the supporters of women's suffrage would be allowed but not encouraged by the government to introduce any amendments they could get the House to accept. On March 28, 1912, the Conciliation Bill came up once more high the Commons. In the previous session it had been passed by a majority of 167. It was now defeated by a majority of 222 to 208 votes. Is this change of front on the part of the majority to be explained by the exasperation aroused by the suffragettes' extravagant behavior? Or was it rather due to the pressure Elie Asquith and his friends brought to bear on certain members of the Liberal majority, the Irish National HSDS in particular, to vote against the Bayou or abstain from voting? In any case, the way was now free for Asquith to introduce his general measure of franchise reform, into which, indeed, a feminist amendment might, he said, be introduced, though he was counting on the House of Commons not to stultify itself and by going back on its decision of March 28 commit what he termed a national mistake. The government's franchise Bayou, which passed its second reading on July 12 by 290 to 218 votes, came up for its third reading on January 24, 1913, at the end of an interminable session whose work, held up by the Irish question which now occupied the front of the stage, had not been completed by December 31. The government did not indeed propose to introduce universal suffrage. But by suppressing the plural vote and the representation of the universities, and by a radical alteration of the method by which the register was compiled, the bill practically amounted to a universal suffrage bill. It would moreover confer a more or less extensive franchise on women, if one or other of 4 amendments accepted by the Prime Minister were embodied in it. But at this juncture a dramatic blow fell. Some days before the debate opened, Bonar Law, the leader of the opposition, had asked the Speaker, referring to a precedent of parliamentary procedure, whether such a radical alteration of the bill as amendments of this kind would involve was not unconstitutional. He had requested a few days in which to consider the question. On the 27th he decided in favor of Bonar Law's objection and refused to allow any of the amendments to be discussed. Asquith was obliged to drop the Bayou. On the other hand, he could not bring it forward again with one of the feminist amendments embodied in the original text, for he himself and many others of his cabinet and party were hostile to them. All he could do was to promise that if a bill on similar lines to that which Sir George Kemp had introduced in May 1912 were again brought forward, the government without sponsoring it would set apart as much time for its discussion as though it were a government Bayou. This was to return to the promise made by Lloyd George in 1911, which had resulted in the adverse vote of March 28, 1912. Always the same vicious circle. 13. Indignation in the feminist camp was at its height. For several years the moderates of the National Union had given their confidence to Asquith and his party. They now broke with the Liberals and decided to support the Labour Party, the only one of the 3 which had made women's suffrage a part of its official program. The leaders of the party accepted their support without enthusiasm, for it condemned the party to an attitude of uncompromising hostility to the Liberals, which it had no desire to adopt. But the women had the money the party lacked, and so profitable an alliance could not be refused. Throughout the country at elections Labour candidates came forward who secured the defeat of the Liberal candidate either to their own advantage or the advantage of the Conservative candidate. And the suffragettes who fought under the Pankhurst's banner redoubled the number and violence of their outrages. Their agitation assumed new forms. Banished from the gallery of the House of Commons, they turned their persecution against a more highly placed victim. In the theatre, at church, even at Buckingham Palace the king was roughly addressed by unknown women who rose to denounce him as czar and torturer. Corrosives were placed in letter boxes to destroy the correspondence. Pictures were defaced in museums. Buildings were set on fire whether they belonged to notorious opponents of feminism or were simply adjacent to a house where a liberal meeting was being held. Shots were fired at trains. Then the suffragettes attacked churches, in which they placed bombs which did considerable damage. 2 old country churches were burnt down. Friends of law and order consoled themselves by the reflection that these extremists were injuring the cause they professed to serve. In 1913 and 1914 the only result achieved by the feminist agitation seemed to have been to torpedo the government's bill to extend the franchise. The cabinet resigned itself to introducing, as in 1907, a bill to abolir the plural vote which, twice thrown out by the House of Lords, was waiting for the session of 1915 to receive the royal assent without passing the upper house. Meanwhile a bill in favor of women's suffrage was rejected by the Lords in 1914 after debates interesting indeed, but as academic as they could have been in the time of Campbell Bannerman. Moreover, the Conservatives had the satisfaction of observing that the violent methods employed by the Social and Political Union were alarming an increasing number of its members. There had been a SPHT in 1908 when Mrs. Despard founded a separate group, the Women's Freedom League. A more serious SPHT occurred when in 1912 Mr. and Mrs. Pethick Lawrence, a couple of feminists with socialist sympathies, retired from the Union, withdrawing their paper, The Common Cause, from the influence of the extremists. And there was a further SPHT in 1914 when Sylvia Pankhurst, the founder of the East End Federation, broke with her mother and Christable. But it could not be denied that those who remained were, HKE Gideon's soldiers, though fewer, more formidable. What could be done? The government hastily passed in April 1913 an act which empowered the courts to order the discharge from prison of a woman whose health was endangered as the result of a hunger strike, subject to her re-imprisonment without further trial when her health had been restored. It became known as the Cat and Mouse Bill. Its authors hoped that the women after their first experience of prison and the hunger strike would shrink from a second. This was true of some but not of the majority or the more ardent. Mrs. Pankhurst, held responsible, as chairman of the Social and Political Union, for one of the first cases of feminist incendiarism, had been sentenced to 9 years imprisonment, and it was to prove that the sentence was intended to be a reality from which she could not escape by a fortnight's hunger strike that the Cat and Mouse Bill had been passed. But the only result was that for a whole year the mouse played with the cat rather than the cat with the mouse. Once more, what was to be done? Pass a measure making all the subscribers to the Social and Political Union civilly liable for the damage committed? Could anyone believe that the prospect of trials by the hundred would act as a deterrent? Pass a bill in one clause absolving the prison authorities from all responsibility for the halves of prisoners who refused to take nourishment? Was it certain that any of the prisoners would recoil from sacrificing her life? On Derby Day in 1913 they had seen a suffragette adopt a new form of propaganda by action, throw herself beneath the feet of the horses and die from the wounds received. In the case of Miss Davidson on Derby Day 1913 feminist fanaticism was still confined to voluntary martyrdom. But when the suffragettes placed a bomb in a church, set fire to a house or fired at a train in motion, though they took care that the church or house was empty, and the train a goods train, they were playing a dangerous game. Who could be certain that some zealot might not soon commit a murder? At the annual Congress of the Union of Teachers in April 1914, when it refused to pass a motion in favor of women's suffrage, Miss Hewitt of East Ham declared amidst uproar that the power of tyranny was tempered by assassination. A painful conflict was in process between British toleration and the fanaticism of the suffragettes. Not to have prevented the latter was a defeat for the former. And now what could be done to avoid further defeats? Yield and grant the franchise to women as though the methods employed by its supporters had been legal? That would be to capitulate to violence, to pay tribute to revolutionary fanaticism. Repel violence by violence. Even if successful, would that be a victory? Would it not rather be a defeat, an admission that the Russian, not the British methods of government were the right ones? Wait, and by employing a minimum of repression attempt to exhaust by patience this strange frenzy, unprecedented in the history of modern England? Was it certain that it would be exhausted? The evil certainly showed no sign of diminution in July 1914. Never had acts of violence and incendiarism been more frequent. The Irish Revolt. I. When the summer of 1914 opened, the threat of a general strike called by the Triple Alliance of the miners', railwaymen's, and transport workers' unions weighed on England. But the alarm felt was due to memory of the disorders which had occurred in 1911. For the moment the labor unrest was certainly less grave than it had been 3 years before. The suffragist agitation on the contrary was more irritating, more pestering than ever. But if it contributed to the general unrest, and if the changes of which it was apparently the symptom were perhaps the most profound which society was undergoing, these disorders were a source of embarrassment rather than a serious threat to the government. It was in Ireland that the general anarchy was on the point of degenerating, had indeed begun to degenerate, into civil war. To understand the origin of the crisis there is no need, as in the case of the feminist agitation, to delve into past history. For this was not an agitation which sprang suddenly upon the world of politics. How many times already had Irish history, while remaining obstinately apart from the current of English, hampered and poisoned the latter? We have already related the course of events to the day when the Liberal government shortly before Campbell Bannerman's death had been confronted on the one hand with the defeat of its Irish Council buoy, on the other with the failure at least partial of the attempt made by the late Unionist government in 1903 to transfer gradually and peaceably the entire soil of Ireland to the native tenants. During the years which followed, the Nationalist Party remained faithful to its policy of alliance with the Liberals, awaiting a favourable opportunity to summon the latter to honour a long-standing pledge and grant Home Rule to Ireland. We have told the story of the crisis which followed the rejection of Lloyd George's Great Budget by the House of Lords and pointed out that the two general elections of January and December 1910 had apparently made the Irish masters of the situation. When the session of 1913 opened, the government was free to pass the Home Rule Bill through the House of Commons by the disciplined combination of Liberals, Labour members, and Nationalists, and this once done could defy a House of Lords now rendered powerless. But to understand the details of the crisis which ensued we must discover what authority John Redmond and his party possessed in Ireland at a moment when their influence in the British Parliament was in the ascendant. The first enemies with whom Redmond had to contend were the moderates led by William O'Brien, who had helped Gerald Balfour and after him George Wyndham to pursue, while the Unionists were in office, their policy of devolution. But O'Brien's party had been weakened by the invincible hostility the Ulster Protestants displayed towards the attempts at conciliation made by the Tory cabinet and still further by the Liberal victory at the election of 1906. Once more hopes were kindled in Ireland of concessions which would far exceed the offers made by certain Yorkshire Conservatives and would not stop short of complete autonomy. It was in vain that O'Brien attempted to exploit against Redmond the defeat of the Irish Council Bill and his acquiescence in the failure which had befallen the Land Act of 1903. Instead of accepting with an ill-concealed dédain the defeat of a measure which he continued to defend warmly and persisting in its claims for immediate and complete Home Rule, the Nationalists, he maintained, should have accepted the Irish Council Bill and in return have demanded that the Yorkshire taxpayer should provide the funds necessary to bring back into operation the Land Act of 1903. As we have already seen, he had been finally compelled to surrender to Redmond. But was the surrender unconditional? The terms of reconciliation contained a clause, the second, which laid down that it was the duty of the Nationalist representatives of Ireland, while striving incessantly for Home Rule, to devote themselves earnestly to working for every measure of practical amelioration which it might be possible to obtain for her people from either Yorkshire party, or from both, and it could be interpreted as a concession to O'Brien's opportunism. The clause enumerated among the most urgent reforms, a settlement of the university question satisfactory to Catholics, measures to hasten the expropriation of the landlords, and a reduction of taxation. If Redmond and his followers, having torpedoed the Irish Council Bill, failed to obtain satisfaction on any of these points, it would be a proof that their method was the wrong one and O'Brien's more effective. For the moment the third question did not come before Parliament. As we shall shortly see, its aspect had been completely changed by the passing of the important measures of social reform in 1908 and 1911. But this was not the case with the two former, particularly the university question, and it was a triumph for the reunited Nationalist Party, a defeat therefore for O'Brien, when in 1908 the government introduced a bill calculated to give final satisfaction both to the Irish Protestants and the Irish Catholics. The question had first been tackled by Bryce, who had submitted it to the examination of a committee of 9, which by a majority of 6-3 proposed to incorporate all the existing Irish colleges in a single university. It was a solution unacceptable either to Trinity College, the citadel of Protestantism in Dublin, which was not prepared to surrender its independence, or to the Catholic bishops who wanted a college of their own in the capital on an equal footing with the Protestant. The new bill, which Birrell explained in the House of Commons on March 31, 1908, abolished the Royal University of Ireland, made the Belfast College, which had formed part of it hitherto, a separate university, set up a new college in Dublin on an equality with Trinity and completely distinct from it, and incorporated this new college and the colleges of Cork and Galway into a single university. To receive state assistance, these two new universities, Dublin and Belfast, must be undenominational. Nor could the state grant be employed to support a building where any form of worship would be carried on or any theological teaching given. But Trinity College was undenominational in theory and in practice Protestant. It was equally certain that the University of Belfast would be Presbyterian and the new Dublin University Catholic, both in the composition of its professorial staff and in the spirit of its teaching. The sole guarantee of religious neutrality contained in the bill was a provision that the senates of the two universities, during the first few years at least, should be appointed by the government. And the government took care to appoint one Catholic among the 35 members of the Belfast Senate, 7 Protestants among the 36 members of the Dublin Senate. The Irish bishops had the wisdom to accept a compromise which gave them in substance what they wanted. In London, Liberals and Unionists agreed in approving the bill, and in a few months the British Parliament rid itself of a problem which for many years had appeared insoluble. 2. The question of the Land Act was tackled at the same time. It was impossible to postpone it any longer. The continuous fall in the value of consols made the Act of 1903 increasingly costly to operate both to the British Treasury and the Irish ratepayer. The government at first adopted a circuitous route, and its attitude appeared to show a determination not to modify but to reinforce the agrarian legislation begun in 1903. A phrase in the King's Speech of January 1908, as interpreted by the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Asquith, promised a measure to expedite the division of the pasture land into small holdings. The congested disc. For a bibliography, see Book I, p. 54n. Tricks Acts had already dealt with the problem, but they were applicable only within narrow limits and were moreover permissive. The principle of compulsory purchase of the grazing land would be laid down. But almost immediately the committee appointed to inquire into the working of the Land Act of 1903 reported, and the report pointed out that the public finances demanded a complete remodeling of its provisions. The committee proposed in substance that to pay for purchases already made which could not be undone, a limited amount of land stock should continue to be issued, the landlord whose land was being purchased having the right to be paid in land stock at a rate of $92 for every nominal, a superiority very little higher than the 50% formula, 3 ironclads to 2, put forward by Gray at the opening of 1911. It may therefore surprise us to find him in March 1912 demanding as the indispensable condition of maintaining this superiority the construction of 2 to every 1 German dreadnought, and thus apparently accepting the formula of 2 keels to 1. But when we reckon up the number of capital ships laid down from the construction of the first Yorkshire dreadnought begun in 1905, we find that the Yorkshire had built 30 dreadnoughts and post dreadnoughts as against 21 German vessels of the same type. That is to say, the British superiority was shghtly below not the 60% but even the 50% standard. To attain the level of 60% the pace must be speeded up. England must therefore build 25 large ironclads as against 14 German, a ratio of over 17 to 10, almost 18 to 10. But the program would involve by 1917 the construction of 55 capital ships since the introduction of the dreadnought as against 35 German, a ratio of 15.7 to 10, that is something under 60%. the devices to which Churchill and the Admiralty had recourse must be sought elsewhere. One of these was the deliberate omission by the experts of the British Admiralty when they compared the British and German naval programs to take into account the respective speed of building in both countries. Boast as Germany might of her industrial progress, in the field of shipbuilding England retained her old superiority. And if Germany had watched with delight the syndicalist unrest interfere seriously in 1911 with the work of the Clyde shipyards, the crisis once past, England had made up the time lost. The calculations of the British Admiralty showed, and the results were much the same for other vessels, that the Orion had taken 2 years and 1 month to construct, the German Thuringen 3 years and 3 months. That is to say, the ratio between the respective speed of British and German naval construction was 2 to 3. Suppose therefore that in accordance with the rule formulated in 1912 England laid down that year 4 capital ships whereas Germany laid down 2, the 4 Inkshare ships would be ready in 1914 but not a single German. Nor was this all. In 1913 and again in 1914 the Admiralty decided to anticipate by 8 months the date at which the annual quota of ships, 3 in 1913, 2 in 1914, should be laid down. This was more time gained in the armament race with Germany. By doing his utmost to speed up by appropriate subsidies the construction of battleships and by advancing within the year the date when their construction began, Chauchy sought to hoodwink, if not experts, at least the general public as to the meaning of the official figures. Another device was to count as equivalent units all the ironclads posterior to the first dreadnought. In reality improvement had followed improvement until with the construction of the Orion begun in 1911 a standard was reached which was known as the super dreadnought. The speed was the same but the displacement was 23,500 instead of 17,900 tons. The thickness of the main belt armor was now from 12 to 18 instead of 11 inches. The armament consisted of 10 guns of a caliber of 13.5 inches. And if M1913 England possessed only 14 dreadnoughts to 11 German, she had 20 super dreadnoughts built or in process of construction as against only 12 German. The advantage was therefore clearly passing to England. Even before Churchill's arrival at the Admiralty plans had been made by which in March 1914 England would possess 12 capital ships furnished with 13.5-inch guns. While not a single German ironclad would possess a gun with a caliber of more than 12 inches. Would the Admiralty at least be content with the super dreadnought equipped with 13.5-inch guns and the other ironclads built since 1911 which had already attained a displacement of 25,000 tons? Many people behaved that the tremendous expense would soon prove intolerable. The latest super dreadnoughts built before 1914 cost $250,000 and that the moment was at hand when the torpedo boat and submarine would so revolutionize naval warfare as to render these monster vessels useless. Churchill however trod faithfully in Fisher's steps and laid down in 1913 in the utmost secrecy the formidable vessels of the type represented by the Queen Elizabeth. The cost of construction was $3,000,000. The displacement was 27,500 tons, the speed 25 instead of 21 knots. There were only 8 large guns, but they had a caliber of 15 inches and were able to fire at a single target and over a distance of 11 miles a charge of 7 tons, an increase of about a ton over the charge which the Orion's 10 guns of 13.5 inches could fire. Evidently in the construction of these monsters the Admiralty was not sacrificing speed to the size of the vessel or its armament. The reason was that the new Inkshare dreadnoughts were driven by petrol. Given equality of size the use of petrol enormously enhanced the vessel's speed, made it far easier to reach full speed, and refueling on the open sea a far speedier process, and one requiring fewer hands. The amount of energy derived from petrol was 40% or greater than that derived from the same weight of coal. How were the necessary supplies of petrol to be ensured? And how was the government to overcome the opposition of those powerful private interests at home whose profit demanded that the British Navy should use coal fuel? And what could be done to prevent the state as a consumer of petrol being held to ransom by the societies which had a monopoly of the we-us? Churchill hit upon the daring plan of Makiag, the British government joint owner of the wells in southern Persia. He had man-wide difficulties to surmount, deep-rooted prejudices against state ownership, and the suspicion at a juncture when the Marconi scandal was before the public, of a personal interest. The undertaking backed however by the report of a parliamentary committee of which he had dared to make Lord Fisher chairman. He won the victory. By thus obtaining possession of considerable sums of petroleum, the British state assured her supremacy at sea when that supremacy had become more than ever necessary to protect her free communication with the Persian coast. 10. Moreover, all these calculations were concerned exclusively with dreadnoughts and post-dreadnoughts. For the Admiralty had, for the reasons given above, adopted that principle in its calculation. But were these reasons so decisive as they were said to be? It is true that ironclads of the pre-dreadnought types were being superseded, and that in consequence of the dramatic innovation constituted by the advent of the dreadnought it was wise to look forward to the day when they would disappear altogether. But it had not yet arrived. In 1914 England would possess 58 battleships less than 20 years old as against only 35 German, and when we compare the battleships of pre-dreadnought type, England's superiority was overwhelming. There were 2 ships of the Lord Nelson type of 16,500 tons built immediately before the dreadnoughts, and so closely akin to the latter that statisticians could reckon or refuse to reckon them as such, as they wished to prove the strength or the weakness of the British Navy. There were 8 ships of the King Edward type of 16,350 tons, 8 of the formidable type of 15,000, 6 of the Canopus type of 12,950 and 9 of the Majestic type of 14,900 tons. To all these Germany could oppose from the pre-dreadnought era only 22 ironclads, not one of which exceeded 13,000 tons, and which included 2 old-fashioned Hull ironclads of the Hagen type which displaced no more than 4 odd. If we take further points of comparison and consider the old cruisers, whose type was obsolete but which were still capable of active service, and the HGHT cruisers, British superiority was more than double, and the British advantage in submarines both already built and in course of construction was more than double. Registered in 1912, the Admiralty asked Parliament to vote the sums required to maintain a personnel of 137,500 as against the 66,700 sailors of the German fleet. Here again the proportion was more than double, and the Admiralty and Churchill were determined to maintain by a progressive increase which would produce in 1920 a total of 230,000 seamen, a ratio far removed from that ratio of 60% with which they professed to be content. We must add that in her dockyards England was building not only for her own needs but for those of foreign countries. In the event of war it would be easy to commandeer vessels originally destined to fight under a foreign flag which could be transformed in the T.W. England G of an I into British men of war. In July 1914 4 large vessels of respectively 23,000, 27,500, 26,200, and 28,000 tons were being built in British dockyards, 2 for Turkey, and 2 for Chile. That is to say, there were 4 super-dreadnoughts which the Admiralty knew were at its disposal, which had never formed part of any program of naval construction or been counted in any comparison between the German and British navies. Add to this the powerful reserve which the Admiralty possessed in England's immense mercantile marine, large vessels easily transformed into auxiliary cruisers or transports, small vessels which could be employed in a great variety of ways for the defense of the coast. When Germany devoted the new fleet of which she was so proud to a single purpose, to harass England on the seas where admittedly she could not hope to wrest the supremacy from her, she could not have committed herself to a more ungrateful and futile task. 2. Nevertheless, she succeeded in harassing England, and the latter, to make her position still more secure, sought additional strength beyond her borders. She called upon her colonies for assistance. And she transformed, or was preparing to transform, her diplomatic ententes with France and Russia into naval agreements. We have already seen how from the date when the first of the imperial conferences met, one of the principal aims of the British government which summoned them was to obtain from the self-governing dominions a contribution, direct or indirect, to imperial defence. As time went on and the German fleet grew, the appeal from the home government became more pressing. In 1909 a special conference had been summoned devoted exclusively to studying military and naval problems. The aim the Admiralty had in view was clearly explained in the official note which wound up the proceedings of the conference. The common interest of all parts of the empire demanded a single fleet under a single command with identical training and discipline for all its crews. All that required to be settled was the proportion in which each colony should contribute to the support and expansion of the British Navy. But it was necessary to take account of the sentiments of local patriotism which had grown up in the colonies and the desire of every colony to possess a fleet of its own. For a long time Austria had cherished an exfcit program on this point, to which the Imperial Conference of 1903 had made concessions. A compromise suggested by the Times, by which Austria and New Zealand would undertake to defray the cost of building and maintaining a special squadron which would be the Imperial Squadron in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, met with scant success. New Zealand alone formally promised to pay for the construction of a dreadnought to be placed at the disposal of England for the purposes of imperial defence on condition that England promised in return to send New Zealand a certain number of light vessels for the defence of her shores. Austria would pay the cost of another dreadnought, but it was to form part of the Austrian fleet. Canada was even more refractory, and the sole result of the conference was to draw up a program of naval construction as unambitious as possible. A small navy, strictly local, would be built to be divided between the Atlantic and Pacific coasts and amounting only to 5 HGHT cruisers and 6 torpedo boat destroyers, and even this extremely modest program remained on paper. The conference of 1911 brought the question no further. The utmost the mother country could obtain from her self-governing colonies after lengthy discussions, and when the principle had been admitted that the naval forces of the dominions of Canada and Austria would be subject only to the direction of their respective governments, was that the regulations governing the training and discipline of the crews should be identical with those in force in the mother country, that the officers and men should be interchangeable, and that in time of war, when the fleets of the dominions, in whole or in part, should have been placed under the authority of the imperial government, the vessels would make an integral part of the British fleet and would remain under the direction of the British Admiralty for the whole duration of hostilities. But in 1912, when Churchill was at the Admiralty, it seemed as though the mother country would succeed at last. The Admiralty had secured from the native chiefs of Malaya the gift of an ironclad. And at the general election Canada, the Conservative Party, under Borden, defeated Laurier and his Liberal followers. Its program, frankly imperialist, involved the construction of a genuine navy including 3 battle cruisers of the most modern type. What use would the Admiralty make of these ironclads or battle cruisers? In the 2 important speeches he delivered in the House of Commons in March 1913, and in March 1914 to present the Navy estimates, Churchill pointed out that the real danger to which the self-governing colonies of America and Australasia were exposed lay in European waters. If England perished, their safety perished with her. He therefore urged the formation of an imperial squadron with its base at Gibraltar, which should cruise freely about the British Empire, visiting the various dominions, and showing itself ready to operate at any threatened point at home or abroad. It would consist of the Malaya, the New Zealand and the 3 battle cruisers which Canada proposed to bud. But Churchill did not despair of witnessing the day when Austria would make her contribution to it. What good purpose could be served by the dreadnought for which she had decided to pay and which was launched in the summer of 1913, if it remained in Austrian waters? It would serve only to flatter Austrian vanity. The defense of the coast could be performed equally well by cruisers, torpedo boats, and submarines. And might we not hope that the latest addition to the dominions, South Africa herself, would one day take her part, when the reconciliation between the 2 races who had colonized her had been completed, in the perils and glory of the empire? This ambitious project disturbed naval experts in Germany. Was this the meaning of the proposals made by Churchill in the House of Commons, and Lord Haldane at Berlin? They had spoken of 8 English squadrons to 5 German, and of a superiority of 60% in dreadnoughts. Now it was explained that the formula as interpreted by England referred only to the seas of Northern Europe, and excluded the battleships contributed by the Empire. In 1913 and the 3 following years the British Empire would lay down 4 ships of the line, the Malaya and the 3 Canadian battle cruisers, over and above the 21 whose construction had been officially announced. 6 Capital Slips would thus be built in 1913 to 3 German, 5 to 2 in 1914 and 1915, 5 to 3 in 1916 and 4 to 2 in 1917. That is to say, during the 6 years from 1912 to 1917 England would build 29 ships instead of 25 as against 14 German, more than double. Germany had good reason to declare herself duped. Her anxiety was dispelled by a new revolt of local patriotism. In 1913 Borden was unable to obtain the consent of the Ottawa Parliament to the first installment of his naval program, and though he expressed his intention to persist with his plan and fight the Liberal opposition, he was not very likely to find future conditions more favorable than on the morrow of his triumph at the polls in 1912. In Austria the Ministry of Defense protested that Churchill's plan amounted to a repudiation of the agreement of 1909. The dreadnought had been built as part of an exclusively Austrian fleet. If the First Lord of the Admiralty was right in suggesting that vessels of this type were useless in the Pacific, Austria ought not to build them. Even loyal New Zealand complained. England, while incorporating the New Zealand in her Imperial Navy, had not given her colony the 2 HGHT cruisers and the submarines she had promised in 1909. If she did not keep her promise within a year, New Zealand would Eiffel build a cruiser at her own cost, but it would be stationed in home waters. In short, England must content herself, for the present at least, with only 2 vessels to reinforce her Imperial Navy, the New Zealand and the Malaya. Churchill, disappointed in this direction, was driven back upon the expedient of which we have already spoken to advance the date every year when the construction of the new vessels was put in hand. 12. There were indeed Imperia HSTS to whom it was repugnant to depend upon the colonies for the security of the United Kingdom. How much more repugnant it must have been to them to see England seeking help, not from these young nations who were after all British, but from foreign nations so lately her military and naval rivals. The Admiralty no doubt acted prudently when they allied themselves with the French Navy against the German. For Germany, 611, dominated the Triple Alliance. In obedience to her instructions, Austria was beginning to build dreadnoughts, and these could hardly be left out of account in a calculation of the forces Germany could employ against England in the event of war. Italy was also building them, and though the Italian fleet was probably intended to combat Austria rather than her enemies, and though it was most unlikely that Italy would ever take part against England in a naval war between Austria and the latter, the fact remained that Italy, like Austria, was Germany's ally. England must therefore put forward a still greater effort or trust to France to guard the Mediterranean. The surprising thing is indeed that the Admiralty waited till 1902 before deciding upon a naval understanding with France, though the two armies had been collaborating for the past 5 years. The explanation is that the British Army, taught humility by the disillusionments of the Boer War, was forced to admit that although the German army was far stronger than the French, the British had much to learn from the latter, whereas the contempt for the French Navy entertained for many years by the British prevented the latter from entertaining the idea of concerted action. The Agadir crisis in August 1911 brought home to the British government the danger involved by this attitude of haughty isolation adopted by the Admiralty. When Churchill succeeded McKenna, he determined to inaugurate a new posse. A month had not passed before the Yorkshire authorities made overtures to the French naval attaché, and since the French government soon passed into the control of a statesman who, reversing his predecessor's posse, was anxious to tighten the entente with England, the understanding between the two armies was soon completed by an understanding between the two navies. When he introduced the Navy estimates on March 18, 1912, Churchill announced his intention to redistribute the squadrons charged with the defense of the United Kingdom. In future there would be 3 fleets comprising in all 8 squadrons of 8 battleships each. The first of these, 4 battle squadrons of dreadnoughts, would be kept permanently on active service, ready for action without any previous mobilization. The second, consisting of 2 squadrons, also on active service, would nevertheless be obliged in the event of war to visit the bases of its units to obtain supplementary crews. The third, also consisting of 2 squadrons, would be a reserve fleet, but a special reserve would be formed to man it, the immediate reserve, which could be called up in advance of a general mobilization. These measures were a direct reply to the new German naval law. Germany was increasing the number of her permanently mobilized ships. England would follow suit. But to form the first fleet, the Atlantic Fleet must be withdrawn from its base at Gibraltar, for which English ports would be substituted. The Mediterranean Fleet, now the Fourth Fleet, would take its place at Gibraltar, leaving the Mediterranean without NHSH capital ships. The step intensified the concentration of the British Navy, which in response to the pressure of the German Navy was withdrawing it from the extremities to the center of the empire. Did this mean that British interests in the Mediterranean would be left unprotected? Or would England count upon the French fleet to protect the common interests of the Entente? Was not the purpose of Asquith's visit to Malta in May to discuss this question with Fisher, who came from his in 6 UA, and Kitchener, who came from Egypt to meet him? Were not the Jamas who at this moment were advocating the transformation of the Entente into an alliance in the councils of the Foreign Office and the Admiralty? What truth was there in the rumor, current in August, of negotiations between England and France for a naval entente? The answer to these questions seemed to have been given in September, when it was announced that 6 ironclads of the 3rd French Squadron had been transferred from Brest to Toulon to form, together with the vessels already stationed in the latter port, a single fleet of 18 ironclads and 6 armored cruisers. It was not a powerful fleet, there were no dreadnoughts. But it was sufficiently strong to counterbalance the combined fleets of Austria and Italy, supposing the latter were allied, for like France neither of these powers had as yet completed a dreadnought. Thus France assumed before the whole world the task of protecting against possible attacks by the AUIs of Germany the route to India between Gibraltar and Port Said, now stripped of English capital ships. On the other hand, England made herself responsible for the defense of the French coast on the North Sea, the Channel, and even the Atlantic, henceforward devoid of French ironclads. Rumor had spoken the truth, a naval convention was being negotiated between the two powers. Negotiations had in fact been begun at the beginning of September 1911 to prepare for the danger which many regarded as imminent, of war between the 3 Western powers, and a verbal agreement had been reached as to the respective spheres of action to be allotted to the British and French fleets in the event of host fleets. They were revived on the basis of the new distribution of the British squadrons in July 1912. At first Churchill, not to commit the Foreign Office, asked for an explicit declaration in the preamble that the agreement should be operative only if Great Britain and France were actually engaged in conducting a joint war, and should not restrict the political freedom of each government to participate or not to participate in such a war. When the technical agreements were concluded in January and February 1913, they bound the contracting parties only to take the necessary steps for cooperation in the Mediterranean or elsewhere in the event of a war in which Great Britain and France are allied against the Triple Alliance, and to defend the Straits of Dover and the Channel in the event of being allied with the French government in a war with Germany. It was onto these naval negotiations that Paul Cambon grafted the diplomatic negotiations which ended in the exchange of notes in October. Thus, still more than a year after Agadir, the diplomatic entente was committed for the first time to writing, the Meetery understanding ratified for the first time by the Cabinet, and, most significant of all, the diplomatic and military agreements completed by a naval agreement. The naval agreement was and remained secret, but the new distribution of the British and French fleets could not be concealed, and it caused considerable dissatisfaction in England. Churchill was attacked by a formidable combination of critics. The imperialists disliked entrusting the Mediterranean communications of the empire to the protection of a foreign power. The pacifists objected to the British fleet taking charge of the French coast of the Channel as involving the subordination of British policy to the French Foreign Office. To disarm his critics, Churchill promised in July 1912 to send to Malta 4 cruisers of the Invincible type to compensate for the departure of the Fourth Fleet, transferred a month before to Gibraltar. and it was no doubt to dispel the same misgivings that a little later he contemplated the formation of an imperial squadron, with its base at Gibraltar, which would release 5 dreadnoughts for the Mediterranean. When the project faded, he dispatched to the Mediterranean in November 1913 a division of the 1st Squadron, 4 dreadnoughts, and a division of the 3rd Squadron of cruisers, 4 large armored cruisers, to take part in joint maneuvers with the Mediterranean fleet. Finally, on March 17, 1914, when he introduced the annual Navy estimates, he explained that the acceleration effected in building the Trierry superdreadnoughts laid down in 1913-14 would enable the Admiralty by the end of 1915 to send to Malta a squadron of 8 battleships, of which at least 6 would be dreadnoughts to replace the 4 battle cruisers stationed there in 1912. Registered, the imperialists were satisfied, British prestige in the Mediterranean was secure. But nothing had been done to reassure the pacifists, the opponents of any intervention in a European war. The defense of the north coast of France was in fact entrusted to the British fleet, and so great was the naval weakness of France, that just because it obliged her to entrust her safety to British aid, it was her surest guarantee that that aid would not be withheld. 13. When the negotiations for a naval convention between England and France opened in July 1912, a naval convention between France and Russia had just been concluded. France adopted a program of naval construction which would at last give her dreadnoughts and produce by 1920 a fleet of 28 large ironclads. The Russian government, confident that it had overcome the danger of revolution, was actively engaged in creating a new navy, since her old navy had been practically annihilated by Japan. 4 superdreadnoughts had already been launched, and the Duma had just sanctioned the construction of 3 more large ironclads and 4 battle cruisers. The German government hoped, it would seem, to alarm England by calling her attention to the danger she might one day incur from these French and Russian armaments. In 1914 Tirpitz was careful not even to allude to the naval power of Britain and to justify the naval expenditure of his country as her inevitable reply to the expenditure of France and Russia. England, however, did not regard with disfavor the understanding between the Russian and French navies and the reinforcement of both. If Germany were challenged in the Baltic, France stronger in the Mediterranean, England would be freer to meet the German menace in the North Sea. When, therefore, in April 1914, King George visited Paris, accompanied by Grey, whose presence invested the visit with an exceptional importance, the French Prime Minister, at the suggestion of the Tsar, asked the Ingshire government to empower the Admiralty to negotiate with the Russian naval authorities an agreement similar to that concluded between France and Russia in 1912, and between France and England in 1913. Grey, whom the Tsar had already approached directly, made no objection. Conversations took place in London at the beginning of May between Grey, Benkendorf, Paul Cambon, and Isvalsky, who had come from Paris for the purpose. Subsequently, Grey would seem to have followed the procedure he had inaugurated in 1906 and left the Admiralty a free hand to conduct negotiations in which from that moment he took no further part. When indiscretions were committed at Petersburg, the German press denounced these suspicious conversations, the radical press took alarm, and a question was asked in Parliament. Grey gave the stereotyped answer: if war arose between European powers, there were no unpublished agreements which would restrict or hamper the freedom of the government or of Parliament to decide whether or not Great Britain should participate in a war. That answer remains as true today as it was a year ago. No negotiations have since been concluded with any power that would make the statement less true. No such negotiations are in progress, and none are likely to be entered upon, so far as I can judge. There was not a word in the reply which was not thoroughly true. The accuracy of the semi-official statement published in the Westminster Gazette that there is no naval agreement, nor any negotiations with a view to a naval agreement, between Great Britain and Russia registered was more dubious. The statement was certainly true, if it meant that in consequence of the awkward revelations the negotiations had been suspended. At the moment when the article in the Westminster Gazette appeared they were not in progress. But it had been decided, it would seem, that they should be renewed in August under conditions of greater secrecy, when Prince Louis of Battenberg, at once a prince of the blood royal and a sea lord, was expected to visit Petersburg. British policy during the 2 years preceding the war was marked by curious inconsistencies. On the one hand, the government wished to remain free, and perhaps genuinely believed itself free to intervene or not to intervene in an eventual war. To preserve this liberty, it had attempted a policy of rapprochement with Germany, which it regarded as consistent with the entente with France and Russia. On the other hand, it strengthened the defenses of the empire, and with this object sought to achieve a closer cooperation with the colonies, France and Russia, measures which had no meaning apart from the eventuality of an armed struggle between England and Germany. But the paradox of this double-edged policy did but accentuate, say if you like caricature, the paradox of that European system it had become customary to term armed peace. To confine ourselves to the two rival nations with which we are particularly concerned here, we observe that the military and naval expenditure of Great Britain had more than doubled between 1895, the year in which the Imperialists came into power, and 1913, when the Liberals had held office for 8 years. In Germany during the same period they had been quadrupled, and on the eve of the Great War exceeded the British figure by 21,000,000, more than a fifth. In an extremely pessimistic speech in which, while calling attention to the evil he avowed himself at a loss for a remedy, Lloyd George estimated at 40,000,000 the annual increase in the world's expenditure on armaments. It is not surprising that this ruinous competition terrified those who retained sufficient independence of judgment not to be swept away by the tide. In the United States, the head of the government, President Wilson, who in consequence of the geographical position of his country could adopt towards the affairs of Europe the attitude of an impartial umpire, took alarm. When at the close of 1913 Sir William Tyre, Gray's private secretary, visited Washington to discuss grave questions outstanding between England and the United States, which he settled to the satisfaction of both countries, the suggestion took shape of an unofficial mission to be undertaken by Colonel House to the rulers of the great European powers with the object of devising some safeguard against the danger of war. An alliance between England and the United States, an alliance between England, the United States, and Germany, an organized entente of the great powers, were the various projects which entertained the dreams of Anglo-Saxon politicians and formed the subject of their confidential discussions until late in July, at the very time when the British Admiralty was negotiating or preparing to negotiate with Russia. But by the end of May, House had lost heart. The situation is extraordinary, he wrote from Berlin. It is militarism run stark mad. Unless someone acting for you can bring about a different understanding, there is some day to be an awful cataclysm. No one in Europe can do it. There is too much hatred, too many jealousies. Nevertheless, if we consider only the Western nations of Europe, it is by no means so clear that the imminent war was the natural consequence of the system of armed peace, as it had been in operation for many years past. The cost was ruinous. But can one purchase too dearly the blessings of peace? And many competent thinkers regarded a democratic system which enfranchised the masses and imposed military service on the wealthy as favorable to peace and stable international relations. In support of their contention, they could appeal to the fact that the host of diplomatic conflicts, between England and France, England and Germany, and France and Germany, which during the last 40 years had seemed to place the nations on the brink of armed conflict, had never led to war. One of the two parties had given way, or a compromise had been arranged. Bloodshed had been avoided. Why should it be different in 1903 or 1914? There was no issue to provoke a direct conflict between England and Germany. War between the two countries could arise only from a war between Germany and a third power. From a war with France? What matter of dispute between the two nations could be foreseen, sufficiently serious to lead to war? Morocco. A considerable section of German opinion had not renounced the hope that Germany would regain a footing in that country. But the German government would certainly not be so foolish as to strengthen the entente between France and England by another 10 year or Agadir at a time when its chief anxiety was to consolidate its position in Europe by allaying British mistrust. Alsace. The issue had been revived in some quarters both in Paris and in Alsace itself. But what French cabinet would undertake the responsibility of a war of revenge? The politicians knew that nothing was more remote from the thoughts of the country as a whole, and it was fear of a German attack, not the desire to undertake a war of aggression, which had won the nation's consent to a reinforcement of the army. They also knew that France unaided was too weak to sustain a war with Germany, and that they could not count on British aid in a war of this kind. Indeed, they were aware that to raise the question of Alsace would be the surest way to alienate British sympathies. In pontifical tones the Times, an organ by no means unfriendly to France, had solemnly warned the French against the consequences of such imprudence. If the French people cannot help thinking of it, they should bear Gambetta's counsel in mind, and keep their thoughts to themselves. If, nevertheless, the danger of war became serious about the beginning of 1914, it was for reasons, though many Frenchmen and Englishmen were not aware of the fact, which had nothing to do with problems of Western politics. It was the result of a sudden change in the relations between Germany and Russia. In spite of the Franco-Russian alliance, the rapprochement between Russia and England, and the formation of the Triple Entente, they were, as we have seen, still good, when the storm kindled by the episode of Bosnia had blown over, and continued to be good until after Agadir. They suddenly became very bad at the close of 1912, and the German staff could never have wrested from the government and the Reichstag the army law of 1913, which made the European war inevitable, if the diplomatic situation in Eastern Europe had not aroused with good reason a host of new anxieties in Berlin. Was the Russian or the German government responsible for these new risks of war? The governments themselves still desired peace. Not individuals or governments, but the collective passions of the masses must bear the responsibility. In their own despite, the governments were pushed forward by their subjects' irresistible pressure. To understand the chain of events which led England on August 4, 1914, to declare war on Germany, we must acquaint ourselves with the nature and origins of these currents of popular feeling which, from Asia to the Balkans, from the Balkans to the southern frontier of Germany, swept onward from struggle to struggle, from one national revolution to another, until they had submerged the West in the deluge of war. March 1, 1913. 620. The East and Principle of Nationality. To the East and the Principle of Nationality. We have already had occasion at the beginning of this volume to comment upon the important part in human history played by the victory of Japan over Russia in 1905. It was an example to the whole of Asia, indeed to those races which Europe had branded as permanently inferior. There was, however, a fundamental distinction between Japan and the other Asiatic civilizations. Under its theocratic and feudal monarchy, Japan had successfully resisted all the attempts of the Western powers to establish themselves in her territory. Elsewhere the situation was completely different. Everywhere else the native monarchies and aristocracies had been conquered or corrupted and had allowed their dominions to be more or less completely annexed. If, therefore, the Asiatic peoples were to throw off the yoke of the West, their liberation must begin by a revolt against their own governments, and the watchword of revolt had been taught by the West. In the 19th century the principle of nationality had changed the face of Europe. That principle demanded that national independence should be achieved by political autonomy, democratic parliamentary government, and universal suffrage. It no longer enjoyed its former credit in the West, where, since parliamentary democracy had been established universally, other problems aroused popular enthusiasm, and socialism was gaining ground at the expense of nationalism. But it had now taken hold of Asia, which it would completely revolutionize. Of China in the first place. A revolt against foreign penetration and the Manchu dynasty had already followed the Japanese victories of 1895, when everyone expected China to be partitioned between the Western powers and Japan. The movement redoubled its strength as a result of the Japanese victory of 1905. In 1906 an edict was published promising political reforms, and shortly afterwards a constitution was drawn up by which the emperor would share the government with a representative, if not a democratic, assembly. In 1908, after the mysterious deaths within 2 days' interval of the Emperor and the Dowager Empress and the accession to the throne of an infant of 621. Changes followed rapidly and assumed a revolutionary complexion. In 1911 the Emperor granted the assembly a responsible cabinet. But when a rebellion broke out on the Yangtze-Kiang, it was only partially suppressed by the Prime Minister, Yuan Shikai. An armistice was concluded with the rebels, and the emperor abdicated, having first set up a provincial government to administer the country until the meeting of the convention, which in 1912 proclaimed a republic. Had republicanism conquered or been defeated? A year later Yuan Shikai made himself dictator, and his government displayed the same vices which had discredited the former imperial government. But this did not alter the enormous significance of a revolution which had overthrown the oldest of the great Ndidari monarchies. The Chinese Revolution proved detrimental to British influence. The control of the Chinese customs which England had exercised for the last 50 years was disputed and diminished, and if she succeeded in obtaining for one of her subjects the control of the duty on salt, she renounced by a formal declaration her right, accepted without question hitherto, to audit the balance sheet of the railways built with British capital. Nor was it only the Chinese who extorted concessions from England in China. It was all very well for the new Chinese governments to charge the former imperial government with weakness. They were weaker still. And although a consortium of the 4 great powers had been established to harmonize their respective economic ambitions, the struggle for concessions, the scramble for Chinese spoils recommenced. An agreement between Russia and Japan compelled the Ingshire and Americans to retreat from Manchuria. France secured concessions in the southwest. And since Germany was intriguing against England on the Yangtze-Kiang, and England needed, not only in China but elsewhere, the diplomatic support of Russia, Japan, and France, her diplomacy was obviously faced with a checkmate. Under these circumstances it might have expected the support of the United States. For in many respects American policy in China was identical with British, and it was in concert with America that in 1902 England had persuaded the powers to proclaim the principle of the open door in China. But how much was left of that principle by 1914? And what weapons were at the disposal of the 2 great Ingshire-speaking nations to enforce it? The American government was opposed to any kind of 622 military intervention. Antique British was compelled by the pressure of the German Navy to withdraw gradually all its ships from Chinese waters. Meanwhile the revolt of China was spreading and provoking outside the country a far more direct opposition to British imperialism. We have seen how in India the Indian Council's Bill of 1909 had inaugurated an era of concessions to Hindu nationalism. But would the nationalists be content with what was obviously a mere installment? They made use of the elective element thus introduced into the provincial legislative councils to render British administration difficult throughout the entire country. And they made their way into the branches of the civil service. Moreover, violent agitation continued. There were assassinations and bomb-throwing. England hoped to strike an effective blow by dispatching King George and the Queen to preside in person at the solemn Durbar, which inaugurated at Delhi the new capital of British India. The royal visit would, it was behaved, endear the monarch to his Indian subjects and give a sentimental consecration to Hindu loyalty. The Hindu reply to this theatrical demonstration was the outrage committed a year later, on December 23, 1912, in this very city of Delhi. The viceroy, Lord Hardinge, was seriously wounded by a revolutionary, who successfully made his escape. England was clearly faced with a problem of extraordinary difficulty. The English, wrote a contemporary sadly, are interested in this problem. But they are also tolerably anxious, and they make the mistake of letting this anxiety be seen. We have seen how in Egypt the young Egyptian movement cast a cloud over the final period of Lord Cromer's administration. The administration of his successor, Sir Eldon Gorst, coincided with years of economic depression, financial difficulties, and a nationalist agitation amounting to rebellion. Sir Eldon continued his predecessor's methods, though in consequence of the assassination of the Prime Minister and the discovery of a plot against his own Hafey and the Khedives, he found himself obliged to enforce the press laws more stringently than hitherto. He extended local self-government, giving greater powers, particularly in the matter of education, to the provincial councils. But he firmly refused to introduce anything in the nature of a representative parliament. The first concessions to the Young Egypt Party were made by Kitchener, who succeeded Eldon in 1911. While taking energetic measures to improve the economic situation of the Fellahin and attempting without success to solve the problem of the mixed tribunals, he drew up a constitution which was published in 1913. The Legislative Council and General Assembly were superseded by a single body, the Legislative Assembly, composed of 89 members of whom 66 were elected. It would have the right to initiate legislation, which the Council of Ministers could veto for reasons stated. Moreover, the Council would be obliged to submit any measure of legislation it thought desirable to the Assembly, on which the new constitution conferred a suspensive veto. Only the civil list and foreign policy would be entirely excluded from its control. It would be elected indirectly by universal suffrage. In a document explaining the principles of the reform, the hope was expressed that it would educate Pohtikui, the native population, and Hudal by Hudal enable it to secure from its legislature a faithful representation of its interests. 2. In Persia, the revolt of Asia assumed the same form as everywhere else. To strip of his power a sovereign whom they accused of being in the pay of Russia, the nationalists of Tehran demanded a democratic constitution, an assembly elected by universal suffrage, and a responsible government. They could count upon the sympathy of England, so that in Persia the same phenomenon could be witnessed which had occurred so often in other countries during the past century, a pre-established harmony between British interests and the cause of liberty. Twice during the year 1906 several thousand of the population of Tehran encamped on the huge piece of ground which was the property of the British legation, and obtained by this gesture of passive protest first the grant of a constitution by those Shah, then an actual election. But at this juncture the Anglo-Russian Convention of August 31, 1907, was concluded. The convention brought into line the policy of the two empires in Asia and particularly in Persia. But affirming the integrity and independence of Persia, it recognized Russia's special interest in the northern portion of the country, which included Tehran, and the meaning of the phrase, as employed by European diplomacy, is obvious. England was therefore obliged by the Pact of 1907 to betray at Tehran the Nationalist Party, which had become accustomed to regard itself as the English party. The problem became even more difficult when, in 1910, Isvalsky, who had negotiated on behalf of Russia the agreement of 1907, was succeeded as foreign minister by Sazonov, who was far less friendly to England. The Shah, driven from Tehran by a revolt, fled to Russian territory where he continued his intrigues. He was replaced on the throne by a child of 12, a tool of the assembly. But a Russian army occupied Tabriz and kept the capital under the constant threat of armed intervention. The nationalist government placed an American named Schuster in control of the Persian finances. He constituted himself the wholehearted champion of the pro-British as against the pro-Russian party. At the very moment of the Agadir crisis, when Russia was openly betraying her Western friends and allies, but when it was more than ever necessary to avoid collusion with her, Schuster appointed Englishmen to the most important posts in the government departments, that is to say, in the very zone in which the Convention of 1907 admitted Russia's special interest, Sushet included Tehran. The Russian government protested and the British was obliged to recognize that the protest was justified. The government of Tehran dismissed Schuster and shortly afterwards was overthrown by a Russian army. The Shah was restored to his throne with despotic authority. Then Russia increased her demands. She proposed a partition of the zone hitherto left neutral between the British and Russian zones, and spoke of a trans-Persian railway to run through Tehran from the Caspian to the Persian Gulf. The British government, its hands tied as they were by the necessities of its general policy, found itself in a humiliating position, powerless to oppose openly these projects of Russian expansion. The English opponents of Gray's POHCY were furnished with an excellent 625 ground of attack. The advanced liberals, foes of the Anglo-Russian Entente and champions of a rapprochement with Germany, found powerful allies among the imperialists, particularly those who took a special interest in India and the Middle East. They had always regarded the Convention of 1907 as too favorable to Russia. Now they saw the Mohammedans of India, England's most certain allies against an eventual rising of the Hindus, denouncing the crime committed by the Foreign Office in abandoning Tehran, one of the last remaining Muslim capitals, to Russian rule. It was therefore a formidable attack, for it kept up an incessant fire and was conducted on two fronts by Arthur Ponsonby on one side, by Lord Curzon on the other, which Grey had to face when he defended his Persian posse as best he could, whether in the press or in Parliament. These anxieties, however, serious though they were nothing in comparison with those caused by events nearer home. For the revolt of Asia had reached Turkey, and not only Turkey in Asia but Turkey in Europe, and had kindled in the Balkans a conflagration destined shortly to spread until it had set the whole of Europe on fire. It was in July 1908 that the Young Turk movement broke out at Salonika. On July 23 two army corps revolted, and the following day Abdul Hamid capitulated. The conspirators had no need, as in Persia or China, to construct a completely new constitution. It was sufficient to restore the constitution of 1876 based on indirect election by universal suffrage, which the Sultan had abolished 30 years before. Once reorganized, the Ottoman Empire, as we have already had occasion to point out, would confront Europe not as a state formed by the subjection of several conquered people to a conquering race, but as a state of the Western type, in which the entire population, without distinction of race, language, or creed, would consist of Turkish citizens on an equal footing. And for this very reason there could no longer be any ground for the constant interference of the great Christian powers in the domestic affairs of Turkey. Turkey would no longer be humiliated in the person of her Sultan. The national honor had been saved by the accession to power of the Jacobins, the Young Turks. The hope was disappointed. 3 months after the Young Turk Revolution, Austria-Hungary annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina. 3 years later Italy occupied the coast of Tripoli. The disintegration of Turkey followed. It is susceptible of two alternative explanations. The first of these attributes the overthrow of Turkish authority in the Balkans to the intrigues of the great powers. The war between Turkey and Italy dragged on. Fear of losing face prevented the Young Turks from making peace. The Ottoman ambassador in Paris, Titany, entered into conversations with Izvolsky, now a Russian ambassador to France, who wanted to avenge the humiliation inflicted upon him by Austria and Germany in 1909 by a further attempt to establish Russian hegemony over the Dardanelles. Why not provoke a rising of the Eastern Christians against Turkey, a joint attack upon her by the Balkan powers? Under Izvolsky's auspices an alliance was concluded between Serbia and Bulgaria, the germ of the triple alliance of the Serbs, Bulgars, and Greeks. When this war or revolution broke out, Turkey would be compelled to abandon the last remnants of her African dominions to Italy, and Russia would make use of the opportunity to secure a free passage of the Dardanelles for her warships, possibly to effect immediate occupation of Constantinople. We do not believe that diplomacy exercises such power over human affairs. It is by internal causes that we explain the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire. No diplomatic intrigue provoked the rebellion of the Assyrians, the Arabs in Asia, and the Albanians in Europe against the Young Turks. When the Young Turks surrendered to the Albanians and granted them a measure of autonomy, the Macedonian Christians inevitably demanded the same concessions. The very fact of the Young Turk Revolution gave such impetus to the movement for emancipation that for a time the enmity between Serbs, Bulgars, and Greeks was forgotten. The Russian diplomats witnessed rather than inspired the alliance between Bulgaria and Serbia. And if they deemed it advisable to take the movement under their patronage, they were soon dismayed by the violent passions unloosed at Sofia and Belgrade. In any case, no Russian or Ottoman action had anything to do with the rapprochement between Greece and Bulgaria, and Greece and Serbia. If any foreign influences were at work here, they were British, official, or private. To overthrow Abdul Hamid, the Young Turks had appealed to the principle of nationality. That revolutionary principle was now being turned against themselves. What would be the issue of the cornet? Turkey was certainly weak, but the prestige of her army stood high. Europe, which hardly knew what to expect or desire, was soon relieved of uncertainty. On October 17 and 18, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece recalled their ambassadors from Constantinople. 4 days later, in Thrace at the historic Battle of Kirkis, the Bulgarian army routed the Turkish. 3. For a moment the Allies were expected to make a triumphant entry into Constantinople. And when at the beginning of December they halted before the Huns of Çatalca after investing Adrianople, Turkey in Europe, apart from the environs of Constantinople and a fragment of Thrace, could be regarded as a thing of the past. An historic event of such grave import threatened the equilibrium of Europe. How could Austria witness without anxiety the sudden aggrandizement of Serbia which brought the Serbs to the coast of the Adriatic? And if she intervened by force to debar the Serbs from access to the Adriatic, or perhaps to take possession of the Salonika route, would the Russian government tolerate her intervention? In the name of Slavonic racial solidarity and pushed forward by the Pan-Slavs, Russia might perhaps intervene, if need be in the teeth of certain Balkan Slavs, to obtain possession of Constantinople and a free access to the Mediterranean. But Austria was the ally of Germany. She could not go to war without her allies' approval, and if a war against Serbia became a war against Russia, the German army would come to the aid of the Austrian. France in turn was Russia's ally. An alliance which at the end of the 19th century might have been regarded as protecting France against the danger of a German invasion now exposed her to it. But it was quite impossible for France to break free from the alliance. The German government left her no choice in the matter. The mere existence of a large French army in its rear while it was fighting the Russian forces constituted too great a military danger for the German staff to accept. A march on Paris and the annihilation of the French army would be the first act of the European war, as its scenario had been drawn up in Berlin. But if France were involved in war, England, her cordial friend, could not remain a disinterested spectator. What would her attitude be? We must bear in mind that it was at the very time when the Balkan War was brewing and finally broke out that the Foreign Office and Admiralty concluded the double negotiations which led on the one hand to a written definition of the Entente in November 1912, on the other to the conclusion in February 1913 of a naval convention, which completed the alliance between the two armies, effected 6 years before, by an agreement between the two navies for concerted action against the common enemy. But it was at the same moment that Gray made the most marked advances to Germany he ever made while he was at the Foreign Office. On October 7 he sent for the charge d'affaires. Von Kielman communicated to him the conversations which had taken place between himself and Sazonov, who had just visited London, and expressed his wish, indeed his anxiety, to remain in touch with him. At a second interview with von Kielman on the 14th he seemed disappointed to hear that the German government had not thought fit to reply to his advances. And that very evening his chief secretary, Sir William Tyrrell, dining with von Kielman, tendered him the OHAB branch in the name of the Foreign Secretary and expressed the wish for an intimate collaboration between the two powers not only in Europe, but in China, Persia, Turkey, and Africa. The following morning Tyrrell returned to the German embassy to explain, presumably on Gray's behalf, that the evening before he had simply expressed his chief's personal views and that for the moment no communication would be made either to Sir Arthur Nicholson, the permanent Under-Secretary, or to Sir Edward Gosklion, the British ambassador at Berlin. The prospect of an Anglo-German entente did the German charge d'affaires. The Wilhelmstrasse was more sceptical, though quite ready to take advantage of the British minister's friendly attitude. What interpretation are we to put upon this secret advance by Gray? What HGHT does it throw on the methods of British diplomacy at this juncture? It suggests a disagreement between Gray's views and those current at the Foreign Office. For Sir Arthur Nicholson, as for his assistant, Sir Eyre Crowe, the distinction between an entente and an alliance was purely verbal. The triple entente was simply another triple alliance, a counterblast to the triple alliance between Germany, Austria, and Italy registered when Gray, before he took office, had championed a rapprochement vis-à-vis France and Russia, his views probably did not differ from those of Sir Arthur Nicholson, his predecessor Lord Flardinge, and any diplomats he might choose to help him at the Foreign Office. But we have already seen how as a responsible minister he became the link between these permanent officials and a parliamentary majority and a cabinet whose attitude was different. He was obliged to take their views into account and was perhaps himself affected in the long run by the arguments of those who were opposed to a policy of continental alliances. The result of these cross-currents was the elaboration of what we may term the doctrine of an entente as distinct from an alliance. The entente meant preparations complete to the last detail for concerted military action, to be taken automatically and immediately, by the parties to it, if ever they found themselves jointly engaged in war. And in the autumn of 1912 a further step was taken and France and England agreed that if a serious situation arose they would take joint diplomatic action without waiting for the outbreak of war. But this was there was no agreement to make war, in circumstances defined beforehand. Whatever the casus belli, England reserved to the last moment her freedom to intervene or remain neutral. She even claimed the right, if the power against which the entente was directed were willing to abstain from any step which would embroil England with her friends on the continent and refrain from challenging her in a competition of armaments, to complete the ententes with France and Russia by some kind of entente with Germany. It was an entente of this kind which Grey offered Germany at the very moment when the First Balkan War broke out and Sir William Tyrrell was his agent in the private negotiations he conducted with the two great powers of Central Europe, while Sir Arthur Nicholson, kept in ignorance of Sir W. William's action, remained his agent in all dealings with France and Russia, with whom he was determined to maintain cordial relations. As for Grey himself, the language he used to the ambassadors of France and Russia was not altogether the same as that employed by his Under-Secretary, nor was the language he used to the German ambassador exactly the same as that employed by his private secretary. In particular, he was careful to explain to Lichnowsky that if he was so anxious for German assistance in his efforts to maintain peace, it was because in the event of a war between the continental powers England could not avoid intervention, and if she intervened it would not be on the side of Germany. On the other hand, when King George, speaking to Prince Henry of Prussia, used the firm language which Sir Arthur Nicholson might have employed had he been king instead of a mere official at the Foreign Office, Grey expressed his entire approval. The system was a maze in whose windings Lord Haldane had all but lost himself a few months ere her. But its architect, Grey, threaded his way with an imperturbable sang-froid. 4. The policy of the British government, as we have just described it, proved successful since the Balkan crisis was settled without a European war. The success, however, was due in reality to the fact that throughout the crisis the policy of the other governments resembled in many respects that of the British. In every European capital the desire to preserve peace proved stronger than the spirit of warlike adventure, and the sentiment of what was once more termed by the revival of an old phrase the European concert prevailed over the spirit of national and racial animosity which inspired the two rival groups. In the first place, we must remember that the web of international relations was so complicated that the system of alliances could not always be consistently worked. In Constantinople, France was obliged to support Russia for political reasons, but her financial interests inclined her rather to the side of Germany, and it often happened that the French ambassador, speaking as the mouthpiece of the French colony, expressed himself in a sense hostile to Russia and sometimes even to England. Germany was the ally not only of Austria, but of Italy, and to prevent Italy leaving the Triple Alliance the German government was compelled to discourage any Austrian attempt at expansion in the Mediterranean area. In the second place, the revival in the three courts of Berlin, Vienna, and Petersburg of that spirit of monarchical solidarity on which the Holy Alliance had been based a century earlier was a powerful factor making for peace. The Emperor Francis Joseph sent an Austrian noble of high rank to Petersburg on a mission of conciliation. At Petersburg the Conservative Party, the determined champion of an understanding with the Prussian monarchy, held office in the person of Kokovtsov. King George and the Emperor Nicholas visited Berlin for the marriage of a royal princess, and their friendly conversations with the German emperor, if apparently devoid of any political character, helped nevertheless to relax the diplomatic tension. Finally, the great civilized nations had for close upon 50 years grown unaccustomed to war, though making unremitting preparations for it, and statesmen on the brink of the gulf which divides peace and war, were sensible of the abyss at their feet, and shrank from taking the plunge. The British attitude, however, differed in one respect from that of the other governments. The British government wanted the European states to settle the Balkan crisis by joint action, to forget as far as possible their membership of opposite political groups and think only of the supreme interest of peace. The other powers, however, refused to lose sight of their alliances even for the moment. They regarded the European concert as an understanding between two combinations which even while acting together must act as such. One government perhaps pursued a shghtly different pohcy. The German government sought to drive a wedge into the Triple Entente by separating France from Russia, as it had successfully done in 1909 and in 1911, or England from France and Russia, and though on this occasion it failed to achieve the former object, it could cherish or at least spread the behag that it had achieved the latter. Foreign pohcy during the last few years has been too rigid. Flalden told Lichnowsky on December 3, it must be made more gelatinous. And since this was precisely the aim which the Prussian government was pursuing, at least so far as the Triple Entente was concerned, it wanted to reduce it to a jelly. We often received the impression during the long months for which the Balkan wars dragged on that a reconciliation had begun between England and Germany. It was loudly advertised in Germany, and the Englischer were degraded. For the real difference between British policy and that of the other nations must be sought not in the attitude of their respective governments but in the attitude of the people. On the continent the governments of the great nations were more cautious than the public, at least that opinionated and violent section of the public which finds utterance in the press. As regards Austria, this is a truism. In Russia, reaction against the schemes of annexation entertained by the Metteri party in Austria had provoked a pan-Slavonic campaign in the press which caused the ministers considerable embarrassment. It was only natural that the Germans of Germany should make common cause with the Germans of Austria in the event of a conflict with the Slavs. In France, the news of the first Turkish defeats was the signal for an enthusiastic celebration by almost the entire press of the victories won by the Allies, which were regarded as victories won by Elie Halévy's cannon over Krupp's, victories therefore of the French over the German army. Moreover, WER must remember that the German and French governments were faced by special difficulties in pursuing a pohcy of peace. For at the opening of 1913 the German government thought it necessary to make provision against the dangers of the moment by asking for an enormous increase in the army, to which the French government replied by asking for a return to the system of 3 years' service. But in two countries possessing universal suffrage an elective assembly could be induced to shoulder such burdens only by inflaming the patriotic sentiments of the masses. It was no easy task to pursue at the same time a foreign pohé of peace and a European concert. England was confronted by no such difficulties. When we read Englischer newspapers of the period we gather at first the impression of a profound cleavage in public opinion. Generally speaking, the conservative press, attached though it might be to the principle of an entente with Russia when the threat from the German navy had to be met in the West, detected Russian panslavism at work behind the Balkan alliance, pictured the Russian army ahead on the Bosphorus and upheld the traditional Englischer pohé of protecting Turkey against Russia. And how could Great Britain, a great Moslem power, favor a war which had the aspect of a crusade without giving offense to millions of her subjects? When, lastly, the owner of an important unionist paper was a Jew, his indignation against the barbarities of Russian anti-Semitism strengthened his mistrust of the pohé pursued at Petersburg. Among the liberals, on the contrary, the spectacle of Bulgarians, Serbs, and Greeks reconciled against the Turk revived the old liberal Christian tradition of Gladstone. A year earlier the prospect of a war in which the NHSH would shed their blood to serve the interests of French against German Imperia USM was anathema to the staff of the Nation and the Manchester Guardian, and to combat it the utilitarian philosophy of peace at any price made fashionable by Norman Angell was accepted without reserve. It was altogether different now. War, it was allowed, might be noble, if waged for justice and liberty. But where was the Gladstone to lead this movement of public opinion? Churchill, who blew the war trumpet, did not possess, as everyone admitted, by the groundless suspicions of the temperament of a Gladstone. Conceivably Lloyd George might have been attracted by such a role. But he had other concerns. Moreover, if a new Gladstone could have been discovered, not only would he have failed to arouse popular enthusiasm, he would not even have found a Lord Beaconsfield to combat. The time had gone by when parties were divided by questions of foreign policy. The nation, completely absorbed by social and Irish questions, made the press, whatever its political complexion, understand that it must be more moderate in the expression of its preferences. When he adopted an attitude of strict neutrality and impartial opposition to the war and tried to induce the other powers to do the same, Grey was pursuing to the letter the policy the British people wished him to pursue. Count Berchtold was the first statesman to appeal to the powers to intervene. In August 1912 he invited them to put joint pressure on the Allies to prevent them from declaring war, and on Turkey to secure the adoption of reforms which by satisfying its Christian subjects would deprive the former of every pretext for hostilities. The initiative was coldly received by the Foreign Office, which saw nothing but danger in the suggestion of putting pressure on the Turkish government. When, at the end of September, the Allies had mobilized and war was imminent, it was the turn of Raymond Poincaré, Prime Minister and Foreign Minister and shortly to become President of the Republic, to intervene. He suggested joint action by the powers to inform the Allies that no alteration in the map of the Balkans would be tolerated, the Turks that they must carry out long-promised reforms in favor of the Christian population of their empire. The British government was the last to accept the French proposal, which in its opinion bore too hardly upon the Turks. But hostilities had already opened, and it was obvious that no diplomatic action could prevent thoroughgoing changes in the boundaries of the Balkan states. Poincaré was the first to suggest mediation by the great powers and an international conference to decide the conditions of peace, and his proposals were finally accepted, though not without very considerable modifications. In the first place, there was no new Congress of Berlin at which the powers carved up the Balkans as they thought fit. There was simply a conference at a European capital of delegates from the belligerent nations, and at the same time a meeting nothing more of the ambassadors of great powers to deliberate on the questions, strictly limited in number, which the Balkan War had raised and which might endanger the peace of the world. In the second place, Poincaré had wanted the conference to be held in Paris. Sazonov made the proposal on his behalf, and it was warmly welcomed by Grey, who wished to escape the responsibility and vexations a conference in London would involve. But the Central Powers wanted London, not Paris. In Paris Russia would be represented by Izvolsky. Obsessed by the desire to avenge the humiliation he had endured in 1909 as foreign minister, Izvolsky was making unwearied efforts to conquer the press and the political world. It would be preferable to deal with Benkendorf, the Russian ambassador in London, a man of mature wisdom, a diplomat of the old school, and a supporter of the policy of a European concert. In Paris a partisan press treated the Balkan War as if it were a French war. The atmosphere of London was more favorable to a conference of arbitration. Finally, Poincaré was too energetic a statesman, too obviously eager to play a leading part as chairman of the conference. Grey would make a better chairman, for the very reason that he had no desire to preside. We must not therefore imagine that the British public or even the Londoners were flattered that London had been chosen as the scene of so important an event. The general feeling was one of indifference, if not boredom. The presence of this host of Levantines from Constantinople, Athens, Sofia, and Belgrade, who merely added their quota to the social chatter in the lounges of the great cosmopolitan hotels, passed almost unnoticed. As for the conversations between the ambassadors, Grey was at pains to give them as unceremonious and private a character as possible. He was often absent even at the most critical moments, and his 637 place as the representative of the cabinet was taken by Asquith or Lord Morley. These disappearances surprised the foreigners, who attributed to the British minister when he absented himself motives of which he was completely innocent. He simply wanted a rest. There is some prospect of rain, and if so, the sport will be very good. It seems almost too much to expect that everything, including both Balkan crises and salmon, should go well simultaneously, but things seem to prosper so well in my absence that it would not be in the public interest for me to curtail it. I am in rude health with an appetite for everything except office work. This British indifference has always nonplussed and exasperated continental diplomats. Listen to Lichnowsky, after his first meeting with Grey on the latter's return from Holte. I have just had an interview with Sir Edward Grey in which we discussed the situation fully. He regards it with his usual imperturbability and icy calm. He even found time to tell me all about the fish he caught on his Holte. 5. The Chatalja armistice was not the inauguration of peace. Outstanding questions remained to be settled: the Greek claim to the islands and the Bulgarian claim to Adrianople. For the Greeks had not taken the islands, nor the Bulgars Adrianople. A renewal of hostilities was expected daily. If they broke out, Pan-Slavic opinion in Russia demanded a demonstration against Turkey, whose obstinacy was delaying peace. Sazonov proposed a joint naval demonstration. Grey, his colleagues in the cabinet and the Foreign Office hung back. If the Young Turks refused to yield, it would mean war, and England would not have war under any circumstances. Fortunately for England, the German government flatly rejected the suggestion of a naval demonstration. To pacify Russia, Grey was content to propose, if the Bulgarians captured Chatalja and anarchy prevailed at Constantinople, the dispatch of an international squadron, not to carry out a naval demonstration, but merely to protect Europeans whose havens might be in danger. Again Germany refused, maintaining that the vessels already stationed in the Dardanelles would be sufficient for the purpose. And the British government, a faithful mirror of public feeling, was only too pleased to yield to the German objection. Meanwhile the war party gained the upper hand in Constantinople, imprudently broke the armistice, and when hostilities were renewed, lost Adrianople. Slowly and under great difficulties negotiations began in London between the delegates of the Allies and the Turkish delegates. But new questions now occupied the meetings of the ambassadors, in the first place that of Albania. When, in 1912, the Balkan powers formed a league against Turkey, Serbia and Greece had divided Albania, and Montenegro demanded her share of the spoils. But neither Italy nor Austria would accept such an extension of Greece, and still less of Serbia, to the Adriatic coast. They agreed to invoke against Greece and Serbia the principle of nationality which the latter had invoked against the Ottoman Empire. They claimed Albania not for themselves, deadly foes in spite of their alliance, but for the Albanians. To define the status of this new cotton tree, trace its frontiers, and find a way without giving Serbia the territorial outlet on the sea which she demanded, and upon which the Russian government, defying the Panslavists' anger, refused to insist, of granting her at least certain facilities of commercial transit, were the problems which from December onwards were the ordinary topics of discussion at the ambassadors' meetings. But the Montenegrin army, assisted by Serbian reinforcements and commanded at one moment by a Serbian general, defied the prohibition of the powers and continued to invest the town of Scutari. Would this involve war with Austria? And if a war broke out between Austria and Serbia, would it in turn involve a European war? There was only one way by which the danger could be removed: the European concert must prove its solidarity by a joint demonstration which would compel Montenegro to yield. On March 22 the ambassadors' meeting decided to make the proposal. On the 25th Grey and Asquith, speaking in the House of Commons, advised Montenegro not to persist in a war from which she would not be allowed to reap any advantage, and warned her that she would be confronted with the United 639 pressure of all the powers. But what form should this pressure take? Berlin proposed a naval demonstration by Austria and Italy as mandatories of all the powers. Grey thought it inadvisable that the mandatories should be two members of the same group. He suggested a naval demonstration in which the fleets of the six great powers should participate. But fear of the Panslavists compelled the Russian government to refuse. It advised the French government to take part in the demonstration but dared not give it an official commission to do so. And without that commission the French government shrank from associating itself with the demonstration, for it dared not brave the anger of the French press, more Slavophile than the Russian government itself. For a moment England was faced with the danger of being involved in a step in which her only associates would be the three members of the Triple Alliance. In the end the danger was averted. A French man of war joined the rest, acting in the name of France and at the invitation of Russia. As a result of the joint action of the powers, the Serbian government withdrew its forces from the walls of Scutari. But the Montenegrins persisted with the siege and took Scutari unaided. What was the use of the naval demonstration, if this affront was not met by the landing of troops? This, however, England would not hear of. Scutari was not worth the fife of a single bluejacket. Grey was content with informing King Nicholas that if he submitted to the wishes of the powers, they were prepared to discuss reasonable concessions after the evacuation of Scutari. If on the contrary he refused their request, the British government would give him no support and leave him to his fate. Paris followed suit. Did this not give Austria a free hand to take independent action if Montenegro proved obstinate? But the inaction of the British ministers was justified by the event. Vienna found no support at Berlin and was afraid of provoking by its intervention a counter-intervention by Italy. The King of Montenegro, on the other hand, was not encouraged by Petersburg and yielded. Austrian militarists were disappointed in their hope of a war of conquest. But the Slavs lost Scutari. 6. On May 30 a general pacification seemed imminent. At Grey's invitation the delegates to the conference signed the Preliminaries of London. By its terms Turkey surrendered to the Allies the district of Adrianople and Crete and left the fate of the islands and the Athos Peninsula to the decision of the six great powers. But it did not mean peace, for the AUIs had still to divide the spoils of victory, and it had long been known in London that there was dissension between them. Serbia and Greece, deprived by the powers of Albania, which they had partitioned in anticipation in 1912, demanded compensation in the east in Macedonia. The agreement of 1912 had assigned part of Macedonia to Bulgaria and left the other part to the Tsar's decision. But it was occupied at present by Serbian and Greek forces. It was for the Bulgarians to conquer it by force if they dared. They dared, and war broke out afresh. The Bulgarians were attacked in the rear by Romania, which for months had demanded a rectification of the frontier to the disadvantage of Bulgaria. A conference of ambassadors at Petersburg had attempted in vain to arrange an amicable settlement, and in front by Turkey, dictated to have this opportunity to take her revenge within a few months for such crushing defeats. It was a sordid struggle, but its ignominy actually favored the maintenance of peace, for it cut across the two rival systems of the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente. The German government supported Romania, as also did the French, though hampered by fear of jeopardizing the alliance with Russia. On the other hand, Austria, the foe of Serbia, and Russia, the foe of Romania, found themselves unexpectedly united in a common support of Bulgaria. Once more Austria wanted to go to war, once more Germany held her back. For some weeks relations between the two allies were extremely strained. Finally, when the Turkish army reconquered Adrianople, the position of the powers became still more awkward. For it was the preliminaries of London of which they were guarantors which the Turkish government was tearing up. The Russian government demanded an armed demonstration, naval to begin with. In England, the conflict between Turkey's friends and foes broke out anew. The latter were the more numerous in the Liberal Party, and Asquith thought it safe to threaten Turkey at a pub-HC meeting. But her friends proved finally the more powerful, not only in the country as a whole but even in the Liberal ranks, because their POHCY was one of inaction. Grey was willing to agree to independent intervention by Russia, provided it had the approval of Berlin, or alternatively to a joint naval demonstration if all the powers took part in it. In other words, he opposed from the outset any naval demonstration, because he knew Germany objected. He suggested financial action, but the financiers, particularly the French, would not hear of a measure from which Turkey's French creditors would be the first to suffer. Nothing was done, and on July 29, tired out and as usual impatient to begin his holiday. Gray proposed that the ambassadors' meeting should be adjourned sine die. It was in vain that Gambon and Benkendorf protested against a decision which seemed to denote a rupture between the powers. In a fortnight's time the ambassadors were forgotten. At last peace was signed on August 10 at the capital of a victorious Romania between Bulgaria on the one hand, Romania, Serbia, and Greece on the other, and the Treaty of Bucharest was completed on September 17 by a treaty signed at Constantinople between Bulgaria and Turkey. Bulgaria lost the entire basin of the Vardar, Salonika and a considerable portion of Thrace, including the fort of Kavala, went to Greece. Romania annexed a large strip of Bulgarian territory between the Danube and the sea. And the Bulgars lost Adriaceple, only a few weeks after the Serbo-Montenegrins had lost Scutari. It was on this final point that the agreement concluded in London was directly violated. The defeated party was therefore entitled to call upon the powers to intervene or at least to protest. The Russian and Austrian governments demanded that the Treaty of Bucharest should be revised, and for a moment Gray seemed disposed to agree. A considerable section of the British press and of the liberal press in particular was clamouring for a revision of the treaty. But he was confronted by the opposition of the German and French governments, and he retreated. He soon perceived that the public indignation was superficial and that the dominant sentiment throughout the country was that peace had been restored on any terms whatsoever. The public would not admit that the European concert had failed. For although it had not succeeded in preventing war from breaking out, and twice recommencing, and had dictated only to a very shght extent the conditions of peace, it had at least kept the struggle localized in the Balkans and prevented it from developing into a European war. Men of all parties were grateful to Gray for having done more than any other statesman to achieve this result, by his firm determination to do nothing. His popularity, eclipsed at the beginning of 1912 because he had committed England more deeply than she desired to continental entanglements in the train of France, was greater than ever at the close of 1913 because he had adopted the contrary attitude on dealing with Balkan affairs. 7. But was the peace likely to prove lasting? This was very widely doubted, and when the King of Romania in a telegram of thanks which he sent to the Emperor Willem swore that the peace would be definitive, a diplomat unkindly added definitive for the moment. The Times comforted itself by reflecting. The moment may be a long one. The moment was not destined to last long less than a year, and a succession of incidents immediately warned the diplomatists that at any time a third Balkan war might break out in the southeast of Europe. In that event would the miracle of the months which had just passed be repeated and the great powers continue to be neutral. Throughout the winter and the following spring the question of Albania caused anxiety to the governments of Europe. For this petty barbarian state was their work, created to keep the Serbians from the sea and prevent the Austrians and Italians from coming to blows. Its frontiers must now be drawn, the Serbian on the north, the Greek on the south. The task was entrusted to two international commissions. On both commissions the attitude of the British members was strictly impartial. The Yorkshire member of the commission appointed to demarcate the northern frontier openly professed himself in favour of a rapprochement, if not an actual alliance, between England and Germany, and refused all the suggestions for common action made by the French and Russian commissioners. England, he said, desired a friendly understanding with all nations. The Yorkshire member of the Southern Frontier Commission was, like his wife, a keen traveller, delighted with the prospect of hunting in the Albanian mountains. His government, he explained, cared only for one thing, that peace should be preserved in the Balkans. He did not care in the least whether Albania was a little larger or a little smaller. Nevertheless incidents ensued of a nature to disturb the sang-froid of the British government and its agents. On October 8th the Austrian government called upon Serbia to evacuate within a week areas which Europe had assigned to Albania. Threatened with an Austrian invasion, the Serbian government submitted. Gray made energetic protests to the Austrian government. What need of this bellicose and isolated action when the peaceful pressure of the great powers acting in concert would have been sufficient? The Austrian ultimatum was a serious matter. For in the present instance Austria's action was taken with the approval and encouragement of Germany, withheld on previous occasions. The very day the ultimatum was dispatched, the Emperor Wilhelm, celebrating at Leipzig amid a vast concourse of spectators the centenary of the Battle of the Nations, held a long conversation with Field Marshal Konrad von Hotzendorf in which he maintained Austria's right to destroy Serbia. At Vienna a week later he expressed himself still more strongly to the same effect. Registered a week later still in a conversation with the King of the Belgians at Berlin he made it plain that in his opinion a European war was imminent and inevitable. In short, for the first time, instead of holding the Austrian government back or following it reluctantly when it took a step likely to lead to war, Berlin encouraged Vienna to pursue a bellicose policy. London indeed knew nothing of this. The newspapers devoted very little space to the Austrian ultimatum. Registered the Irish question, which had reached an acute stage, occupied public attention and provided ample material to fill their columns. But at Petersburg this new success won by Austria at the expense of the southern Slavs aroused the anger of the Pan-Slavists, who thought themselves entitled to demand their revenge when, on November 6, it became known that the Turkish government had invited to Constantinople to act as instructor of the Turkish army and take command of a division in the capital itself, the German general Liman von Sanders. The Russian public called upon a cabinet which the more fiery patriots had long blamed for excessive complaisance towards the Central Empire to take action in face of this new German encroachment. This time Kokovtsov did not dare to ignore public opinion, and the ministers under the pressure of the Panslavists, who found a champion in Sazonov even considered though they finally rejected it. The suggestion of armed intervention in Asia Minor. The ambassadors of the three Entente powers jointly asked the Porte to revoke a step which gave Russia legitimate cause for complaint. But if the German government gave way it was not to avoid offending Great Britain. For it was obviously only for form's sake that she took part in the Russian protest. British public opinion was still completely indifferent to events in the Balkans, and Grey's hands were further tied by the fact that the Turkish government as a counterpoise to German influence had just given the command of the fleet to a British admiral. The German government yielded because it did not want a pro-German government at Petersburg turned out of office, as was likely to happen if its prestige were persistently weakened. Liman von Sanders kept the training of the Turkish army in his hands. But the Turkish government raised him to the rank of a field marshal. This made it impossible for him to remain in command of a division in Constantinople, and the Russians were satisfied. This question had no sooner been settled when the Albanian question began once more to preoccupy the diplomatists. This time it was a question not of the frontier between Serbia and Albania, but of the frontier between Albania and Greece. Grey, shaking off for once his inertia, suggested a settlement by which Greece would be enabled to make in Albania the territorial concessions demanded of her without loss of prestige, because in return Turkey would abandon to her the islands of the archipelago. It was an imprudent proposal. It did not succeed in putting an end to the conflict between Albania and Greece, for in March Epirus revolted against the Albanian government and it aggravated the conflict between Greece and Turkey at the very time when the persecution of the Greeks in Thrace and Asia Minor by the Turks was becoming more severe. At one moment towards the middle of June war seemed imminent. Finding it impossible to persuade the powers to take concerted action to put pressure upon Turkey, Grey, weary of the Balkan imbroglio, contemplated standing aside altogether and leaving affairs in the Near East to take their course. But it was impossible to stand aside from a dispute which might result in closing the Dardanelles to British commerce. And was it so certain that a third Balkan war would be confined to Greece and Turkey? Would not Bulgaria and Romania intervene? And in their train the great powers? Once more Grey spoke the language of 1912 and 1913 and sought the best method of localizing the conflict. Once more the danger was staved off, but only that the Adriatic might again become the focus of attention. The powers had undertaken not only to draw the frontiers of the new state of Albania but to provide it with a government and constitution. They chose as king, a German, Prince von Wied. But he was unable to establish an effective sovereignty over the country. The whole of Albania was in revolt. Besieged in Durazzo the Khan was watching his opportunity to take refuge on board a British man of war, whose presence in these waters had no other purpose. What was to be done? Give him the necessary troops to enforce his sovereignty? Not one of the great powers was prepared to do this, England least of DLL. Substitute for his government an Austro-Italian condominium of Austria and Italy? But in Albania nothing short of a war was being waged between the agents of the two powers, and the supporters of the Prince von Wied accused Italy of fomenting the insurrection of Albania against a ruler too friendly to Germany and Austria. Leave the Albanians to settle their own fate, the powers being content to guarantee their territorial integrity. But how could this integrity be guaranteed against an eventual invasion by the Serbs or Greeks except by that use of force to which England would not consent? Meanwhile the situation in Albania became worse every day. On June 27 the Austrian government communicated to its ambassador in Rome the text of an ultimatum addressed to the Italian government demanding the immediate recall of the Italian consul at Durazzo. The same day a recruiting agency was opened in Vienna to enlist volunteers to support Prince von Wied. Would the Third Balkan War break out in Albania and take the form of a war between Austria and Italy? 8. It was unlikely. Germany had too much interest in settling the dispute, and preventing a war which began with the SPHT in the Triple Alliance. But before the situation could be cleared up or further embroiled in Albania, a conflagration was kindled a little farther to the north, where the diplomats did not expect it, because the occasion did not come within their competence. It was not a question of foreign policy in the technical sense but of domestic. It was an episode which occurred within Austria-Hungary itself. In fact, the domestic problems of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy hardly differed, if the diplomatists had viewed them in the right light, from the problems with which they were professionally concerned. For the struggle here was not between different classes of a single nation, but between nations within a 648. The East and principle of nationality. Composite state. Two races shared power and oppressed a minority of subject races, Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs. As time went on, their discontent grew. The more intense it became, the stronger became the temptation felt by the two governments, particularly the Hungarian, to settle the problem by force. All Europe was ringing with the story of the Agram trial and the documents forged by the Austrian post to secure the condemnation of the accused by a Hungarian court. How are we to explain the increasing strength of national feeling within the dual monarchy? In the first place by the progress of democratic institutions. Universal suffrage had been introduced in Austria, the franchise considerably extended in Hungary. In consequence the disorder which prevailed in the legislatures became worse every year. In the Bohemian Diet the obstruction practiced by the Germans had reached such a pitch that it became necessary to dissolve the Diet at the close of 1913. In revenge the Czechs organized such powerful obstruction in the Parliament at Vienna that in March 1914 the sittings had to be adjourned indefinitely. For if in the states of Northern and Western Europe democracy meant international socialism, in the southeast of Europe it meant national independence. In the former rebellion was rebellion against war. In the latter it was war, hence the second reason why the domestic situation in Austria became so grave at this juncture, the recent events in the Balkans. The principle of nationality reawakened in Asia had just destroyed the Ottoman Empire. Pursuing its revolutionary and fanatical course it was now issuing from the Balkan Peninsula and invading the Danube Basin, where it threatened to destroy in turn the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. 3 million emancipated Serbs exercised upon the 6 million Yugoslavs under the dominion of Austria the same attraction Piedmont had exercised upon the rest of Italy half a century before. At Belgrade there was a widespread desire for war, but many Serbians believed that the unification of the southern Slavs would be achieved without fighting. Within the next 3 or 4 years the Austro-Hungarian Empire would have broken up and the Serbs of Bosnia, the Croats and Slovenes would peacefully unite with Serbia. Threatened by the revolt of their Slav subjects, the Germans in Austria were naturally led to draw closer to their brethren in Germany. A species of fusion was effected between the organizations and institutions of the two countries' churches, political parties, universities, and armies. Only court circles still displayed anxiety to safeguard national independence and saw with displeasure the Austrian Germans look up to the German emperor as the head of their race. The courts apart, the two states composed a single nation, as Austria-Hungary on the other hand was a single state composed of several nations. Nor did the Germans of Austria simply ask the Germans of Germany to come to their help if the integrity of Austria-Hungary were endangered by an internal revolt. An entire party led by the Chief of Staff of the Austrian army, Marshal Konrad von Hotzendorf, advocated an offensive against Serbia and the conquest of that country. Once annexed, Serbia would be absorbed in a Yugoslav kingdom under the sovereignty of the Emperor Francis Joseph. The dual system of Austria-Hungary would be replaced by a triple system, Austrian, Magyar, and Yugoslav, and the Greater Serbia thus called into existence by the action of Austria would henceforward be a bulwark against the anti-Austrian pan-Serbs of Belgrade. But the stroke would certainly have a repercussion in Russia, and it was at this point that the Austrians counted on the German army, perhaps to intimidate Russia and prevent her from declaring war on Austria, but more probably to make war on Russia. The plan of such a war had been in existence for many years past. It would open with a march on Paris through Belgium. Then when the French army had been wiped out and Germany's western frontier was secure, a march on Petersburg or Moscow would follow. But if the first part of the plan were carried out and Germany reduced France and Belgium to subjection, what would England do? 9. While the two Balkan wars were in progress, a few isolated voices had been raised from time to time in the press in an attempt to make the British public realize the serious danger to the peace of Europe presented by the domestic situation of Austria-Hungary. An eminent Gemast, Wickham Steed, the Times correspondent at Vienna, in a work on the Austro-Hungarian monarchy which was widely read, pointed out how enormously it had been weakened by the Serbian victories of 1912 and 1913, and that all the Germans were being drawn closer together in face of the Slavonic peril. In conclusion, he suggested the possibility that Austria and Germany might attempt to meet it by embarking on a war with Russia, which if the two Central Empires were victorious would result in their aggrandizement at the cost of Russia, if they were defeated, would mean the end of the Austrian Empire, and perhaps of the German also, at least in its present form. It was an interesting prophecy from the pen of the man who at the end of 1913 would take charge of the foreign news department of the Times and make the POHCY of the paper more decisively anti-German than it had been for several months. But if he was determined to champion and make his country champion the cause of the Slavs against the Germans, those among his fellow countrymen who had made a special study of the problems affecting the peace of the continent were by no means unanimously of his opinion. Seton Watson, who of all the NHSH had studied most thoroughly the Slavonic question in Austria-Hungary, was strongly opposed to pan-Serb ambitions. He regarded the absorption of Croatia and Slovenia in a Greater Serbia of which Belgrade would be the capital as a defeat of the West by the East, that is to say, of civilization by barbarism. A severe critic of the administrative methods employed by Austria and Hungary in Yugoslavia, he dedicated his book to that Austrian statesman who shall possess the genius and the courage necessary to solve the Southern Slav question. What solution did the author envisage? Apart from the conquest of Serbia, it resembled closely the triple system advocated by the followers of Marshal von Hotzendorf. Other writers went even further. In his book The War of Steel and Gold, Brailsford attacked Gray's policy for encouraging Russia too much and paralyzing the action of Austria in the Balkans. He regretted that she had not been allowed during the last 5 years to annex Serbia and the greater part of Macedonia. Brailsford no doubt was an extreme anti-capitalist and pacifist. But an eminent publicist of much more moderate opinions, Sir Harry Johnson, a liberal imperialist and retired colonial governor, professed on Austria's Balkan policy opinions identical with Brailsford's registered. He even contemplated the possibility of the struggle between the Yugoslavs and Austria-Hungary provoking a European war, and maintained that in that event British sympathies should be with the Germans against the Russians and French. Such were the conclusions of those Englishmen who interested themselves in the problem of Austria-Hungary. They were divergent, but there can be no doubt that the majority of those who made a special study of the question were sympathetic to German aims in Central and Southeastern Europe. We must remember that during the years immediately preceding 1914 the Russian Empire was regaining in the opinion of the West almost all the prestige it had possessed before the disastrous war with Japan. Once more it was fomenting trouble in Mongolia and in Persia, where the Russian penetration was directly opposing the British. In the Balkans the Tsar's government had displayed a moderation which the Pan-Slavs found intolerable, but it had begun to reassert itself in the affair of Lyman von Sanders. Russia was strengthening her army, building dreadnoughts, and doing everything which lay in the power of her government to do to persuade Europe that she had banished the peril of revolution. But as she became or appeared to become stronger, the question arose whether the maintenance of the European balance of power required a victory of the German or the Russian army in the plains of Hungary and Poland. It was therefore only under considerable difficulties and almost in secret, careful to avoid giving offense to a considerable section of public opinion, whose arguments could not be hghtly dismissed, that the Foreign Office remained faithful to the policy of the Triple Entente. We must however remember that only a handful of Englishmen took an interest in these questions of Eastern Europe, that the attitude of the general public towards the Austrian question, as towards the Turkish the year before, was one of indifference, and that its attention was now more completely absorbed by the increasing gravity of the domestic situation. For in the United or Disunited Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland the principle of nationality was operating as disastrously as in Austria-Hungary, and in the spring of 1914 the Irish question reached, as we already know, a critical phase. The German notary law of 1913 and the French and Russian refus which it provoked had not shaken British apathy. The law had even had the paradoxical result, of which we have already had occasion to speak, of improving Anglo-German relations. The more money Germany spent on her army, the less she could spend on her navy. In this state of somnolent perplexity the British public watched with indifference the government declare that it was bound by no military pledge to France, couching its declaration in terms sufficiently ambiguous to permit it to maintain contact with the French staff. Lloyd George, advocate a rapproche meant with Germany. Churchill reinforced the British fleet, the Parisian crowd cheer King George, and a British squadron on its return from Kronstadt pay an official visit to the Emperor William in Kiel harbour. Whether it were a question of the social problem at home, of Irish Home Rule, or of the balance of power in Europe, the British put their trust more or less consciously in that method of keeping cool and doing nothing which for 2 centuries of national greatness had served it so well in all matters of domestic policy. Only keep cool and wait till crises settled themselves. A few months or a few years' patience and everything would come right. Were not the Balkan Wars a proof that British sang-froid was as successful in foreign as in internal politics? England had set the powers an example of calm, they had followed it, and the Balkan had not become a European war. There was no reason to foresee in the course of the next few months any disturbance equally serious. The British, who wanted to be optimistic, found in the events of 1912 and 1913 excellent reasons to justify their optimism. 10. It was at this moment on June 28 that a wholly unexpected event happened. The Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Austria, visited that day the city of Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He was believed to favor the annexationist views of Marshal von Hotzendorf, and his visit to Bosnia wore the appearance of a challenge to Belgrade. For he had chosen for a military review the anniversary of the day on which the great Serbia of the Middle Ages had been overthrown by the Turkish army in 1389. While the prince and his wife were driving through the streets of Sarajevo, 2 attempts were made upon their halves, the second of which was successful. The 2 assassins were Bosnians, but both had come from Serbia, their weapons from Serbian depots. Obviously they were emissaries of a secret society known as the Black Hand, which, if openly at war with the government of Belgrade, intimidated and blackmailed it, and the court in particular. It had been members of this society who only a few years before, by the double murder of the last of the Abranoviches and his wife, had seated the Karađorđevićes on the throne. Now once more they were attracting the attention of the whole of Europe by another double assassination even more sensational than the former. The Serbs were not popular in England. The crime of 1903 had provoked an outburst of indignant horror. Alone among the sovereigns of Europe, King Edward had refused to enter into diplomatic relations with King Peter until he had agreed to banish from his court the leaders of the plot which had placed him on the throne at the cost of regicide. Only two papers, politically at the opposite poles, expressed after the murder of the Archduke distrust of Austria. One was the Tory Morning Post, the other the Labour Daily Citizen, a paper with no circulation and the organ of a party which was as yet in opposition with no chance whatever of holding office. With practically no other exceptions, the entire press declared it perfectly justifiable for Austria to require the Serbian government to take all the necessary steps to prevent the recurrence of similar outrages. They expressed the hope that the latter would take the initiative in opening an inquiry. The direction in which the wind was blowing in England can be gauged from the articles written in July by the demagogue Bottomley for his weekly John Bull. For years he had never been weary of demanding the destruction of the German fleet. Now he felt himself in no danger of disgusting his readers when he demanded every week with equal vehemence the annihilation of Serbia. Was the British public then blind to the possible repercussions of the assassination of June 28, that the double murder might prove the signal for the Slavs of Austria-Hungary to revolt against Austrian and Magyar oppression, and battle be joined between Teutons and Slavs throughout Central Europe? We know that the German ambassador, Lichnowsky, urged by his superiors to take every step in his power to ensure the neutrality of British statesmen and Jahmists, never ceased to warn his government against excessive optimism. And at first sight the language used by Gray in his conversations with Lichnowsky during the first fortnight of July seems marked by a certain nervousness. Gray counted on Germany to press a circumspect POHCY on Vienna and wanted the two governments of London and Berlin to unite in the same conciliatory action which they had taken with such success on several occasions during the Balkan crisis. The greater the risk of war, Gray informed Lichnowsky on July 9, the more closely would I adhere to that policy. And indeed it was obvious to anyone who understood the situation that the risk was greater than it had ever been during the Balkan Wars. It was then a question of conflicts between the Balkan states in which all the great powers without exception including Austria declined to be mixed up. Now the Third Balkan War, so dreaded in London, threatened to open with a struggle between a Balkan state and one of the great powers. How could the rest be prevented from following Austria's lead? But we have only to look a little closer to see how little at this date Gray realized the gravity of the situation. His interviews with the German ambassador after the assassination continued others which had taken place before it, and throughout them all his principal concern was to appease the indignation aroused in Berlin by the publication of the negotiations for a naval agreement between England and Russia. No doubt the murder at Sarajevo complicated the international situation, but the Engshare were far from ascribing to it the importance we should imagine today. On the very morrow of the assassination the House of Commons held a debate on foreign policy. It was a hurried affair, and the audience scanty and unattentive. The one question which aroused a little more interest than the others was the dispute between England and Russia in Persia. Colonel House was in London. The warlike spirit he had observed in government circles in Berlin even before the murder of the Archduke had caused him serious anxiety, but he was unable to communicate his fears to Gray. And what was true of Gray was true of his subordinates. "I have my doubts," wrote Sir Arthur Nicholson on July 9, "as to whether Austria will take any action of a serious character, and I expect the storm will blow over." The British representative in Sofia to be sure feared another Balkan war in the near future, but by this near future he meant October, and what Sir Henry Bax Ironside expected about October was a declaration of war by Turkey on Greece. Austria would remain at peace so long as the Emperor had registered when after a short holiday Sir Francis Bertie returned to Paris. His instructions mentioned only Albania. President Poincaré paid a visit to the Tsar. He was expected to persuade the Russian government to restrain its agents' encroachments in Persia. And that was registered. The days passed by and the Austrian government took no action at Belgrade. Tisza, addressing the Parliament at Budapest, used reassuring language. People were beginning not so much to fear the possible stringency of the Austrian demands as to feel surprise at her long suffering. They were asking themselves whether Baron von Arenthal by his violent stroke in 1908 had not given Europe a false impression of the real power of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and whether now that he had disappeared from the scene it would not prove incapable of meeting the dangers by which it was threatened at home and abroad and begin to break up. Under these circumstances the Ungshare did what they most of all wanted to do: stood aside from the racial conflict in the Danube Valley. They had sufficient trouble of their own to face when the Irish Catholics and Protestants were arming against each other and the Lords were mutilating so severely the measure of compromise to which the Cabinet had with the greatest difficulty obtained the assent of the Irish Nationalists that they seemed anxious to precipitate the conflict. The country was heading for civil war. How could it think of anything else? In a speech which he delivered on July 17 at a banquet in the city, and to which we have ahead, he had occasion to allude Lloyd George had taken for his theme peace, domestic and foreign, the one thing that is of paramount importance. But he passed lightly over the questions which concerned peace abroad, reminding his hearers that the international situation had been more serious in 1913 and hinting that, if there were still clouds on the horizon, it was because you never get a perfectly blue sky in foreign affairs. He therefore urged a policy of disarmament, and turning to other matters enlarged upon the imminent peril which threatened peace at home, civil war in Ireland complicated by a general revolutionary strike in Great Britain. 2 days after this speech an important German newspaper, in fact the unofficial organ of the government, the Norddeutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, published a communiqué which prepared European opinion for a step to be taken immediately by the Austrian government. It expressed the wish that the Serbian government would give Austria the satisfaction due to her, and Europe display the same solidarity she had shown during the Balkan crisis, and permit the issue between Austria and Serbia to remain low cost. Two things therefore were evident: on the one hand that Germany had given carte blanche to Austria, on the other that when the German government invited the British to take joint action for the maintenance of peace as during the Balkan Wars, the two powers did not attach the same sense to the proposition. "Let us work together to preserve peace," said Gray, "you by urging moderation upon Austria, we by urging it upon Russia. Let us work together, Rephed von Jagow, prevent Russia interfering while Austria inflicts a richly deserved chastisement on Serbia." Then the Foreign Offices began to move. Gray proposed to Petersburg direct negotiations between the Russian and Austrian governments before the latter had committed itself irretrievably. But the suggestion was not welcomed in Russia, and Poincaré, who had just arrived in Petersburg, proposed that the ambassadors of the Triple Entente should make a joint representation to the Austrian government. The proposal was immediately rejected in London, for it ran counter to the policy the Foreign Office had consistently pursued for the past 2 years, never to oppose to each other the two groups, the Triple Entente and the Triple Alliance. But all these suggestions and conversations remained secret. It was in vain that the Times, in a magnificent leader, began to warn its readers of the danger to which the Austrian policy might within a few days expose the peace of Europe. The public had other preoccupations. The more critical the European situation became, the more critical also became the situation in Ireland. It was on July 21 that the King, in a desperate effort at conciliation, summoned the representatives of the opposing parties, and on the 24th the readers of the British newspapers learned, one after the other, two disastrous pieces of news. In the morning they were informed of the dispatch by Austria to Serbia of a HST of demands, the last of which was tantamount to Serbia's renunciation of her independence, to be accepted unconditionally within 48 hours. A refusal would mean war. In the afternoon, they were informed of the failure of the Buckingham Palace Conference, which seemed to signify that Protestants and Catholics had no other solution of the Irish problem than the arbitrament of force. On the following day, a Saturday, the Serbian government returned the Austrian a reply as conciliatory as was possible without surrendering the rights of a sovereign state. But it was not the unconditional acceptance which Austria demanded, and the latter, as had been expected, immediately broke off diplomatic relations with Serbia. On Sunday the gun running at Houth occurred with its loss of Fe. Europe was hastening towards a general war, Ireland towards civil war. Taken thus unawares in the middle of so serious a domestic crisis by an even more serious international crisis, we might have expected confusion to prevail in the councils of the British government. There was nothing of the kind. The cabinet, or rather an Emir cabinet composed of Asquith, Grey, and Churchill, perhaps also sub rosa of Lord Haldane, took with all the necessary decision the military and diplomatic measures the situation required. In place of the extensive maneuvers in the North Sea carried out in former years, Churchill had adopted this year a programme, less costly but equally instructive, by which the 3rd Squadron was mobilized, and at the same time the 3 squadrons which made up the home fleet were concentrated in home waters. 20,000 reservists obeyed the summons, and their period of service, which began on July 13, ended on the 25th. The German Naval Command, anxious not to do anything to alarm the British Admiralty and prevent at such a critical juncture the dispersal of their immense force, had ordered the German fleet to make no movement, and on the 26th the German spies were able to inform the government which employed them that its strategy had been so far successful that the 20,000 reservists had returned home, but the 1st and 2nd squadrons remained concentrated at Plymouth. Acting in concert with Grey, Churchill inserted a communiqué in the papers on Monday morning which informed England, Germany, and the entire world that the 1st Squadron would not leave Portland, and that the vessels composing the 2nd Squadron would remain at their bases within call of their crews. England was thus the first of the great powers, with the exception of Austria, to make ostensible preparations for war. Meanwhile Grey proposed to the various governments that the powers not directly concerned in the dispute, Germany and Italy in the Triple Alliance, England and France in the Triple Entente, should make an attempt to mediate. On Saturday he suggested joint intervention by the 4 powers at Petersburg and Berlin. On Sunday, accepting a slightly different proposal put forward by Sazonov, he proposed at Nicholson's advice registered a conference, to be held in London, of the German, French, and Italian ambassadors and himself, to explore an amicable solution of the dispute. While the conference was in session, Austria must suspend all military operations. Rome accepted the suggestion. Paris also, through the acting premier, for the minister who was at once premier and minister for foreign affairs, Viviani, was at sea hurrying home from Kronstadt with President Poincaré and out of touch with events. But Berlin was hostile. This return to the methods employed a year before during the Balkan crisis would involve treating not only Serbia but Austria-Hungary itself as a Balkan state under the tutelage of the West. Berlin was extricated from the difficulty by Petersburg. On the morning of the 27th the French ambassador, Paleologue, proposed to the British ambassador Buchanan, on behalf of Sazonov, a different method of procedure: direct conversations between Russia and Austria-Hungary. Registered. The German government welcomed the new suggestion and made use of it to reject the British proposal. Grey's diplomacy had suffered an initial defeat. It suffered a second, still more serious, the declaration of war by Austria on Serbia, of which the Foreign Office was officially informed during the night between Tuesday the 28th and Wednesday the 29th, and which was followed immediately by the bombardment of Belgrade. Again the British government gave the necessary orders. In pursuance of a decision reached on the Tuesday morning, and to which Churchill had obtained Grey's assent, the fleet sailed through the Straits of Dover during the night with all fires banked, and took up its station in Scottish waters at Scapa Flow in face of the German fleet. On Wednesday Churchill dispatched to all the commands the warning telegram they had been expecting since Monday, ordering them to make all the necessary preparations to begin war as soon as the order was received. At the same time he persuaded the cabinet to take all the measures which, in virtue of decisions reached some years before by the Committee of Imperial Defense, were involved in the proclamation of a precautionary period, that is to say, to issue a series of instructions addressed to the authorities concerned throughout the empire, ordering immediate preparations for war. Grey now sent for Lichnowsky and informed him, in a quite private and friendly way, and, without waiting for the ambassador to question him on the subject, that the situation was very grave, and that if Germany, and in consequence France, should be involved, he must not conclude from the friendly tone of their interview that England would stand aside. If England behaved that her interests required her intervention, she would intervene at once, and her decision would be no less rapid than those of the other governments registered. 12. On the evening therefore of Wednesday, July 29, the British government had, it would seem, done everything in its power, openly and in secret, from the naval and diplomatic standpoint alike, to prepare for war and confront hostile powers with the prospect of her entry into the war. But days of hesitation followed. Only four, but to those who have through them they seemed an eternity. We must be clear as to the nature and reasons of this halt on the brink of the abyss. What did most to mislead public opinion, not only in England, but on the continent, was the imperturbable calm, the persistent sang-froid which the British public maintained, when the entire condition of Europe, political, financial, and military, proclaimed the catastrophe already begun. The annual holiday season had commenced. For the workers the weekend would be exceptionally prolonged by the fact that the following Monday was a bank holiday, and on Friday, and even on Saturday, while Russia, Austria, Germany, and France were arming Engshire holidaymakers of every class were hastening to the stations and the Channel ports in search of rest and pleasure. It was not surprising that foreign observers concluded that the country had determined to stand aside from the Continental War, and that Grey, who at the beginning of the week had taken an extremely pessimistic view of the situation, should shrink from taking action too far in advance of an indifferent public opinion and consider how best to restrain the warlike zeal of the government departments, and that pacifist doctrinaires misinterpreted this calm as a determination to maintain peace at any price and hugged the illusion that they had the entire country on their side. Certain signs, however, enable us to interpret more correctly the temper of the nation. The minority of writers in the press who regarded it as inevitable that England should enter the war in support of Russia and France expressed themselves cautiously and took care not to adopt a censorious attitude towards the cabinet. On the other hand, the measures of preparation for naval warfare which had been adopted by the Admiralty on Monday morning had aroused no protest from the leading liberal organs, and the more direct measures taken by the cabinet on Wednesday were not made public by the discretion of any jurist. Finally, when the Irish amending bill came up for discussion on Thursday, parties, the Conservatives, Liberals, and Labour members of Great Britain, the Ulstermen and the Irish Nationalists agreed to adjourn the debate indefinitely, because, Asquith explained, it was essential that the country, which has no interest of its own directly at stake, should present a united front, and be able to speak and act with the authority of an undivided nation. In the past no doubt there had been occasions when England had displayed a more belligerent temper. In 1898 and 1899, for example, public opinion had pushed the government into war. But the country had now returned to its normal state. Both instinctively and deliberately the average Englishman distrusts the imagination. He does not want to redouble a danger by the dread of it. So long as the situation was in the hands of the diplomatists, it was a duty to behave that they were sincere in their efforts to preserve peace, a duty moreover to behave success possible and to contribute to that possibility by giving the British government the assistance of calm and silence. But this calm and silence were carried so far that they became a hindrance instead of a help to the government. There were moments when Grey wondered whether it would be possible to arouse the British public from its slumber and rally it to the cause of the mother country by declaring war. This was one reason for hesitation, and even if it had not existed there were a host of others, some common to all the governments, others peculiar to the British. There was in the first place a fear which all the governments felt and which made them shrink back when the moment arrived to declare war, the fear of revolution. In the latter part of the 19th century, Karl Marx's great disciple and friend Friedrich Engels had foretold a world war provoked by Prussia-Germany of unsuspected length and violence, during which 8 to 10 million soldiers would slaughter each other and strip Europe bare like a swarm of locusts. He predicted that the artificial structure of commerce, industry, and finance would be destroyed and the irreparable chaos result in general bankruptcy. The old states and their traditional ideas would be overthrown, crowns would roll by dozens on the pavement and no one would pick them up, and the universal exhaustion would provide the conditions under which the working class would at last achieve victory. Now, when Europe was at last threatened by the immediate prospect of a general war, many people, Judging from a considerable number of signs, the First Russian Revolution, the propaganda of revolutionary syndicalism, the growth of Marxian socialism in Germany were inclined to predict a world revolution in its train. On the very eve of the Austrian ultimatum, while President Poincaré was visiting the Emperor of Russia, serious rioting broke out at Petersburg, with casualties extending to loss of life, and the German ambassador remarked with amusement that while the band of the Imperial Guard greeted Poincaré at Krasnoye Selo, with the strains of the Marseillaise, the workers of the Petersburg suburbs were receiving a charge of the Cossack cavalry to the same accompaniment. In Great Britain, the syndicalist leaders had indulged in too many outbursts of anti-patriotism not to alarm the ruling class. Might not the reply to a war or the economic crisis it would immediately provoke be that general strike of railwaymen, transport workers, and miners which had been threatened for months past? And must we not attribute to considerations of this kind a share in the explicit declaration of neutrality made on July 26 by King George to Prince Henry of Prussia? May not the court have shrunk at first from being drawn into a revolutionary war opened by a regicide? Be careful, Gray told the Austrian ambassador, Mensdorff, when on July 23 the ambassador came to prepare him for the dispatch of the ultimatum. A general war would be accompanied or followed by a complete collapse of European credit and industry in these days in great industrial states. This would mean a state of things worse than that of 1848. In the present temper of labor, Lord Morley warned his colleagues a few days later almost in the same words, the atmosphere of war cannot be friendly to order, in a democratic system that is verging on the humor of 48. Registered. But to this fear of revolution and revolutionaries which the British government shared with the government of every other country, there was added in England another anxiety which no continental government felt to the same degree, dread of seeing the machinery of exchange paralyzed and that vast republic of commerce and finance collapse which in peacetime knew nothing of frontiers and was conterminous with the globe. On Tuesday the 28th the crisis which had already played havoc with all the exchanges of Europe reached the stock exchange, and after it closed prices fell still further on the news that Austria had declared war on Serbia. After a SHGHT recovery on Wednesday morning, the crisis went from bad to worse until on Friday the Stock Exchange Committee decided to close the exchange until further notice. The supreme scandal had actually occurred which Norman Angell had pronounced improbable, indeed practically impossible. In the West, warlike passion had triumphed over organized financial interests. It was, it is true, an infection caught from the East. Might not England prove the last bulwark of Western civilization against the plague? Had she not still time to take the necessary steps to arrest its ravages at the Straits of Dover? While the British public displayed to a tormented Europe the mask of their impassivity, the business world took action. The aged Lord Rothschild led the movement. For years, the consistent champion of an entente between England and Germany, he tried to bring pressure to bear upon the editorial staff of the Times, and upon his relatives in Paris, and he wrote to the Emperor William a letter of entreaty, whose naivete is here trending registered, and in addition to this, in an attempt to influence the British government, he put himself at the head of a deputation from the city, which called on Lloyd George on Friday morning to urge him by preserving the neutrality of England at all costs to save the country from disaster and possibly enable her to stretch out a helping hand to the continent. The choice of leader aroused protest. The Morning Post and the Times depicted the crisis on the stock exchange as a device, engineered by the German Jewish banks, to create a panic in the business world and paralyze the diplomatic and military action of the government. And at the Foreign Office itself Sir Eyre Crowe repeated the legend, but Lloyd George and Grey were impressed by Lord Rothschild's action. If the city was opposed to war, would the country be in favour of it? We may add that in shrinking from the final decision the British government did but give evidence of the same alarm which the governments of the great powers, with the exception of Austria, felt at this juncture at the prospect of war as such, with its horrors and dangers. The Emperor William, after urging Austria forward for months, particularly during the last few weeks, and still scornful, while he cruised off the coast of Norway, of Count Berchtold's delays, suddenly took alarm and returned in haste to Berlin to embarrass the more warlike of his ministers by his nervousness. President Poincaré, who in Petersburg before the Austrian ultimatum had done everything in his power to draw closer the bond which united France with Russia and had spoken in haughty terms to the Austrian ambassador, had no sooner returned to his native country after the ultimatum when face to face with the immediate prospect of war he too became anxious and timid. Gray, the impassive architect of the ambiguous system of ententes, lost his impassivity when brutal realities compelled him to speak in terms which could not be misunderstood. In every capital the same dialogue was held between the chiefs of the army, the mouthpieces of fate, who demanded mobilization, and the civil rulers who revolted against it and would fain behave themselves still free to decide their course of action. And everywhere they submitted to fate, in Russia first, then in Germany, then in France, and finally in England. Is it surprising that England was the last to submit? On the contrary, should we not be surprised that her decision followed the French so closely? 4. Her position was not the same as that of France. France had no choice but to prepare with more or less haste, and more or less efficiency for the inevitable day when Germany would declare war upon her. It was on the other hand certain that Germany would never declare war on England. She would not allow Russia to crush Austria-Hungary and had made up her mind to crush France before attacking Russia. But she needed the neutrality of England. It was for the latter to abandon it, if she dared, by taking the responsibility of declaring war. She would take it, it was inevitable that she should, but it is one thing to submit to fate, another to make oneself fate's active accomplice. 13. How are we to summarize the history of these breathless days? On the evening of Wednesday the 29th, the very day on which the news of the bombardment of Belgrade reached London, the Foreign Office was officially informed that the Russian government had decided upon a partial mobilization, while still holding out against the wishes of the army which demanded a general mobilization. On the 30th vague reports were received from Germany that mobilization had begun or was at any rate imminent. On the 31st in the late afternoon the Foreign Office was informed, almost simultaneously, that Russia had ordered a general mobilization, that Austria had done the same, and that Germany had declared a state of danger of war which constituted a preliminary mobilization. At the same time, the German government dispatched a double ultimatum, to Russia, challenging upon her to revoke within 18 hours the order to mobilize, and to France, requiring her to pledge herself, within the same interval, to remain neutral. In case of refusal, war would be declared on both fronts. On Saturday, August I, almost at the same moment, Germany and France ordered mobilization. Shortly afterwards, Germany declared war on Russia. Meanwhile, British diplomacy, though steadily retreating, persisted in seeking a peaceful solution of the dispute between Austria and Serbia. The Austrian army could no longer be prevented from occupying Belgrade. Even so, let the conquest go no further and Belgrade be occupied merely as a pledge until Serbia had accepted the Austrian terms and then be evacuated. It was no longer possible to hope that the Austrian army would be content with the occupation of Belgrade. Let it then advance farther, but let Austria promise to respect in the last resort the sovereignty of Serbia. The German government gave an official promise to England not to annex any European territory of France in the event of victory, to respect the neutrality of Holland, and to restore to Belgium her territory intact, if she allowed the German army to cross it. On these terms England had only to pledge herself to remain neutral and a general pact of neutrality might be concluded between the two nations. Grey refused even to consider these promises. But 3 days later he aroused vain hopes in the mind of the German Emperor and his Chancellor by letting it be known that, if only Germany would abstain from attacking France, England would not intervene. On Thursday, Paul Gambon called at Downing Street to remind him of the letters exchanged in October 1912, and the undertaking then given by the British government to act in concert with the French and deliberate in common upon the joint measures to be adopted by both powers if the peace of Europe were seriously endangered. The following day, when the question had been discussed by the cabinet, Grey replied that the government could not at the moment bind itself by any pledge. The same evening a special messenger brought King George an autograph letter from President Poincaré upon England to come to the aid of France in her danger. A long and courteous, but guarded, reply ended with the words, "Events change so quickly that it is impossible to foresee their future developments." They changed quickly indeed. The deputation from the city to Lloyd George on Friday was in truth the first sign that the champions of neutrality were beginning to perceive that they no longer had the entire country behind them. And their anxiety must have been increased when they saw the Secretary for War calling up the Special Reserve, armed sentries making their appearance wherever there were depots or railway bridges and level crossings to be guarded, and the villages along the coast emptied of their fishermen whom the Admiralty had called up by what amounted to a secret mobilization on Friday, in contravention of Grey's express desire, hitherto strictly observed, that there should be no collective demonstration on the question of war. A number of members of Parliament organised in the lobbies of the House of Commons a demonstration in favour of neutrality. But it was a feeble affair. On Saturday the advocates of peace at any price took more definite action. 2 committees to organize propaganda on behalf of neutrality were formed. They drew up 2 manifestos for which they secured a number of important signatures among the pacifist intelligentsia. Would these signatories succeed in rousing the opinion of the country against the war party? Perhaps with the simplicity characteristic of the Yorkshire propagandists they thought so. But it was very late in the day. On Friday, the most impetuous member of the cabinet, Churchill, exasperated by his colleagues' calm, made overtures to Bonar Law for the formation of a coalition cabinet in the event of a sput among the Liberals. Bonar Law, however, still hung back and would negotiate only with the Prime Minister in person. But in the afternoon of the following day, Saturday, August I, the opposition leaders, hastily summoned by a group of alarmed supporters, hurried back from the country and, renouncing their week-end, met at Lansdowne House to concert a joint approach to the government. A letter was composed and dispatched to the Prime Minister on Sunday morning in which the opposition promised him its unreserved support in the crisis through which the country was passing. Its timely receipt strengthened Asquith's position at a decisive moment. For that same morning the ministers were informed at a meeting of the cabinet that Churchill, with the approval of the Premier and some of his colleagues, had taken the responsibility of ordering the mobilization of the fleet. The majority of the cabinet approved the step. The partisans of neutrality, who only a few days, perhaps even a few hours before, had cherished the illusion that the majority of the government was of their opinion, announced their intention to resign. Who were they? John Bums, a self-opinionated man and perhaps even more anti-French than pacifist. Lord Morley, a man of less violent temper who was obliged to recognize that the arguments of the war party were not always easy to answer, and who disclaimed any desire to persuade his younger colleagues to follow his example. Nevertheless, an heir of Gladstone's posse and a veteran of peace, the old man made it a point of honor not to take part in a war cabinet in which he would hamper than rather help his colleagues. Neither of two had the necessary prestige to become the leader of a radical opposition against a liberal cabinet which had become a war cabinet. Nor had Sir John Simon, who adopted their position, a skilful barrister, and an active politician but not a great statesman. But for a few hours the pacifists thought they had found a leader in the person of Lloyd George. At the beginning of the week Lloyd George is said to have inclined to the side of Grey and Churchill and had seemed disposed to adopt once more the belligerent attitude he had assumed once before, 3 years earlier, at the time of the Agadir crisis. But how could he forget that in the interval, and indeed down to the very eve of the crisis provoked by the Austrian ultimatum registered, he had been the champion of a rapprochement with Germany and disarmament. It was therefore only natural that on Friday he should have been affected by the deputation from the city and made himself its advocate in the cabinet. An eyewitness describes him following with his thumb the course of the Meuse Valley on a map of Belgium and asking his colleagues if it were really worthwhile going to war to prevent the German army taking that route. Then he appears once more to have hesitated. On Saturday he denied that in laying the arguments of the city financiers before the cabinet he had intended to make them his own, and his frequent talks with Chichu alarmed Lord Morley. His moral repute had been shaken by the Marconi scandal, his great Insurance Act had aroused inevitable dissatisfaction, his programme of land reform was hanging fire, his budget for the current year had just ended in a fiasco, and the Irish crisis would involve for him, as for other Yorkshire statesmen, Nothing but mortification. The unexpected outbreak of a great European war opened new prospects in which he must take his bearings within a few hours. It was an anxious problem for a man of his imaginative and impressionable temperament, a decision in which his career as well as his conscience was at stake. On Sunday morning he joined Bums, Morley, and Simon in upholding the policy of neutrality. The same evening, when the cabinet reassembled, Bums definitely resigned. At Asquith's request Lord Morley consented to keep the matter open until Monday morning. Next day he resigned. But Simon, and what was a more serious blow for the supporters of neutrality, Lloyd George, remained in the cabinet. There was no longer in any real sense a liberal SPHT. There were simply two resignations from the cabinet, whose importance was moral, rather than political, and a third, Charles Trevelyan's, in the subordinate ranks of the ministry. The great liberal organs continued for a day longer to kick against the pricks. But the entire party was being swept along by the current which was bearing the nation into war. The best way to explain this decision, made almost instantaneously by Mions, WDL perhaps be to go back to the conversations between Grey and Gambon on Friday. Up to the present, Grey declared we did not feel, and public opinion did not feel, that any treaties or other obligations of this country were involved. But he added that further developments might alter the situation, and that the preservation of the neutrality of Belgium might prove an important factor, deciding England to enter the war. And almost immediately after Gambon left him he officially asked the two governments of Berlin and Paris for a pledge to respect Belgian neutrality. Paris gave it at once, Berlin refused. England was therefore morally, if not even juridically, bound to declare war on Germany. Nevertheless, on Saturday when Lichnowsky asked Grey whether, if Germany gave an undertaking not to violate Belgian neutrality, England would promise to remain neutral, he replied, "I cannot say that, our hands are still free." For he had just seen Gambon, who had pressed him even more insistently than the day before. Moreover, an exceedingly close tie united the French and British navies. France, relying on her agreement with England, had transferred her entire navy to the Mediterranean, leaving the defence of her northern coast to the British fleet. How then could England, without dishonour, indeed without confessing that she was no longer a first-class power, allow her fleet to look on while the German navy made itself master of the Channel, sank the French mercantile marine, and bombarded the French ports? This was the question Grey laid before his colleagues on Sunday morning, and it was his answer to it which secured the assent of the majority against the formidable opposition of a group of dissidents of which Lloyd George seemed likely to take the lead. Was this then the immediate cause of England's entrance into the war? But next day Sir Edward Grey was informed that the German government, which had declared war on France, would undertake not to allow its men of war to enter the Channel, and England declared war all the same. We are therefore driven back to the conclusion that the factor which determined irrevocably the patriotic insurgence of the nation was in fact the dispatch on Sunday evening of the German ultimatum to Belgium, followed on Monday morning by the appeal of the King of the Belgians to the King of England, asking for his diplomatic intervention. But we must understand why the German invasion of Belgium possessed this decisive importance. In the first place, the violation of Belgian neutrality by the German army, if it enabled Germany to win in France a Napoleonic victory, would mean, whatever pledges the German government might have given, the annihilation of Belgium as a nation. The war therefore in the West assumed from the very first the character it possessed in the Balkans and the Danube Valley of a war in which the principle of nationality was at stake. There was, however, a difference between Western and Southeastern Europe. In the latter case, the nation Austria was preparing to destroy was a focus of rebellion which sought by revolution and assassination to liberate the Yugoslavs at present subject to Hungarian or German rule. In other words, to change the existing territorial arrangement. In the West, on the contrary, the nation attacked was innocent of any annexationist ambitions or intrigues against Germany, and its existence guaranteed by international treaties, constituted in the fullest sense an integral part of the European territorial arrangement. To go to the assistance of Belgium was therefore to embark upon a conservative, not a revolutionary war, A war to protect at once the principle of nationality, the established order, and the sanctity of treaties. But if Belgium had not been so close to the British coast, would England have been stirred so powerfully, or rather would she ever have guaranteed Belgian neutrality? If the Engshire were disposed to regard the independence of Belgium as the keystone of the European balance of power, it was because her very existence was in a sense a masterpiece of British diplomacy. By creating Belgium, England had intended to make it finally impossible for the greatest European power, France formerly, Germany at present, to occupy Antwerp and thus permanently threaten the mouth of the Thames with its navy. The Belgian question had further complicated a situation already bristling with thorny problems: the southeastern problem of nationality, the western problem of armed peace, and the naval rivalry between England and Germany. British foreign policy was less concerned than one might suppose to preserve the balance of power in Europe. What she would not permit, and the entire nation was instinctively of the same mind, was that the strongest military power in Europe, now also the strongest naval power on the continent, should endanger England's naval supremacy by establishing what would amount to a European balance of power at sea. On Monday morning the government decided to follow up the mobilization of the navy by mobilizing the army. Lord Haldane offered to return to the War Office, at which for 6 years he had accomplished so much from military reorganization. The Premier, whom a political accident had placed at the War Office, was dictated to make way for him. Did Haldane wish, as has often been said and is possible in spite of his denials, to become once more the official Secretary of State for War? Could he have failed to understand that his famous visit to Berlin rendered him suspect to the public? Nevertheless, from the strictly professional point of view, he was perhaps the only man who could save the War Office from the confusion which prevailed. For at the very moment of mobilization no one at the War Office, it would appear, knew what use to make of the men being called to the colours, whether they should be dispatched immediately to France, or kept for imperial defence, or whether the plan long cherished by the Admiralty should be adopted, the fleet dispatched to win a new Trafalgar and an invasion organized at some point on the German coast. One thing at least was certain: there would be war. This was what Grey explained in the afternoon to the House of Commons. His speech, cool, restrained, and devoid of rhetoric, won the almost unanimous assent of the House. A handful of pacifists, not one of whom represented a party or even a group, protested. "What is the use," asked Ramsay MacDonald, "of talking about coming to the aid of Belgium, when, as a matter of fact, you are engaging in a whole European war which is not going to leave the map of Europe in the position it is in now?" They received a courteous hearing from an audience coldly hostile. In the streets the crowd were singing patriotic songs, and the young men gathering in queues outside the recruiting stations. Next morning, the Prime Minister, without troubling to consult the cabinet and confident of the silent support of the entire country, authorized Grey to send Sir Edward Goskin a telegram calling upon the German government to pledge itself before midnight to respect the neutrality of Belgium. What reply could be given? The invasion of Belgium had already begun. Night fell. England entered the war.